All right, friends. I think we're live. Welcome in. Should be a fun one tonight. I don't think we've done this exact prompt before. We've done one vaguely similar to it, similar in like the way that Jesus fulfilled prophecies, similar, but that's about it. So hopefully this should be a lot of fun. I'll probably have to be adding to the topic notes as I'm doing this debate, because I suspect as the debates are coming up, I'll be getting more and more ideas for how this is true. It is just demonstrably true, though. There have been books written on this, by the way. It's not like everyone always thinks that I'm the bad guy because I made this stuff up. I didn't. There are like actual books written on this topic. The reality is, Jesus thought the end was around the corner. Paul thought the end was around the corner. Followers thought the end was around the corner. It's a failed apocalyptic religion. Also, I mean it's a blood magic religion. So I don't know what can be done about that. I mean, if your religion does blood magic, your religion does blood magic. It's either true or it's not. In fact, like the whole basis for Christianity is blood magic, right? Think like even Hebrews 9:22. There's without the forgiveness of sins, or without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness of sins. It just seems definitionally true here that blood magic is going to be in it, even if you're like, hey, we don't follow the Old Testament, we follow the New Testament. Nope, it's still blood magic, y'all. In fact, it's even worse, because now it's like spiritual, symbolic blood magic. It's not even like real blood magic. Real blood magic in the ancient days, like, actually had some kind of a method to it. It had, like, they understood blood to be like a divine substance that could be used as a detergent for impurities, which is really kind of an interesting, it's really kind of an interesting notion. But nevertheless, once you do the Jesus thing, you kind of lose the rust of the blood magic, because like, well, it's not real blood magic. It's like metaphorical blood magic. Well, what do we care about that? Never mind. It should be a lot of fun. And then what's the other part? Yeah, death cult. Well, you know what? That reminds me. I will be jotting down some sources. Hold on. There are some Christian voices, early Christian voices, where dying for the faith is encouraged, and we would even Jesus said that no greater love hath one for another than to lay down his life, and he said to love others as I have loved you, which, I mean, as far as I can tell, means that Jesus would be like super okay with people going to their death for the sake of the gospel. In fact, how many Christians or ex-Christians, really, how many ex-Christians out here, when you were in the church, they told like these crazy stories about, like, if you were persecuted, or somebody put a pew pew to your head and asked you to denounce Jesus, would you do it? And they have all these weird stories about like, no matter what, you need to resist to the end, even unto death. That's why martyrdom was so popular in the early church, because it's a death cult. So, like, it's hard to get around some of this stuff. You know what I mean? It just kind of is what it is. In fact, let's see. There we go. I'm gonna make some tabs in my notes for these. Oops, typo. All right, and we should have some guests loading up here shortly. You guys know how it is. It takes the live gets going. It takes a little bit for the algorithm to grab it and get it going, but we'll have it going here in just a minute. There was one quote from Polycarp I wanted to get. Give me a second. One second. All right, we'll get some quotes for that. Friends, I'm gonna read a couple super chats. We should have some we'll have some guests loading up soon. Feel free to ask questions while we're waiting for guests to load up. You're more than welcome to super chat me questions, and we'll do the typical rooting down, hunting for answers, and we'll get a guest in here in a minute. Space Lord, good to see you, my friend. Says this topic, dude. Don't sugarcoat it. Tell us how you really feel. I mean, this one hits hard. It is Friday night. You got to get a good topic on Friday night. You want to make sure that you're banging because it's going to be a fun crowd. But yeah, this one should have hit pretty hard. I'm excited. And our Wordja, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend, says at our Atheist United booth last night at Farmers Market, we had a guy say that humans can mate with animals, but the offspring are sterile. So how can there be evolution? That's crazy. Somebody, holy shit. Okay. My understanding is that there are some animals that are able to mate together, but they produce sterile offspring. I'm pretty sure that's how we got isn't it how we got the donkey? Hold on. I thought, no, not the donkeys. What am I thinking of? Mules. Yeah, mules are hybrid offspring between donkeys and a female horse, and they are sterile. So yeah, there are some animals that they're not directly, related, but they can mate, but the offspring is goofed up, messed up. They can't reproduce. And some of them can, like grizzly bears and polar bears. But I'm not aware of humans being able to mate with other animals and producing offspring. If they produce offspring, I can assume that the offspring is not only not sterile, but also wouldn't survive. It would probably be born basically dead or mush or some sort of malformed nonsense. Nevertheless, though, I bet somebody's done experiments on it. I didn't search the internet, but if I know the internet, there's probably information out there for somebody who's tried. Zonin, hope I said that right. Thank you for the $5 super tip. Says, was God naked when he went for walks in the Garden of Eden? Rock, Harvard, Doug, and Simply What for sharing. Great question. I brought this question up a lot, especially when people tell me about near-death experiences. I'm really curious because, all right, here's my thought. If in fact people are seeing God when they have these near-death experiences, I really want to know, is God clothed? And if he is clothed, what time period of clothing is he in? Is he in medieval European clothing? Is he in Imperial China clothing? Is he 20th century America clothing? Which type of clothing did he decide to utilize? Because if it's just a basic robe, that sounds like some bullshit that your imagination would make up. There's no good reason for God to wear a robe. Now, the Bible does say that everyone's going to get a robe, a white robe. In one of Jesus' parables, in the parable of the wedding banquet, he says that everyone is going to get a white robe. So obviously that could be a metaphor, but he certainly could have been serious about that part of it as well. It's a little bit difficult to tell, but if God is wearing clothes, I can only assume when he manifests on the earth that he's going to be dressed in whatever is relevant to the people that are alive that are seeing him. But if he's not dressed, we got a lot of questions, which is why? Also, why would he need clothing? I mean, theoretically, he's invisible, which means if he's appearing, then he could appear as anything he wants to appear as. He could literally just appear as a human with no genitals. And then it's not a problem, right? So some thoughts. Sonder, thank you for the $20 super chat. Friend says, I was listening to Dalton flipping through HH, my Bible. I don't know what HH means, and found a note is made that said, Justin is John 3:16 Rob. Hilarious. Listen, fucking hell yeah for whoever wrote that note. Is that through a Hilton Hotel Bible? Is that what you're saying? You're flipping through a Hilton Hotel Bible, and somebody wrote in the Bible that Justin, it's John 3:16. Wait a minute, holy fuck! That's something I said on a live stream to Rob. Somebody wrote. I got so many fucking questions now. I really need clarification, Sonder. I don't know what HH Bible is. Maybe I need to Google the HH Bible. Haley's Bible Handbook? Okay, so you have the Haley's Handbook, and you found a note that said, Justin, it's John 3:16 Rob. Oh, well, yeah. That's definitely something I would say. I probably said it to fucking Rob, too. You know the Rob I'm talking about. That's pretty funny. Thanks for letting me know that. And Cascade, thank you for the $10 super chat, friends. As the fact that Christianity has changed numerous times over the course of 2,000 years demonstrates its falseness. The version the first Christians practice is completely different from today's. Yes, not just in like, hey, the world is ending and you should be like willing to martyr yourself for the religion, but also in like the notions. The earliest Christianity was completely nonviolent, as far as we can tell. It was adopted by the Romans at one point and became super fucking violent. For like 1,500 years, it was violent. And now we've got this version of it. The fact that it just keeps changing tells me that no one's guiding the ship. Like, there's nothing at the helm. There's no God guiding this thing. It's just men inventing some bullshit. And John Klein, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat, says 1, 2, Justin's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, this might go late. 9, 10, Justin's cooking again. Happy Friday the 13th. Well, thank you, John. That was beautiful, by the way. I did notice earlier today that it is Friday the 13th, and that's kind of exciting. I'll be hopeful if some loonies come out of the woodwork. So we'll find out soon. Real soon, probably. Only LC, great to see you. Hi, friend. Says, what books on topic? Because you know I'm buying. Books on this topic. There's some popular books. One I read a long time ago. I don't know if it touches on it clearly. The one that first gave me the idea of this was Zealot by Reza Aslan. He's not a great scholar. He's more of like a historian, but he kind of sees Jesus as a zealot. But there is an actual book that was written on Jesus being an apocalyptic teacher. Let me grab it. It wasn't that long ago that was done too. Give me a second; it'll pop up. Oh fuck! That's I don't know why it didn't come to my head. Yeah, Bart Ehrman wrote Jesus, Apocalyptic Prophet of the New Millennium. I have no idea why I couldn't remember that. I thought I had Bart Ehrman stuff locked in. That would be a really, really good. That would be a really good book to get. Is the Bart Ehrman book? There are others. There are some that disagree. Like N.T. Wright disagrees. I obviously disagree with N.T. Wright, but nevertheless, that's a good start. And there are others, but once you get that book on Amazon, I bet you it'll give you other suggestions within the category for sure. There's another one too called When the Son of Man Didn't Come, which is more of an apologetic book for why he failed. That's from like the Christian point of view, but it does at least they do kind of admit that, hey, he didn't come as promised, right? So there are some definitely books that touch on it, and mostly Gizzards, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Your schedule is likely too busy, but Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview is a book you must check out someday. It's a wonderful glimpse into the thinking of folks in the early 1800s. Shit. Well, one thing I can do is I can get it added to my reading list at least. Let me write it down. It's called Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview. Let me check this out. Yeah, I see it. It was written in 1998. And fuck, they got a Kindle version. All right, dope. Kindle version locked in. Fuck, I can even redeem my Kindle rewards and get it for free. I'm on it. Okay, cool. Good recommendation. It's now in my Kindle for free. I loved it. Thank you. I appreciate that. And not a robot, I swear. And trust me, I still believe you. Because my chat on Wednesday was based on the burnt blood offering exception of flour for poor people. So Jesus saved rich people money on sacrifice animals. All right, let me make sure I understand what you're saying now. You're suggesting that Jesus loves rich people because he came to do away with blood sacrifice, but the blood sacrifice was only for the rich people. The poor people could just give flour. Interesting. I mean, I would say theoretically, if you believe in Jesus, that he got rid of all sacrifices, not just blood sacrifices, but I can absolutely see with that explanation where you're coming from, at least. That makes a lot more sense. I appreciate that. All right, we got somebody in the guest box, Cole HHH. So let's bring up, well, never mind. They're gone. So I guess we're not going to bring up Cole HHH unless they come back. So we'll, so I thought Cole, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I thought Cole was fuck it. Oh, Cole's a preterist. That's right. No wonder Cole wants to get in.
Hello.
Welcome back, Cole.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing. Cole, if I'm correct, you are you're a preterist Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you believe that Jesus fulfilled all prophecies, then?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you believe that Jesus taught blood magic?
Taught blood magic.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say so.
What do you think blood magic means?
I mean, like the idea that his blood has some sort of magical abilities or something.
I mean, that's part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, does Jesus's blood get rid of sin?
I don't think the sacrifice was exactly magical. It was more to cleanse conscience.
Did you say Christ conscious?
It would cleanse.
Cole, did the words Christ conscious just leave your mouth?
No.
Oh, sorry. What do you say?
So Hebrews 9:27.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find it.
Want me to read it for you?
You can if you know, if you have it. Or maybe that's not the one I'm thinking
Probably not.
of.
925, maybe.
925, that's possible. Uh,
I'll bring it up. Don't worry, I got it. Hebrews 9:25, I think, reinforces my point, which is pretty clear, which is that Jesus's blood does the magic. In fact, let me open up. Let me link my browser real quick, and then we'll have it up here. Okay, fantastic. So it says, thus it was necessary for the sketches of heavenly things to be purified with these rites. But the heavenly things themselves need better sacrifices than these. For Christ did not enter a sanctuary made by human hands, a mere copy of the true one, but he entered into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God on our behalf. Nor was it to offer himself again and again, as the high priest enters the holy place year after year with blood that is not his own. So the key here is that Jesus's death through his blood is a superior death. Jesus's blood can purify even the heavenly temple and permanently. Basically, he's saying Jesus's blood is a better detergent than animal blood.
Um, where okay, I'm looking for there's a verse in uh
Hmm.
9. I think it's 9:14.
Okay.
No,
I mean, I think 9:14 just continues to reinforce my point. 9:14 says, "How much more will the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without blemish to God, purify our conscience from the dead works to worship the living God?"
yeah, so that verse claims that Christ's sacrifice was to cleanse our conscience,
Yeah, through blood
not
magic.
some supernatural. I mean, it wouldn't be blood magic. It would just be like a changing of thought or conscience.
No, no, he purifies everything, including your conscience. Why Romans 3:25 says that God put him forward as a sacrifice of atonement by his blood.
Yes, which was by his unalivement.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And
It's
I was
blood magic.
thinking, I don't think there's anything magical about it. Too.
Well, not to you. To you believe in, you're just going to call it spiritual. But the thing that you're going to say is spiritual, I'm just going to say is magic. There's no difference.
No, I don't think there was anything even spiritual about it.
Oh, well, Paul does.
Yeah, I mean, like that verse you read. I mean, I could just take that as yes, I do think Christ's blood made him unaliving.
Well, what do you think atonement
Did
means?
to take away like
Yeah, yeah. It means to cover. It comes from the Hebrew word kafar, which means to cover, like to cover sin. Meaning, if I accidentally or even purposely damage like my couch and I put a patch over it, that patch is a covering for the damage. That's just what it's referring to. That's why Romans
yeah,
5:9 says that we have been justified by his blood. The blood of Jesus doesn't just change your conscience, it justifies you, it covers the sin.
yes, because it takes you out of the old covenant, new covenant, where there is no sin.
Yeah, with blood.
I mean, with his unalivement, which he bled, so kind of. But I mean, I don't think there's anything magical about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you're gonna say that it's divine or
No, or anything
spiritual
divine about it.
or something of that nature.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
think
just
any
gonna
of that.
say that it's magical.
Yeah, I don't think any of that is the case.
Well, you don't believe in magic. That's why I'm saying you don't think it's magic. I'm telling you that it is.
I don't even think it was spiritual.
Well, then it's useless.
But no,
If
it
it's
had
not
a
if it's not
purpose.
spiritual nor magic, then Paul is wrong. You're not atoned by Jesus' blood because theoretically, according to the book of the Hebrews or the book written to the Hebrews, the blood was an atonement sacrifice. So if the blood's not an atonement sacrifice, what that means is that our sins haven't been forgiven.
Well, you and I don't sin today, Justin. I mean, we're not under the old
Well,
covenant.
Paul, my man, I've never sinned because I don't believe in your God. You have to believe in your God to
Yeah, I
sin.
mean, neither
But my
has
point is,
anybody since 70 AD.
Jesus' going to the death is meaningless unless you believe that his blood acted as atonement.
What is technically meaningless for us because we didn't need it. It was for the people at the time
That that doesn't fix the problem. Why did they need atoning blood and not us?
because they were under a covenant that charged them with sin.
Okay. So it was blood magic for the Jews then.
For the first century Jews, yeah.
Gotcha. So it was blood magic.
I mean, like I said, I don't think it was magical. I mean,
Right, but again, you don't have to use the word magic. I'm using the word magic.
I don't think it was spiritual.
You call it whatever you want. Listen, if you believe that Jesus' blood, like his spilling of blood, was an act of atonement, then you believe in what I'm calling blood magic.
But it was only atoned because it took them in their own mind out of their covenant and
But
into
it
the new
doesn't
covenant.
say anything about in anyone's mind. You keep adding that. So
Well, that's what the conscience. It was in their conscience.
again, what you've done is you've isolated one verse incorrectly and you're ignoring the entire rest of the New Testament. The entire rest of the New Testament literally states that Jesus's blood was shed to act as atonement in the exact same way the blood of the animals was shed to act as atonement. It just says it point blank in the book like a dozen times.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Jesus' death covered sin,
That means
but
atonement.
to the to these people in their mindset.
Let me spell it out for you. If Jesus didn't shed one drop of blood, would the task still have been accomplished?
Like I think it could have been. You just have to get them out of their mindset.
Then, so Jesus didn't have to die. He didn't need to die.
No, he didn't have to. No,
Oh, why did he say he had to?
because that was the way he was trying to get them out of their mindset.
No. If Jesus didn't have to die, that means it's just an arbitrary decision. That's my point. See, the way the Gospels and Paul sets it up is that Jesus had to die because this is the only method by which your sins could be forgiven permanently as opposed to temporarily. Like in the book of Hebrews, there's a whole chapter that talks about, actually 2 chapters talks about how the old covenant only provided temporary forgiveness of sins because the blood of the animals was not sufficient for permanent forgiveness. You needed the blood of something else. In fact, I'll show you in Hebrews chapter 10 where he spells out the blood magic for you. It says, "For it is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. Consequently, when Christ came into the world, he said, 'Sacrifices and offerings you have not desired, but a body you have prepared for me,'" blah, 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 blah. We don't need that quote yet. "You have neither desire nor taken pleasure in," blah, blah, blah. Hold on. "Every priest stands day after day at his service, offering again and again the same sacrifices that can never take away sins, at least not permanently," which is his case. "But when Christ offered for all time a single sacrifice for sins, he sat down at the right hand of God, and since then has been waiting until his enemies would be made a footstool under his feet," which will never happen. "For by a single offering he has perfected for all time those who are sanctified." So if Jesus didn't offer the final sacrifice, we would still need the endless sacrifices of animals, according to the author of the book of Hebrews.
Yes, but the only reason that is because of the mindset that people were in, that they needed a sacrifice for their sin.
No, it doesn't say anything about mindset. This is something that God put in place. They're not doing the animal sacrifices because they had the wrong mindset. They're doing it because that's the rules that God set up.
Because the rules they think God set up.
No, the Old Testament says God set them up.
Yeah, I mean, they think that's what happened.
That's what happened according to your book.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Bible is divinely inspired.
Oh, so you don't think the Bible's true?
I mean, I think there's true things in the Bible.
I mean, listen, is the Old Testament true? When the Bible says that God said a thing to the Israelites, did he say it?
Probably not.
Okay, well then we're gonna have to move on to the next guest. I want to talk to Christians that actually believe the Bible is true. Okay.
All right.
All right. Cheers. What a weird thing to argue the ins and outs of Christianity when you don't even believe the Bible is true? What are you doing with yourself? Are you crazy? Get out of here. You can't argue the doctrines when you don't even believe your sole source of doctrines is true. I don't even know what to write down for this. Weird Christian that does not believe the Bible is true. How can you argue from the book of Hebrews if the book of Hebrews isn't true? Like, what a silly thing to even attempt. Imagine trying to argue for Mormonism and then you don't believe that the Book of Mormon's true. Okay, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, then I'm going to grab the Bible guy, then I'm going to grab my next guest, former prophet Nathan. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says the Ace super chat from the other night, I assume, was in reference to disc golf. I did eventually figure that out, former prophet, later in the live stream. I appreciate you letting me know, though. An ace equals a hole in one, or I think in volleyball when you serve the, or in tennis when you serve the ball and you get a point right on the serve, I think it's also called an ace. Same scoring system. Also, I play with a guy who can throw 500 foot. Jesus, that's crazy. 500 foot's a long way to throw a frisbee. Ready the cookout on another long shift. Hell yeah, former prophet Nathan. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you for being here. And I'm gonna have to up my frisbee golf game. 500 is crazy. I would suffice for 100. I'd be happy with that. Saunders Seeker, thank you for the super chat, friend. Follow-up super chat actually says, my chat should have said, I found a note in my Bible that said, Justin said, it's John 3:16, Rob. There we go. No worries. Your fat fingers typed HH. I laugh every time I see it. I love that, Sonder. That I now get to be part of the Bible that you have. And maybe one day somebody else might have it. I love old Bibles too. I'll collect old Bibles that have like notes written by friends and family members. It's like a little history keepsake. It's really cool. So I love that. Like people are writing my shit inside of their Bibles that will probably one day be handed down to somebody else. Big fucking win. And Dylan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thank Doug, it's Friday. I was curious if you may know what is meant by the cords that David measured over the Moabites in 2 Samuel 8:2. Did he kill 2/3 of the Moabites randomly? Pretty wild. Rock hard for Doug. And 2 Samuel 8:2 is a really funny one. But yeah, to answer the question, the killing of the Moabites is vaguely at random, but also remember they should have already been dead. In remember when we find in Numbers 31, they're like they say that they're avenging against the Midianites, which are near the Moabites. But remember, the actual incident at Peor happened with Moabite women. And that's one of the reasons why Moabite women weren't ever allowed. One of the reasons. The other reasons because they wouldn't let them pass. Never allowed marry into the assembly of the Lord. So theoretically, if God was going to avenge what the Moabite women did, they should have genocided the Moabites and the Midianite women. But nevertheless, in 2 Samuel 8:2, says he also defeated the Moabites and making them lie down on the ground, measured them off with a cord. He measured 2 lengths of cord for those who were to be put to death and 1 length for those who were to be spared. And the Moabites became servants to David and brought tribute. And that seems to be what I would describe along with you as random. But to be fair, like if you go to war against the Moabites, it's going to be random as well. You might preserve some as slaves, but the ones that you preserve as slave, it's not like a critical thought process. It's still going to be vaguely random. You know what I mean? But David was vicious. Even when he was running from Saul and he went down to stay at Ziklag in the land of the enemies, he was a mercenary. He fought for the enemy's army. And even fighting for the enemy's army, it brags in the book of Samuel about him killing men, women, and children. That's just how vicious he was. That was the way he did business. To be fair, a lot of people back then did business that way. Isascular, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says maybe it's a silly question, but what do you think would happen to the Abrahamic religions if we discover any sort of life on another planet? Rockhard for Doug and Gate for Justin. Well, thank you for that. But also, I think if we confirm for sure life on other planets, I think a lot of Christians are going to deny it, just like they deny evolution. I think first step is denial. Once it becomes a cold, hard fact that people just accept, then it's going to be more difficult. Then Christians are going to be like, well, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't know what to do with this. So once we get to that point, things probably are going to change a little bit, but it's hard to say. I think it will be damaging, though, to most religions of the Abrahamic kind that think that the earth is the center of all creation and mankind is like the pinnacle of creation. But they'll spin it just the way they spun the dinosaurs. They'll make up alternative facts to figure it out. Beard of Empathy, thank you for the super chat, says, how long is God's beard? If we're poking at the details of a vision of God, let's talk about the truly important details. Rock hard for Doug and Justin's fucking rock. I have to admit, the old gods like El, Yahweh, whatnot, are depicted as being long bearded and wise. But like for real, like how long are we talking about? And what was he trimming it with? Or did he just will it to be a particular length? Because remember, he's in the magic, so he could just will it to be a particular length. Our word yet, thank you for the additional super chat. W666 says, clarity, humans can't produce offspring, sterile or otherwise. This was his excuse for denial of evolution. I told him that was adorable, as you should. I'm a little bit confused because humans do produce offspring, so I might not fully understand what you mean by that comment. But yes, a lot of people who have no idea how evolution works is going to suggest dumb stuff like that. Like we should be able to breed with other animals. And Sherry, thank you for the additional super chat. Friend says, sent you an email. SLD are the first 3 letters of the email address. Thank you for letting me know. Subject line BMF doll update. Please read later. Thank you. I absolutely will, Sherry. Thank you so much. And the doll, I got to get the appropriate BMF clothing on it. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to get that taken care of. It should be a fun replica of BMF. And thank you. I appreciate that. I've got 3 more super chats, and we're going to get Christian Core in here. And then after that, JSB. Oh, Christian Core dropped. So JSB, you're next, buddy. Glitterlock says, I might have asked this before. Any awareness of thoughts about John Barton's A History of the Bible? It was pivotal. I can never say that word, pivotal, for me, but I'm a novice. I don't actually know that book. Hold on. John Barton's. Let me see. Oh, it's by Oxford. Okay. Oxford scholar, England, comprehensive, award-winning, about how the Bible was written, assembled, and interpreted. It actually looks like a decent work. And when it comes to religious literature, I love Oxford. Oxford is one of my favorite publishers. Oxford, InterVarsity Press. Love them for actually being like honest with the historical and archaeological data. This looks really good. I would definitely read this. In fact, they've got it on Kindle as well for $8.99. It's something definitely to look into. That being said, it looks dope. I would definitely be interested in reading it. But like if you went to Bible college or seminary, you're going to read books similar to this already. So in fact, give me 1 second. I'll grab you my intro to New Testament and my intro to Old Testament texts, and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
How's everyone doing today?
I don't know where my... Oh, here it is. So when you do your introduction to Old Testament, introduction to New Testament, typically you're going to use a book kind of like this. There's surveys. But there's big sections in here that are dedicated to the transmission and the history of the text. So this is Old Testament survey. This is what I used in Bible college. This isn't the one I used in seminary. We had a different one in seminary, but I like this one better. This is Old Testament survey, and this is by Hubbard, Bush, and Lesor. I love Hubbard, by the way, a great scholar. And in it, you'll find there's a section in here that talks about the documentary hypothesis, talks about the crossover with Babylonian literature, talks about interpretive models. They do a really good breakdown of each book and what the clear messages are in the ancient Near Eastern context. So if you got a good academic survey on the Old Testament, you'll get much of what's probably in the Oxford book. And then same thing with the New Testament. My seminary New Testament was a little more thorough. Introduction to the New Testament by David De Silva. It's beefy. It's by InterVarsity Press, so good publisher. This is very thorough, and you'll get much of the same with this that you'll get in the Oxford stuff. So the Oxford, I think, is probably more condensed. It's like 600 something pages, right? 635 pages for the Old Testament and the New Testament. This one, so this is like 900 pages for just the New Testament. And this one here is about 700 pages just for the Old Testament. So it's the one by Oxford's probably a little more condensed. Might be a really good get. But yeah, if you go to Bible College and Seminary, you're definitely going to be covering the history of these manuscripts. Sam, aka Shmuley, good to see you, friend. Says, praise Doug. Can you think of a verse that people may find nice, but it's kind of snarky? My first thought was 1 Corinthians 13:11, Santa being Santa-ing. Let me grab that real quick. That's the verse on love. But verse 11 specifically says, when I was a child, I spoke like a child, I thought like a child, and I reasoned like a child. When I became an adult, I put an end to childish ways. It reminds me a little bit of that one in Hebrews where he talks about how you've been feeding on milk too long. It's time for meat, but yet here the fuck we are going back to the milk. I like that passage. You can tell whoever wrote Hebrews is fed the fuck up and not happy about it. So that's a good one. But in terms of like secretly snarky, there are, it's funny because I know that there are some, and if I wasn't on the spot, I could probably think of a couple of decent ones because I know there are some, but none are coming to mind at the moment that are like super snarky. There's one like parenting passage which is really funny in Exodus 33:5, where God is so mad at the Israelites where he doesn't even know what the fuck he's going to do with them. He tells them that I will decide what I'll do with you. Kind of like when your parents so mad at you, they're like, I can't even decide what punishment I'm going to give you right now. Just go to your room. I'll figure that shit out later. But in terms of snark, there's definitely some snark in the Bible. I'll have to think on that one though. That's a really good one. That's a really good question, by the way, but there definitely is some. In fact, if you can think of a snarky passage in the Bible, throw it in the comments or in the super chat. Maybe I should write these down. And Nebraska Steve Harvey Oswald, amazing fucking name, by the way, says in the second creation account, God makes Eve after Adam doesn't find an animal companion. Does this imply he's supposed to shack up with the animals? So I've talked about this before. The only good implication, this is either a plot hole or it is implying that God's not all-knowing and he initially intended for Adam to find a mate among the animals, and then discovering that the animals were inappropriate to mate with, said, okay, I'll make one more in his likeness. That seems to be the implication. Now, that works if you believe in a God that doesn't know the future perfectly. And the God of the Hebrew Bible doesn't appear to really know the future, especially not in Genesis. So yeah, I think that's a fair implication on how to read the second creation account. Because like if God knew that he wasn't going to find a mate among the animals, now it's just a farce. He just sent them on a mission that he knew wasn't going to succeed. Why do all that nonsense? But yeah.
I just came up to tell you. I wish I would have. Oh,
What's that, buddy?
There's an echo. You hear it?
There's an echo with you? Hold on. 1 second.
Here, maybe I need to go out.
Did anyone else hear an echo or just me? I didn't hear an echo. We had it. Oh, where'd he go? We had a guest on TikTok just a minute ago and there was no echo. It might be yours. How's that?
Check 1, 2, 3. It's still there, but I'm only
where
for a second. I'm just gonna turn down
the
my
guests
volume real quick.
None of the guests said they heard an echo.
It must be on my end. I'm just gonna turn down my volume for a second just to say what I was gonna tell you. Yeah, I was hoping I could have got here earlier for that Cole guy because me and Johnny B roasted the fuck out of him. He thinks that that Yahweh isn't the Father of Jesus Christ.
Oh, for goodness sake.
He says that Jesus is not the Messiah, but he is the Christ. Denies biblical inerrancy, is a preterist. And yeah, and also all this should have told us everything we should know about him. His profile picture was a picture of Mike Jones with a chef hat.
So he's out of his mind.
Yeah, and sure, yeah.
Okay.
That's all I have to say. I'm about to go eat dinner.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
I wish I would have saved you the time and
I
energy.
appreciate the update. Yeah. He was a mess. He was an absolute mess.
Also, I'm uploading a video for you right now. It's been 2 hours and I'm at 13%.
Hell yeah. So in another 10 hours,
by the end of the night, I'll have a video for you uploaded.
Thank you. Ready to go. Well, thank you for that, friend. All right, let's get JSB in here. We'll grab Cyber too while we're at it. Welcome in, JSB. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Bible God?
JSB? Oh my God, did I join?
Yeah, do you join by accident?
I didn't mean to.
No worries, we'll take care of it.
I'm sorry. I do love your show, though.
Hey, no problem.
I'm an atheist.
Thanks for being here, friend. WJSB. Okay. And with that, we'll bring in, hey, Cyber. Good to see you, buddy. Cyber, I think your microphone's off.
Yeah, there we go. I fixed it.
Good. All right, we're going to bring in Jesus Warrior here. And it should be a lot of fun. Welcome in, Jesus Warrior. Rather, welcome back, Jesus Warrior.
Yeah, welcome.
Jesus Warrior, we know you're at least 18. We know that you're a Jesus believer. Do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Disagree, totally.
I'm sorry, what?
I disagree.
All right. Do you disagree with all the points on the board or just one or two of them?
Yes, all of them.
Okay. Well, we can start with the first one. Christianity is a failed apocalyptic cult. So my point here is pretty clear, which is, according to the New Testament, the return of Jesus was, and really the end of the world, was supposed to be imminent. Are you aware of this?
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
Okay, and then the end of the world, it didn't come imminently, correct?
Didn't the Bible tell you don't know the day? And even Jesus said he doesn't know the day when the...
He says he doesn't know the day nor the hour, but as it turns out, knowing the day nor the hour is different than Jesus telling you that there's like a cutoff, which he does. So in the Bible, he tells you that there is going to be a cutoff point, meaning there's going to be a time when like is our final deadline for the second coming. Want me to read those passages to you?
No, you don't need to understand.
Okay, so he says in Luke, Mark, and Matthew that the coming and all the signs of his coming are going to happen within that generation still living. And he says that some of you will not have passed away when the Son of Man comes. And the Son of Man didn't come back, and they did all pass away.
Can I ask you something? Did Jesus come back when he ascended?
No.
Okay, so we have to wait on the day when he's going to come.
Yeah, but what I said was, and apparently maybe you weren't listening, Jesus' own words gives you a cutoff for that. He says when he's coming back. I'll read it for you. He said that on multiple occasions. It's pretty clear in the scriptures, but I understand
so do you
that
know
not everyone has as much disposable free time as me to actually read the book, so I'll make sure that we read it here for you. Matthew 10:23, when he sends the disciples out to the villages to preach to them, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And the coming of the Son of Man, you might know, is a reference to Daniel chapter 7, when the Son of Man comes on the clouds with the angels and receives the kingdom from the Father.
Yeah, so what does the scripture have to say?
Buddy, you're going to need to get inside. I can hear wind in your microphone more than I can hear your voice. Am I the only one having trouble hearing them?
I'm having difficulty hearing him too.
But why is you guys channel echoing?
We can't hear you. We're going to need get closer to your microphone, maybe. Try to find a quiet place.
Yeah, I said, why is your panel echoing?
My panel?
Yep.
I don't hear an echo.
Let Cyber speak.
Am I echoing right now?
No, you're not echoing for me.
Is Cyber. Cyber is echoing.
It sounds like a problem on your end.
Nah, not my end. I can hear myself here.
Oh, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay, well, that's who you're talking to right now, so we'll just keep going. He says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. And I need verse, not just 27, I need 28 in here as well. And then he says, in the same breath, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So all those people are dead, aren't they?
Nope.
Okay. Which ones are alive?
John.
Oh, John's still alive. Can you show me John?
The day will come when you see.
No. Can you demonstrate that John is still alive?
But you made a wrong statement. You said all of them are dead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Some of them won't.
You're suggesting that John is still alive? I'm just asking for the evidence that John is still alive.
When the day come, you will know, though.
What's the evidence that John is still alive?
Didn't some of them won't taste dead? Who was Jesus talking about?
Well, as it turns out, it has to be more than John as well. So this clearly isn't about John. He says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming. And some is always more than one and less than all. So you need John plus one. Who's John's plus one?
Well, John plus one. There's a lot of them prophet will appear, like Elijah, Enoch.
That didn't answer the question at all. It said, who's John's plus one? That was standing there. Remember, he says, some of you standing here. So there are people standing there with Jesus that should be alive.
The 12 disciples, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 12 disciples were around him, right? But he was talking to some.
I know, and I'm just asking you which ones are still alive.
Well, we know Peter unalive himself, Judas unalive himself. There's a lot more that got crucified. They really destroyed a pure person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just asking you which ones are still alive, though.
Well, I know about John, and there's one more, but I didn't. It's a long time I didn't read the scripture, so I got to do research and tell you back.
So you don't know which ones are alive. You just know that some of them are alive still.
Yeah, no, but that's something I didn't read that part of scripture for a long as well.
Yeah. So if you can't demonstrate John being alive, why would you say that he's alive? He was, in fact, by the way, if you read church history, they tell you about his death.
Nope.
You don't believe that, or you just don't agree with church history?
Church, no.
Okay, so
the
then
Bible, I want to give me the
you don't
fact,
don't believe in church history. So how do you know John's still alive then?
Because John was standing right in front of Jesus when he was seeing it, right?
Well, I don't believe John probably even lived. That's not my point. My point is, what's the evidence that you have that John is either alive or dead? The only evidence we have is what we find in the writings of the church father that record his death, like Polycrates of Ephesus, I believe, is the first one that recorded his manner of death.
Can you pull up the facts? Let's see it. Not from the man's perspective, but the Bible.
Well, again, we're reading the Bible, and the Bible says some of those people will still be alive when Jesus comes
Yeah, the
back.
Bible is already telling
So
you
you
some
have
will
no
not pass.
evidence that any of his disciples are still alive. You're just asserting that they are, which is kind of a cartoonish take.
Bro, can you not dissect the scripture?
I can't even
Can you not
decipher your own.
dissect
I can't even decipher your own words.
No,
I would
I have
also
I have
like to.
bro. Go ahead,
Go
Cyber.
ahead, Cyber. This guy's a waste.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd like to add as well that Paul, who was living during the time of the disciples in First Thessalonians and in First Corinthians, is also kind of having this assumption that the people there are still going to be alive when the second coming comes.
Yeah. So what you gotta
So
know the
were they
signs, bro,
wrong?
for the end time.
Were they
What?
wrong?
Were who wrong?
Were Paul and the apostles wrong when they said that Jesus was coming back within their lifetime? And remember, the signs of the end times were also already supposed to happen within their lifetime, within that generation, it says in Matthew 24.
You sure they said about within them lifetime?
Yes. In fact, I know the ones that Cyber's alluding to. We'll read them all here real quick. Matthew 24, it also shows up in Mark 13, says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and puts forth leaves, you know that summer is near. So also when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. And that generation did pass away.
You know how long it takes to get a generation, bro?
A generation in the Bible is approximately 40 years, which is why in the book of Numbers, Israel is cursed to wander the desert for 40 years so that that generation of Israelites will all be died off.
So if I'm 40 years and I make a kid, and my kid makes a kid at 20 years, and his kid makes a kid at 15 years, what's gonna happen? Can you get rid of the generation?
No one is suggesting that a generation is exactly 40 years. Some generations are shorter than that. Some people have children in their 20s. Some people have children even in their 40s. A generation is variable. But
Yeah, but
roughly
you're not
speaking,
getting,
in the
bro.
Bible, a generation is listed as 40 years, which means a generation
Yeah,
in
but you're not
Matthew
listing a
14,
multiple of
Matthew
people.
24 rather, should be about 40 years.
Yeah, I know a generation is about 40 years. But do you count the lineage time from the one given making another to
No,
now?
a lineage is not a generation. It's just basic words.
Mm-hmm. But Paul
This
also further.
guy. Bro, you see, you gotta read with. I think your problem. Satan has shown his veil over the eye, bro.
So you can't actually respond to what we said about generation, so now you're appealing to Satan. Really smart move.
No, I'm trying.
So
Listen, not smart
what's
move.
it
I'm just
mean
showing
when
you, bro.
Jesus,
Common
you're not
sense.
showing anything, you're running away from the actual point. The point is Jesus says that the generation currently alive is going to witness all these signs.
Hey, can you pinpoint which generation passed away and which one is alive?
Yeah, the generation that lived during the first century is dead.
But the bloodline still run, right? Still up to
Bloodlines
now.
aren't generations.
Bro, this guy.
I
Why
can
are
just
you
give
so
you
stuck up, bro?
the definition. Let's see, definition of generation. Generation is all the people born and living about the same time. regarded collectively. It's not a bloodline. They're alive at the same time. These are basic English words. It sounds like what you need to do is get yourself a good English dictionary when you sit down and read the Bible, because these words are eluding you.
Well, and again, that's why I brought up Paul. The reason why I brought up Paul is that, again, in First Thessalonians and in First Corinthians, he invokes we, right? So he says, then we who are alive, who are left, that's in Thessalonians, and in Corinthians, again, he uses we again.
Yep.
And in one of these, he's even saying, hey, this coming is so close. If you're single, just stay single. And if you're married, just act as if you're single, because the coming is near.
Yeah. So
okay, let me show you how the coming is near.
Well, how about we do this? There are 2 verses. I wanted to get to them, so I'm glad we got to them. Let's address Thessalonians first, and then you can address Corinthians. 1 Thessalonians 4 says, then we who are alive, who are left, will be caught up in the clouds together with them to meet the Lord in the air, and so we will be with the Lord forever. Paul is including himself as those who are going to be alive when Jesus comes back.
Yeah. So that's what I was telling you, bro, about John. John is still alive. Don't
We're
you know
asking you to address 1 Thessalonians 4. Can you do that?
Can you read it again?
Yep. Paul says, then we who are alive, who are left, will be caught up in the clouds together with them to meet the Lord in the air, so we will be with the Lord forever. Paul says he and others that he's writing to will be alive when Jesus comes back, and they'll meet them in the air.
Yeah. So when you hear what the scripture says, who are alive, do you know the meaning of alive?
He says we who are alive, and he's talking about people who haven't experienced mortal death, and all you have to do is read the previous sentence, because he's addressing people who are questioning what happens to those of our loved ones that have already passed away. That's why it says we do not want you to be uninformed, brothers and sisters, about those who have died, so that you may not grieve as others who have no hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so through Jesus God will bring with him those who have died. For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive, who are left until the coming of the Lord, will by no means precede those who have died. So this whole paragraph is about, hey, what happens when Jesus comes back? Some of us are still alive, but some of us have already died. How's that going to shake out?
It's easy, bro. Listen, let me show you. When it says go back to the bottom part. Let me get to read it. Yeah, so then when it says then we who are alive, when you mean, what does that mean?
Those are the people who haven't died yet, and I explained to you
No.
that's referring to people who haven't died yet, because he tells you in verses 13 through 14 and 15 that those who are dead and those who are alive are going to meet Jesus in the air, both of them.
Yeah, both of them, yeah.
There you go. So if the dead and the alive, so if both the alive and the dead are going to meet Jesus in the air, then it's not referring to spiritual death. It's obviously referring to people who have experienced mortal death.
So then when we who are alive, that means the people that believe in God.
You'd be wrong for the reason I just explained to you, that you weren't listening.
No.
So it says, brothers and sisters, about those who have died.
You're dead. Listen, you don't.
No, and you'd be wrong, because Paul tells you that the dead are going to meet Christ in the air as well, dummy. So he says, for since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so through Jesus God will bring with him those who have died. Those who have died that Jesus is going to bring with him aren't spiritually dead, they're physically dead.
Bro,
This
you're
entire
dead, bro.
paragraph is talking about what's going to happen because some of us hopefully are going to remain alive when Jesus comes back, and some of us have died. What's this going to look like? This is not a difficult passage. Your inability to understand words is only eclipsed by your stupidity, which is why I gotta stop bringing you on these live streams. You're the absolute biggest waste of space in the Christian apologetic world. If I was a Christian, I would have disavowed you for your ignorance and your stupidity. You would have been an embarrassment to everyone who calls themselves a Christian. Oh well. He tried.
It's sad when your bad arguments get crucified, and then we roll a stone after your substance, and all you can do is wait outside for those bad arguments to resurrect. But just like Jesus, they never will.
They never will. I don't think he's got. To be fair, I don't think he's got the credentials in English to understand half of this. I feel like he needs to read the Bible in whatever his native tongue is. I don't think he knows what any of this stuff is. I don't think he reads English well enough to read this book. Nevertheless, I think he's out of his mind no matter what language he's going to read this book in. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats and we're going to get looks like Lobes the Assertist in here. I think I've talked to Lobes before. Let me check real quick. Lobes? Maybe I haven't.
Lobes is a friendly.
Oh, Lobes
is a new deconstruction creator. You should definitely give him a follow.
Oh, see, I thought that I've seen Loeb's name before. I didn't realize that's why. Okay. Well, in that
he
case,
does things with trust but verify.
Okay. Oh, yeah. TBV. He's awesome. Okay. 4XTP5, thank you for the super chat, says, please dissect the meaning of Matthew 16:27-28 and Christians referring to it as the fall of Jerusalem or the transfiguration. I think we all need a lecture on it. Not a problem, 4X. And this comes up a lot. In fact, on today's live stream, we're going to talk about it a whole bunch of times because it's critical to what we're doing here. So let me grab Matthew 16:27-28. And there's a reason why it fails initially to be about the transfiguration. And to be fair, the transfiguration is absolutely the oldest, most typical way to interpret this passage. It's not a good one, but it's the most traditional. So it says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, then he will repay everybody for what has been done. That didn't happen at the transfiguration. He didn't come with the angels. He went up a mountain, and then the angels came by themselves to join him. So he didn't come. He just went. There's a difference. When the Son of Man comes, it's referring to coming on the clouds to the earth, not coming from the earth to the earth. Remember, when you're coming from somewhere. Where is he coming from? Obviously from the clouds. That didn't happen during the transfiguration. He didn't repay anybody for their deeds either. Next verse, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which, again, is the same reference to coming on the clouds. Now, we also know that the transfiguration was only 6 days later. So if you turn the chapter to chapter 17, 6 days pass. None of these people presumably died in those 6 days. So it's a meaningless thing to say. But also, if the thing you're talking about is only 6 days later, well, this passage is meaningless. There's zero reason whatsoever to have this timeline device if you're just saying, hey, in 6 days, some of y'all are still going to be alive. Yeah, we fucking know some of y'all are still going to be alive. That's 6 days from now. We didn't expect the entire world to be depopulated in 6 days. That wasn't an expectation that anybody had. So there's no good reason to think that this is about the transfiguration. About the 70 AD destruction of Jerusalem, this clearly isn't about that. Because according to Daniel chapter 7, and according to this, when he comes, he's judging all the nations of the earth. And it says in Matthew 24, he's going to gather all the nations of the earth. And if you keep reading the discourse, it goes all the way into Matthew 25. In Matthew 25, he says when this happens, it's 25:31 in fact, when this happens, all the nations are going to be judged. and then they're going to be sent either to paradise or to hell. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory, interesting, same language, all the angels with him, same language, he will sit on the throne of his glory, all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate one from another as a shepherd separates sheep from the goats. So this is identical verbiage to Matthew 16. He's coming with his angels in the glory to judge, to repay people for their deeds, which is what happens in Matthew 25. It's clearly referring to the second coming and the judgment. Anyone with an open mind would see that. But if you're a Christian, remember, you can't read the Bible with an open mind. You have to read it with apologetics in mind. And Caroline, thank you for the $13.99 super chat. Says, is the Baal cycle the only text about Canaanite gods, or are there more? Love from Montreal. There are more. The problem is that a lot of the texts are in, they're cataloged in German. So I can't even pronounce the name of the text, but it's the catalog. It's typically KTU. I'll get you the abbreviation. And here it's Alphabetische Texte aus Ugarit, or KTU for short. That's the catalog where you find basically all of the Ugaritic cuneiform tablets. But not to be alarmed, there is hope. A lot of people, you can do Cyrus Gordon has translated a lot of them. You can find them in Cyrus Gordon's work. But if you don't read German and you don't want to buy this book and translate it from German, there's a lot of various Ugaritic texts that you can get that are pretty cheap. Some of them, in fact, and part of the Bell cycle is actually in this one here. This is really cheap. You can get it for next to nothing on the internet. It's been out for a while. It's called Near Eastern Religious Texts Relating to the Old Testament. This one is part of the Old Testament library. It's been out for a while. It's super cheap. You should be able to pick it up. You can also find The Gods and Goddesses of Canaan by John S. Day. Actually, it's Yahweh and the Gods and Canaan, if I remember correctly. Yeah. By John S. Day. Cool book. There you'll find a bunch of stuff in this book that's translated from the Ugaritic tablets. It's not exhaustive. It doesn't have every single one of them in it, but it certainly will have quite a bit of stuff in it. And then you'll find other various publications on the Ugaritic tablets. But unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, I don't know of any comprehensive text in English that has translated every one of them for your disposable, resources. So there might be something out there that I'm unaware of. The popular one I got behind me is Stories from Ancient Canaan by Coogan and Mark S. Smith. Mark S. Smith probably is the most renowned scholar right now on Ugaritic. Him and the guy who is from the University of Texas, what was his name? Shoot, let me get his name. John Hunengard, if I remember correctly. Let me make sure I get his name. Yeah, John Hunergaard. He and Mark S. Smith are basically the two horsemen of modern Ugaritic studies. And so highly recommend. His stuff is going to be like really high level. A lot of it is like, for example, he actually is teaching people Ugaritic language. So you can get an introduction to Ugaritic by John Hunengard, and then also the stuff by Smith will actually be accessible. It'll be translated into the English tongue and readable. It'll be really good by Mark Smith. Mark Smith, I got to be honest, I recommend all of his books to everybody. I think they're phenomenal. If you want to understand the Old Testament, I think it's incumbent that you read Mark Smith's book, and then maybe even Richard J. Clifford's book, The Cosmic Mountain. I think both of those are great introductions both those two authors are great introductions into understanding the culture of the Hebrew Bible spiritually and historically. I'm going to grab 2 more super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. William Rogers, my friend, thank you for the 1234. It says Noah's Ark is one of the most famous tales of the Bible with countless adaptations, but people seem to forget that right after Noah gets drunk, strips down, and flashes his junk, and then curses his son. Yeah. Well, to be fair, like in ancient Canaanite religion, it wasn't that big of a deal to get drunk. Like it was a blessing. So like, I don't think that the people in the Bible looked on drunkenness as negatively as modern, like stuck up Christians. This seems to be like a modern notion. Drunkenness in the ancient world was a sign that you're having a good time and that you've been blessed. Unless you were so drunk that you were causing harm, it seemed to be okay. But even in the Bell cycle, you'll read El, the high god, gets so drunk that he basically, pisses his pants and has to wallow in his own filth. So, times have changed, right? Move the Stars, good to see you tonight, friend, says, I love to see a prompt where you specifically discuss how the heroes of the Bible were terrible people. Point-by-point comparison with what is taught about individuals in church versus the reality of the text. I actually have written on this in the past. I did a whole blog series once called Jerks of the Bible, and I thought it was a lot of fun. I was a fucking kid when I did it. I was like 20-something, but I had a good time with it. I should resurrect some of those and turn them into a topic. It's really cool. There's someone who wrote a book on it. I don't think the book was done very well. It was like partially apologetic, called Jerks of the Bible. It wasn't great, but it's a fun topic. But yeah. All right, friends. I'm going to grab our next guest here, and hopefully we're going to get some conversation rolling. It looks like if I'm reading this correctly, the name is Stowe Basin. Hopefully I said that right. How you doing, Stowe? 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 Did Stowe, you get up here by accident?
Stowe, you are live and on the air. Oh, now I'm starting back.
Interesting day today. Nobody on YouTube seems to want to join. We've got, I think, a full crowd loading up on YouTube, but it seems like just TikTok peeps are wanting to join on this topic. Maybe the YouTube folks are a little bit nervous to engage in the topic tonight. Typically, Friday night YouTube's kind of popping off, but we've got like 2,000 people watching on YouTube, and the only people requesting up seem to be TikTok folk. I guess the Holy Spirit's with TikTok tonight and not with YouTube. Also, Jackie, with a good note, says there's also the text of the Ugaritic data bank, which also in English, but I could be wrong, Jackie. I don't think you'll find an actual translation of those texts in the databank. If you want a translation of the text, I think the best method is the Cuneiform Digital Library Initiative, but I don't believe the text you're referring to has it. I think it's got a catalog of the tablets, but not a translation of the tablets. I'll have to look into that because I looked for these a long time ago and I couldn't find them. I am aware of the databank, but when I looked, and it could be different, when I looked, I didn't find an actual translation of any of the tablets, just the tablets themselves, along with some of the cuneiform texts. But that gets dropped. I guess they were up here by accident. So we'll do a call. Listen, y'all, if you want to join on the debate for this one, it's tiny.cc/DZ live. We're going to be doing the usual thing. We've got a new prompt for tonight. Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult. I'm aware that there are some Christians who might actually agree with that, but I'm assuming most Christians don't agree with that. I could be wrong. Maybe I misjudged, but my theory here is that this is another way to say that Jesus was an absolute failure. He came, said he was coming back soon, didn't. Said he was a Messiah, wasn't. Thought, the rest of the New Testament thought that his death was meaningful blood magic because they needed a way to cope with Jesus's death as a Messiah. So they, did this parallel blood magic nonsense. And then after all that failed, still asked all their followers to give up their life for the cloud zombie.
Yeah.
So now,
Before I became a mythicist, my stance on like Jesus was that not only was he, promising he was coming, but he was calling people to poverty. And now we get to a point where he's gone, his disciples are starting to fall down, and people are like, hey, we were called to poverty. When's he coming back? And that's when we get this sudden shift to spirituality. That was my belief before I became a mythicist.
I do need to actually get my butt in gear and read the mythicist literature, the one by Jaron and the one on the historicity of Jesus by, what was his name? I forget the name of the book now, but yes, it is something I've been meaning to do.
I'd also recommend Dr. Nina Lifsey. Like, her life work was on Paul.
That's true. You know what? I have to read that book. I think I saved that book somewhere to read. I just didn't get it purchased yet, but it looked like a really good book. All right, we got some people in the guest box that are friendlies. I'm not really sure if they're in here on purpose, but let me grab them since we don't have any opposition yet. We'll read some questions via the super chats. Hopefully, we should get some opposition soon. Usually you have to wait a little while, but how you doing, Jerry Bell? Jerry Bell? Oh, I think they were in the guest box by accident. That's kind of what I thought. We'll get TBV, though. How you doing, Trust?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic.
Good to hear.
I'm sorry.
Interesting. Some people have been echoing tonight and some not, but I don't think
I'm noticing Trust is echoing. It might be just on the panel.
Is he echoing for everybody or just the people on the panel?
Sometimes just on the panel.
I'm echoing.
We just hear things different than what chat hears.
Interesting. I wonder why that is. Huh.
I had somebody echoing on video ninja. Oh, it's so hard to hear myself.
Let me check one of the settings to see if a setting got messed up. 1 second. Oh, I see. I think I see the problem. 1 second. All right, what about now? See if that's any better.
Let's see. Nope, no echo on my end.
That's better.
Yeah, there was a setting that got changed there. Also, what's that noise in the background?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my washing machine. So sorry. I'm gonna move to another room. So sorry. Okay.
Fun fact: Trust does have a life outside of TikTok.
No,
I do. Contrary to popular belief. No, you know what, my friend? I just wanted to come up. Well, first of all, you would invite me to come cook with you, but I see Cyber's here, so I might not stay long.
Okay.
But the bigger thing was that our friend, the Bible guy, popped into my live, and we were on a panel where a believer deconstructed, like, right before our eyes.
Damn, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, it happens. So I was just, so I just wanted to come up here and just say, big W to Dalton, and for being a part of that. It was just amazing. And Zach Nazar Hoffman was there, and Dr. Joe was there, and we were all talking to this person, and yeah, he was just he was just like deconstructing right in front of us. So
that's awesome to hear.
It was really cool to watch. Yeah, it's really cool to watch.
Well, TBV, I've got Cyber here. You're more than welcome to hang out with us. I don't think you've ever come up and cooked with me. Obviously, you hate me, and that's fine.
I never have.
But you're welcome.
I hate you less and less, friend. You know what? I used to fucking hate you, and you're deconstructing me to love. You see?
Appreciate
you see how
that.
beautiful that is? No, man. Oh, no. I could never hate you. I could never. It actually felt painful saying that to you. It really did. So I can't.
And real quick, because we were talking about the KTU, I'm on intertextual.bible /book /KTU
Great
/chapter
website, yeah.
/all. And it has portions of the KTU, and it's comparing them to sections of the Hebrew Bible. So I have like KTU 1.6, and it compares to Exodus 24. And the part in the KTU says, then Anthar the Brilliant went up to the utmost parts of Saphon. He sat on the throne of Valiant Baal, but his feet did not reach the footstool. But when you read in Exodus 24:10, the parallel to this is, and they saw God under Israel. Under his feet, there was something like pavement made of blue sapphire, clear like the sky itself. So it makes the comparisons to them.
Yeah, that's a really good source for all of the extra biblical literature. It's amazing. It even crosses over Jude with the Book of Enoch and all kinds of. It's a really cool website. Now, I mentioned earlier the Cuneiform Digital Library Initiative, this CDLI. It does, if you just type in KTU, it'll have quite a few of the cuneiform tablets from the KTU collection up here. It's not exhaustive. There's not that many of them, but let's see. There's like probably 10 per page, and there's like 42 pages. So there's probably like 400 of them at least. If there is a public translation for these tablets, usually they'll have it on this website under the actual KTU listing. But again, while it is big, it is not exhaustive, and a lot of them don't have translations that are public yet. So resources like what Cyber has will have a bunch of them. And there are the books as well. You might want to also check out the Context of Scripture. That is a volume that has a bunch of them translated as well. But we do have a guest on the YouTube queue, so we'll grab Ramen, and then hopefully we'll get some discussion rolling here. How you doing, Ramen?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me,
Yeah,
Justin?
I can hear you.
Yeah?
Yeah. Ramen, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you believe in the Bible?
I do not.
Okay then.
Well, I just jumped on your stream, and it seemed like it was kind of slow. So I've been a fan of your stream for a while, and it gets kind of, I don't know, you're always cooking people really bad, and I find myself trying to root for them sometimes to see if they can have something better.
Fair
And
enough.
so I hear when you talk with a lot of maybe like Catholics or Orthodox people, and they bring their kind of philosophical God to the table. But wouldn't it make sense kind of if you say I'm Catholic, like I have let other people decide what the Bible means for me, and I believe what the church says?
Yeah, I mean most Catholics do. Like even people in the Orthodox persuasion. So like if you talk to someone like Jay Dyer, the people who follow Jay Dyer, they'll say, "Oh, I don't debate what the Bible says. The church already settled it. Like I don't have to worry about it."
And or just maybe even someone would say something like, this Jesus guy was a really important guy. Some people wrote down a lot of things about him, but maybe I believe that he died and came back, or he did a bunch of miracles. I mean, at what point is it like, I don't know, because I saw a thing about religion being unfalsifiable, but if you kind of bring a falsifiable religion to the table, it seems like it's always going to get falsified.
Yeah, I mean that the point of a lot of the God claims is to make sure that the claim is unfalsifiable. That way people can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess maybe rhetorically, I think people set themselves up to get kind of, but I guess that's where the inerrancy argument is, and people are setting it up to be falsified, and
Right.
And a lot of like evangelism now seems to be, I'm gonna go on this show and prove that the Bible is a historically accurate thing, and it's not so much like, oh, I had this great experience, but
Yeah.
like I don't know, it's kind of a boring secular religion at that point, kind of, that it trying to compete in the secular worldview of historical claims.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're a Christian, you have to. You don't have a choice. Like you have to either admit that the Bible is historical or that it's not historical. If it's not historical, then you might as well just admit that it's not true. You know what I mean? So Christians are
Okay.
basically forced into competing with
Okay.
the modern notion of like whether or not something is true and valid. And as far as I can tell, the only way to do that is to try to, maybe not pretend is the right word, but try to act as though it's a historical true book,
And so how do the Catholics and the Orthodox, like they come up with their one theory, one story, one interpretation, or
What do you mean?
and ask that everybody adheres to that historical or semi-historical view of how what the Bible means.
I mean, that's the goal. The goal is to come up with a unified interpretation. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like, I've always been thinking like some of these, because with the Catholic is usually going to like believe in like a Thomistic God, right? Or something that Aquinas would come up with.
I mean, the Catholics are, while they love Aquinas, they're going to appeal to the magisterium first.
Right. And so, I don't know. I was just trying to think if there's does a Catholic have any better arguments than evangelical or
No.
That I'm aware of.
inerrancy?
No, because but what I think was happening is as
Can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Oh, hold on a second. Let me make sure
I
that
lost sound.
Oh, you lost sound? Say something again for us, Cyber.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, weird. My
you hearing me?
soundboard has suddenly decided that it's not going to pick up your audio right now. Let me check a setting real quick. That's weird. TikTok acting a fool today.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Say less. It's doing the same to me.
Say something again,
I
Simon.
can hear you, Trust. I'm hearing the echo again.
Guess I'll jump off.
Yeah,
then.
that's what I thought. I don't know why it's doing that. It's weird. The audio was working earlier, and now it's decided that it didn't want to work. That's odd. Huh.
God smited my mouth.
That's what it is. You know what? My soundboard forced... Oh, no, it is working. I apologize. Say it again, Cyber.
Yeah, I said God just smited my mouth.
Yeah, I take that back. It is working. Say one more thing.
Yeah, I was just gonna...
It's good. No, that was on his fault. Sorry, I was checking the wrong thing. It's working all the way through to where he was. Something happened to his audio.
Okay.
Sorry about that. No.
But yeah, what I was going to say, though, is it seems because when Christianity is first taken off, we see a bunch of different sects of Christianity that's just exploding, going from the Gnostics to the Marcionites to Arianism. And so we had like this infighting within the Christian faith, and it is the case that the proto-Catholics just ended up kind of winning this. And then they made it a point to kind of destroy any of their opposition, which is why like none of Marcion's writings survived, for example. But I think a lot of the early church, as they were doing these, they're kind of taken from each other, different theologies. And when you start destroying some of that text, well, you lose some of your theology. And so they had to rely on the church fathers to fill back in those gaps, but to modify it for the Catholic point of view.
Yeah. Well, we've got some guests that loaded up, so hopefully we'll get some opposition in here. I am tracking the Discord. Jackie, it did mention there is one Ugaritic text that seems to be available, but not for free. While they do have a PDF version on archive.org, I've never seen it actually available for checkout. It's the cuneiform alphabetic text from Ugarit. It's the KTU in English. I've never seen one available on the internet, only in like printed form. And I haven't purchased it at the printed form to see if in fact it actually is in English. But I know that it is available for purchase at various websites. Like you can buy it. I don't know how many volumes it is, like if you need to buy one volume or multiple volumes to get all the text in it, but that is one resource that does exist. But I'm pretty sure it's just a word list, not a translation of the tablets. I could be wrong. No, well, maybe it's a word list or not. The problem we have is we've got a lot of documentation about these tablets, including word lists and crossover lists, but I don't know if there's any unified actual translation in English. Because anyways, long story short, though, this book is purchasable. You should be able to get this book on the internet somewhere, but I've not purchased a copy of it to tell you exactly what you're going to find when you get into it. And all the electronic versions that I've been able to find are always unavailable. So I can't tell you too much about it. Jackie might know more about it than I do. Maybe Jackie's looked at it before, but I don't have a copy available myself to get. So nevertheless, it's one possible method for those still interested in the Ugaritic tablets. All right, let's bring in. I think if I could be wrong, I think Ethan might be our next piece of opposition. But Gnostic Informant was here first. Although, if this is the Gnostic Informant, I think it is. Gnostic Informant isn't a believer in Jesus, so should be interesting. How you doing, Gnostic Informant?
Good, man.
It is Neil.
How you doing, man? I actually did have a little bit of disagreement with the prompt, but it's only some nuances because obviously we agree on most of what you're saying there. But I was interested what you think about the idea. Are you familiar with Nina Livesey's work?
Nina Livesey, she was the one. She's a Paul mythicist, right?
I guess you can call it that. But yeah, she's a Pauline scholar who taught at University of Oklahoma, who thinks the Pauline epistles are pseudo epistles written in the 2nd century.
Yeah, I've not read her work. I do know that she's really popular right now. My understanding among Pauline scholarship, she's got what's like a minority opinion, but that doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't matter to me if Paul was real or not, you know?
Well, the reason why I wanted to bring up in this prompt is because if she's correct, and let's just you don't have to agree with me that she's correct. I don't even know if she's correct, in my opinion. I go back and forth. I think I read her entire book and it's fascinating. It's peer reviewed. It's got tons of primary sources. She talks about the Dutch scholars. She goes through the whole scholarship. She knows her shit, obviously. If she's right, if these pseudo-Pauline letters are 2nd century and it's actually based on the book of Acts rather than the other way around, that the character of Paul is drawing from the book of Acts to sort of give authority to look on this. I'm Paul from the 1st century. I actually met face to face with Jesus, and he came in a phantom form. So you should listen to what I'm saying. I know what I'm talking about, and to give authority to the churches, that makes a lot of sense. But it also changes everything we know about Christianity, because now we have no pre-70 AD Christian sources at all. And so the reason why I'm sitting here waiting for food, I ordered some food. I'm just listening in. I heard you say it's sort of a cope for Jesus saying that he's going to come back in like any day now, and he doesn't. So he kind of failed in that sense. But if this whole thing is post 70 AD, it's not really a cope for Jesus. It's actually a cope for the temple, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it like if Paul didn't exist, well, I got some questions.
He could still exist, and Nina could still be right. It doesn't really matter if he didn't exist or not.
Well, my thought is this: the collection for those that are in Jerusalem that is taken up in 1st and 2nd Corinthians.
Well, the collection.
Yeah, so there's talk in Corinthians about taking up a collection for those that are experiencing turmoil, trouble still in Jerusalem. And a lot of scholars have pointed towards this as demonstrating that at least parts of the Pauline corpus seem to be indicating a time period in which the Jews were under some persecution in Jerusalem, but not completely removed, not like after Bar Kokhba.
That would totally make sense for the time of for Caligula, who was wreaking havoc on Jewish communities back then. Totally.
He was.
And
He was.
And that's been the consensus for hundreds of years.
Mhm.
And I think that's fine. I think that totally makes sense. It's totally acceptable. It makes a lot of sense. But what Nina's saying is when you look at pseudo letters are trying to put themselves back in. They're not trying. It's not like he's trying to sound like a second century person. He's trying to sound like a first century person.
Mhm.
So, and her arguments are based on the linguistics of the style and the second sophistic Greek, like people like Lucian of Samosata. She thinks his Greek, Paul's Greek, lines up with Lucian's Greek a lot, second century Greek.
Sure.
There have been some scholars who push back on that, saying actually some of the second sophistic starts in the first, so he could be part of that wave. So that I'm just pointing that out. And then another argument she makes is Paul's story. His name is Saul, and he's from the tribe of Benjamin. Well, that's interesting because in Samuel, King Saul
is a Benjaminite.
Is a Benjaminite, and guess what? He's chasing around David, who's the Messiah.
From Gibeah.
He's the anointed one. And then he repents after David shows up and touches his garment. Remember, he shows up in the cave. He touches him from behind, and he turns around. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I repent for." I forgot the exact words, but he repents for chasing David around.
For dealing with the Lord's anointed, right?
Anointed. So she's saying this looks like a mimesis of Saul the Benjaminite chasing around the Christians and then being visited by the Messiah and then repenting. It's kind of a strong argument, I think.
Well, I don't know how I'd rate the strength of your argument, but it's definitely an interesting argument because, to be fair, if in fact you were going to make up a story, you'd want it to be recognizable to the audience who knows the Hebrew Bible. So you definitely would be playing on themes that hopefully they would know. In fact, one of the earlier quasi-mythicists, Michael Goulder, posited that the layout of Mark was laid out as a fictional story to mirror the reading in the temple of the Hebrew scriptures. Like if you look at the first century reading of Hebrew scriptures for the temple service, it appears that the layout of Mark follows that order.
Makes a lot of sense.
So there's a lot of really interesting theories that make sense, but my point is, for these discussions, I always want to cede as much ground as possible to the Christian. So, because I want them to baby step towards my position rather than asking them to jump over the chasm,
Right. Yeah. And I guess the only thing I was calling in to say is if that's the case, if this is all just a post 70, the temple's destroyed, we need something that's because if you think about the political situation in 70 AD, you had hundreds of tens of thousands at least of Jewish people living in urban cities like Corinth and Ephesus and the cities that Paul writes to, for example, and even Alexandria and Antioch, Syria, whatnot, and Pergamum. Anyways, those urban dwelling Judeans who are Hellenized, they were sending tithes to the temple. This is part of their cult. This is part of the whole Second Temple period. Now that's over with. So now it looks like there's a race to sort of take over what's going to happen next. And it seems like this sort of makes sense. And I guess what I'm saying is, in the sense, it's not failed if you look at it that perspective, like a corporation. But from an apocalyptic prophecy point of view, I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I haven't read Nina Lipsey yet. To be fair, I haven't read much of the mythicist literature. I've been kind of famously dragging my feet on it just because it's not necessary for what I'm doing. But
I agree.
I have to say, if mythicism or even some of the arguments from mythicism can demonstrate that a lot of these letters were written at a very late period, that would be actually pretty helpful. That's why I really love Jaron's work. He's doing the oh shoot, what's the word I'm looking for? The stylometric analysis on these texts, which I think is really important. I don't think a thorough stylometric analysis has been done on a lot of these texts, not since the computer age. And so it's pretty exciting to look at some of this information and be like, hey, we have assumed for a long time that these letters were written relatively close to the time period of the people that supposedly wrote them, but it doesn't really seem to be the case.
Yeah. And after this, I'll get going because I'm sure you want some disagreements. There's another scholar who I can't think of right now, who is a textual linguistic scholar, He has nothing. He's not even a biblical scholar at all. Like total Roman history linguistic scholar who wrote a paper, and I'll send it. I'll send you the paper when I get a chance through DMs. Who says that in Pliny the Younger's letters to Trajan, the part that looks the most like a forgery is the part where he talks about Christians.
Not shocking.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that like because that's one of the first sources that actually mentions Jesus. And if he's right about that, it's like the whole thing's moving back into the 2nd century now.
Right.
Well, hold on. It doesn't talk about Jesus. His letter just mentions it is the first. Yeah, it does mention Christians. Good point. And it mentions like they worshipped a Christ as a god. But Jesus isn't mentioned in it. But the thing with Pliny the Younger's letter is it kind of proves the persecution narrative from the Christian side wrong, because Pliny was a governor, he was a senator, he's serving in 111, he's at the end of his career, and he writes to Trajan that he doesn't know what to do with these Christians. He doesn't know what to do with them. But if 2 emperors before him put open season on the Christians, well, then he should know. And he mentions, look, I know they're religious because, and he lists a bunch of things that they do that tells him that they're a religion. And in Rome, 1, you're not allowed to meet in masses publicly. Pliny also writes how he had to punish a volunteer fire department because they didn't have a permit to meet together. And they're a volunteer fire department. But when Trajan's response to him is very unique. Trajan says, don't hunt them down. Like, only punish them if they actually commit crimes.
Opposite. It's the
opposite
he says, of what we're
leave
told
them alone.
about early Christianity. The only time when Christians really were like in really bad trouble was under Diocletian, I would say, and then Decius had a couple rough years too. So it's later. It's in the 3rd century when they start, not in the 2nd or 1st. So the Severan dynasty actually minted coins in Antioch, Syria, with Bible scenes on them. They were being friendly to the Christians. By the way, I sent the link to the art. The scholar's name is Enrico Tucinardi, and he said I sent you the link in the chat. You can check it out.
Okay. I appreciate that. Good to hear from you, Neil.
Yeah, good to see you. I'll be listening while I eat my food. I'm enjoying it. So
absolutely. Cheers, buddy.
All right, see you later.
Gnostic informant. Also, Jackie, thanks for unchecking out the book. It was what as I thought. It looks like it's just a transliteration into typical English letters, not a translation. Which is, to be fair, this is how we learned, and the Cuneiform Digital Library will be the same way when you look it up there. This is how, when I was in school, I learned. We started doing Akkadian. Akkadian has a lot of different symbols. So rather than memorizing 2,000 symbols, you actually learn to translate the transliteration. So you would take this, which is what it sounds like if you pronounced it, and you would translate that into English. So as far as I can tell, the cuneiform alphabetic text from Ugarit by, who did this one in 1995? I forget who did this one, but it doesn't appear to have any translations in it. It's just the transliteration of the Ugaritic into readable text that you can then translate yourself. So if you have a dictionary of Ugaritic and you know the grammar well enough to deal with the grammar, you can probably start translating these yourself. I didn't take Ugaritic when I was in school. I only took Akkadian, so I wouldn't be able to translate it from the transliteration. But for anyone who's got enough free time on their hands, you can start dabbling with the transliteration without memorizing all the symbols. Although in Ugaritic, there's only like 22 symbols. They were the first people, other than the Phoenicians, and they did a consonantal language, just like English, but rather than using Phoenician symbols, they just used 22 Akkadian symbols. So it functions just like Phoenician, but they use Akkadian symbols, that's all. Let's get Ethan in here, and hopefully we'll have some opposition. We're really looking for someone to provide some opposition, and then after Ethan, I'm going to catch up on a couple super chats, and hopefully we'll have some more opposition after that. How you doing, Ethan?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Ethan, are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Bible God?
Yes, to both.
Awesome. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
I would disagree with that. Yep.
Sure. Is there any one of the three that you want to start with, or should we start from the beginning?
It's a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult. I mean, I don't think you could say it's failed.
Sure.
Just because, I mean, there's churches all over the world. People still worship Christ every day, every Sunday. Praise his name. I mean.
So when I say failed, I'm saying it's a failed apocalyptic movement.
I see.
So according to the New Testament writers and Jesus himself, the apocalypse was right around the corner. Jesus was supposed to be coming back, and the world was going to be completely wiped out and renewed within that generation. And of course, it didn't happen. Now, the fact that his believers kind of reframed the discussion, I don't think is relevant to whether or not it's a failed apocalyptic cult. So that's where I'm coming from with that. Were you aware of the passages that predict Jesus's second coming imminently?
Yes, I am. I just think I think there's always been multiple ways to interpret that. I don't think you're alone in thinking that Jesus himself even said, it's this generation, or Paul thought it would be his generation, But, I mean, ever since, the early church fathers, Polycarp, whoever, I don't think they've always interpreted those passages the same as you do.
Well, I'm not so sure that they didn't. I'm pretty familiar with the church fathers, and they thought that the end was imminent as well. Like every church father thought that it was right around the corner for the same reasons that the Pauline letters say the same thing, right? So like he talks to people in 1 Corinthians 7 about marriage and business and whatnot. He's like, hey, if you're single, stay single. Even if you're married, pretend like you're not married. And he says to do all this, says, we need like a couple more verses in here. Let me grab all the way to 35. There we go. And those who deal with the world as though they had no dealings with it, for the present form of this world is passing away. So Paul is writing to the Corinthians saying, hey, listen, y'all, there's no point in getting married. There's no point in having children right now. The present form of the world is passing away. But it simply didn't.
Yeah. I mean, I think you come a couple ways at that. Like, yeah, I mean, every generation of Christians, since the time of Christ, there's been different people to say, hey, this is a generation, he's coming back. And there's different people who would say, hey, Christ also says there's no man who knows the day or the hour, not even Christ himself, but only the Father in heaven knows. I mean, like when Christ says, there'll be wars and rumors of wars, I look at that as Christ saying, the time of the end will be just like any other time, kind of, there's always wars and there's always rumors of wars going on.
So I agree with you on that. Now, the passage you're referring to in the Olivet Discourse in Matthew 24 seems to suggest that all of this is going to happen at that time period, right? It says in return, when he returned to the discourse after rumors of wars, he says immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as his branches become tender and put forth his leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near, at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. So it seems that Jesus is giving you a kind of a cutoff date.
Yeah, with the last verse there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would just disagree with the idea that Jesus saying that makes him automatically failed. I mean, even C.S. Lewis came down on the end of, like he said, that Jesus was mistaken in that with him saying that like his knowledge of his own second coming was not known to him yet, kind of, in a way.
So
I just think just because that one verse doesn't make me discount all of Christianity.
Well, he said it on 3 different occasions that his coming was going to be imminent. He says it again in Matthew 16, 27, and 28, and in Matthew 10, 23.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So if Jesus was under the impression that he was coming back like within that generation, and Paul thought he was coming back in that generation, the book of Hebrews, the book of Revelation all say that he's coming back immediately. It just seems to be like the entire religion itself, was wrong about when he was coming back.
I mean, I guess you can take it that way, but there's been people now for 2,000 years that have not taken it that way.
Well, they're not reading the book.
And I think this gets furthered too, because how often do you hear Christians saying, they're telling their kids, you're going to definitely see this in your lifetime. And then it doesn't happen. And what do? They just tell their kids, you will see this in your lifetime. It's just something that's just been passed down for 2,000 years.
Yeah. What I would say is, Christians also believe in the death and resurrection, of course. And it's like, if I actually fully believe in the resurrection, then like just because Jesus said this one thing about his return, and there's multiple interpretations on what he could have meant, I mean, I don't think it's not a reason to discount your faith.
Well, I think there are other reasons. Like the failed apocalypse is one thing, but we can also discuss, the other failure, which is that Jesus was supposed to be the Messiah that ushered in the new age. Like the end of the old age, the beginning of the new age is dawning when the Messiah comes. And well, I believe you think he did, but that certainly doesn't seem to be the case. He didn't fulfill even one messianic prophecy from the Hebrew Bible, so he didn't get that right either.
Well, I would just say that there's no single person that has ever lived on earth that has affected this much, or has affected life on earth as much as Jesus of Nazareth.
Other than Muhammad.
Yeah, I guess you could say it's up for debate, but I would say the entire world, hinged on the crucifixion of Christ. Like his crucifixion changed the entire moral line of the Western world. No doubt about it.
No. So I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think that to be the case. So I also don't think it's relevant, right? Like just because Jesus is wildly popular doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he fulfilled the requirements.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I didn't say I guess he did, but I just think, yeah, nobody on earth has changed life on earth as much as Jesus Christ. I don't think that's
what?
Of all the armies that have ever sailed.
I don't actually. Right, but Ethan, I don't know if that's true, but I also don't care if it's true. Whether or not Jesus was influential has nothing to do with whether or not the things that he said or the things that the Bible said is true.
I see. Have you ever experienced a miracle?
No, but it's also irrelevant because...
So you never had your own miraculous healing?
Because people...
That you prayed to God to be healed?
Because people in every religion experience what they think are miracles, right? In fact, there's one guy named John of God who is known to have done hundreds and hundreds of miracles, and
I'm asking you.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't care, right? Because miracle stories exist in every religion, which can only mean one of two things: either all of those gods are real, or none of them are real, and this is psychosomatic stuff. It's easy to convince yourself that a miracle has happened if you want to believe it.
Did you convince yourself that you were healed?
Oh, I know who you're talking to. Or
were you actually healed?
I know who you're talking to. I know who I'm talking to, actually. You called in not that long ago wanting to debate me on a story that I told a long time ago when I was still a Christian. And I told you I wasn't going to do it.
You're probably thinking of something.
So I'll tell you the same thing I told either you or the last guy. We're not here for that. I'm not interested in that. I told you why miracle stories aren't convincing to me. So if you could respond to that, that'd be great.
What's the question again? I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend you.
You didn't offend me. What I'm saying is, for the reason I just laid out, I don't believe that miracle stories are compelling evidence for Christianity or for any other religion, because they don't singularly just happen in Christianity. They happen in all the other religions, which means either all of those gods are real or none of them real, and it's happening in your head.
Or there's some miracles that actually happened and some that didn't, and some people lied and others didn't. Like I believe the accounts of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John I think the resurrection really happened. I think the miracle
Why?
of Christ really happened.
Why?
Why? Why? Because I don't think Second Temple Jews would make up the Messiah dying on a cross and rising again,
I
and then
don't.
hinge their entire faith on his death and resurrection,
Well, I think they would.
and say without the resurrection, like we're the most pitied of all people. That's what Paul said.
Yeah, First
Paul went from
Corinthians 15. I'm aware
Paul
of
went
it.
from killing Christians
hmm
to preaching Christ.
I'm sure he did. I think
That
he had a near-death experience when he fell off his horse, and that's fine. Those
well,
types of
that's
things
I mean that's
happen, but that doesn't have anything to do with anything I've said, right? So when
okay.
I'm
You just asked me to clarify the miracle point of view, and I felt like I did. It's perfectly reasonable to think that if God exists, he could uh, mess with his own fabric of reality and change it, i.e., what we would call a miracle. And I think Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are historically reliable. I think there's
you want to
nothing to
read,
say.
you want to read Matthew chapter 1. Matthew chapter 1 starts out with like 5 mistakes.
Yeah, well, that's your point of view. I mean, there's
No, I,
scholars
I'm
that
gonna.
come down on
Well,
all
no, it's
sides
just
of it.
textually
No,
true.
it's just true.
It's just
I can show it to
factual.
you.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yep, the lineage. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's easy. It says that Uzziah was the father of Jotham.
Hey, how
And
about you talk about
Jotham.
Beth, Justin? Your mother and Beth?
Who the fuck is Beth?
Yeah, I don't know either. You
I
tell
knew.
me.
I knew. Yeah, I know exactly who this is. You're what a
You don't know
tool.
me.
Why are you pretending to know my mother?
Because
What
I've
a
read some things you've written in the past, and you
what
mentioned
a
how your
what a
mother in the
fucking
hospital.
clown. What a fucking clown. I
This is
told you
creepy.
I don't get on the internet to talk about my personal life. So again, I'll tell you the same thing I told you last time you came up here trying to talk about my fucking family members. It'll never fucking happen. Either you want to talk about the text and the substance, or you can get the fuck out of here. You're not going to talk about my mother or her personal experiences or any of my personal experiences that I discussed with my own fucking mother that you weren't present for. Do you understand? We're not talking about private conversations I had with my mother. I don't know how the fuck you know her, but this is not happening on my live stream. Do you understand?
Okay, yeah, you don't have to swear at me. I mean,
I'm
Justin,
going to
these are
swear
things
at
you talked
you.
about.
I'm going to swear at you because I already told you what's happening right now. We're reading Matthew. I'm not letting you deviate on my mother's personal life or mine. It's super fucking
Boundaries,
weird,
dude.
dude.
And
So
real quick, just to
again,
be clear, you understand what consent is. You already tried to bring something up. Justin made it clear that that wasn't going to be talked about, but yet you're trying to weasel it in. So, do you know what consent is?
he does not.
I do know what consent is.
All right,
Okay.
so just honor what Justin wants to keep the topic on. It's not hard.
I mean, you had no problem talking about it, on Quora, but I guess you do now. So I'm sorry. I really
This
didn't mean to
guy
offend you.
apparently really
Bro.
been stalking me and apparently my family on the internet. What a fucking weirdo.
That's,
Do you want to talk
this is
about the text or
creepy.
not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now mock me because I'm a Christian. Yep. Come on, do your shtick.
In the book of Matthew, it gives
yep.
you.
Tell me your interpretation of this. Yep.
It gives you the father of Uzziah.
Okay. Yep. It's because it's not like the high priests in the first century checked Jesus'
Who's
genealogy.
Who's the father of Uzziah?
They knew well that he was from the line of David. There's
Who's
no
the
doubt
father
about it.
of Uzziah in the Bible?
What's that?
Who's the father of Uzziah in the Bible?
I don't know. Tell me, Justin.
It's not fucking Joram. There are 3 individuals that exist between Joram and Uzziah. There are 3 generations missing here. All you got to do is turn over the book of Chronicles and find it. Why did Matthew just leave out 3 generations between Joram and Uzziah?
I don't know. Why did he?
I'm asking
He's
you.
lying.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I would think in first century Judea, there's probably multiple ways to write genealogy.
He says Joram is the father of Uzziah. Remember, this is a genealogy. He's saying so and so begat so and so, but so and so didn't begat so and so.
Okay.
Do you see the problem yet?
No, I don't put near the amount of like exact weight that you do in the genealogy. I mean,
Well, you
I
said the
think it's
Bible
all
was
about
historically accurate.
yeah,
That's
like
the
it's
problem.
recording. I think the record of the resurrection is historically reliable.
What you
What we're
said the
talking
Bible
about
was.
is Matthew.
Let's not pivot.
Like that's
Okay,
what's
yeah.
called a goalpost shift.
Yeah, we're not talking about the
Okay,
resurrection.
so
We're talking about the genealogy.
yeah, because you guys don't want to talk about the resurrection.
I'm more than
Well, no,
happy to talk
because
about the
your words
resurrection.
were
We can talk
Yeah, go
about the
ahead.
resurrection. It's even worse.
yeah,
Yeah,
but your words were the Bible is the gospel authors are historically accurate. Justin is showing you where that's not the case. And then you try to do a goalpost shift to the resurrection. So lock in, stay locked in, stay on target, stay on the tracking train. It's not hard.
Okay, I mean, I just don't think I think you're putting too much weight in like his genealogy.
buddy, this was your statement
This
that the
is
Bible
wild.
is historically accurate. I'm showing you where it's not historically accurate.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have
Okay.
said it if you didn't want to talk about it.
That's fine. I mean, I would. Different people come down on all sides of this issue. You act like your viewpoint on
Buddy,
this is the
it's
stone
your
cold.
it's your claim, not mine.
You said it. We didn't bring it
Yeah,
up.
And
You
I'm
did.
saying,
And actually, Justin did you a solid by not making you prove your claim. He actually did you a solid, and now you're just trying to get away from it.
so do you think like the high priests in the first century did not check Jesus's genealogy?
They didn't
And
have
you
it.
think
They didn't have
'cause-
it, and if they did, they crucified
why do
him
you think they didn't have it? They definitely
because
had
he
it.
was a blasphemer. How would they have it?
Because they kept track of tribal lineage, and
They
it was
did not.
destroyed in 70 AD.
No, they didn't.
How do you know that?
Prove the claim. You said it. Prove that that the temple was keeping track of everyone's lineage.
I don't know. I've heard multiple.
Oh, now
people
I
say,
don't
hey,
know. People are saying Trump says it a lot too. Are you from Trump School
Yeah.
of Resources?
Yeah, I'm VP.
People are saying. Some people have said, "Hey, when was Jesus born?" Because in Matthew he was born prior to the death of Herod, and in Luke he was
I
born
love this one.
probably about 10 years after Herod died.
I don't know. Circa 80 0. Circa 0.
Well, there's no circa 0. That's not how the timeline works.
There's a
Okay.
10-year gap. And Quirinius and Herod never served together. We know from Tacitus and Philo and artifacts that we found what Quirinius was doing during the reign of Herod. And he wasn't in Syria and he wasn't in Judea. So so
So
explain
why
the
do
10-year
you
gap.
put the weight of that source over the weight of the New Testament authors?
The New Testament contradict themselves too on his birth. That's what we're saying, right? So what we know for a fact is that Quirinius was not governor until Herod was already dead, according to the Bible and according to other texts.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, you want to get to the resurrection?
Sure, yeah. What's the evidence that Jesus
Yeah,
resurrected?
that's not a good idea.
What's the evidence that he resurrected?
Yeah.
I would say the accounts of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the way the disciples lived out the remainder of their lives afterwards.
Well, they didn't write us anything. We don't know how they lived out the remainder of their lives. People who lived hundreds
Matthew,
of
Mark,
years
Luke,
after
and John
them.
are accounts of and Acts are disciples or are accounts of the disciples' lives and Jesus' life. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Acts.
I'm sorry,
Acts
was
is
Mark a
literally the
disciple?
book-
Was
Was
Luke
Mark
a disciple?
What?
Was Mark a disciple? And what does Mark say about the disciples after Jesus' death?
Mark says that he what? Yeah, I know that's the one that ends shortly. But why do you discount Mark, and why don't you take the end of Luke,
Buddy,
Matthew, or John as seriously?
I'm more than happy to talk about all four of them. I'm talking about Mark right now. What does Mark
yeah,
say?
and you want to talk about Mark because that's the one that ends how you want it to.
Because it's the first fucking gospel. So we'll try this again.
That is totally up for debate. That's totally
it's not up for debate.
Don't act like that's
so we'll
just
try this
a
again.
cut and dry fact.
We're going to get to
Mark is the
every
first
one of
gospel.
them if you actually pay attention. So was Mark writing anything about what happened to the disciples, their ultimate fate or ministry after Jesus died?
Nope. Acts does
Okay.
that.
So Mark is not a source for what happened to the disciples later on. What about Matthew?
What do you mean?
Does Matthew describe the life of the disciples after Jesus died?
No, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and
There
John
we go.
are accounts of Jesus' life, and Acts is the account of
there you go.
of the early church.
There. So you should have just said Acts. Well, you said Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Okay, so what do we learn about the disciples in the book of Acts? Do we learn how all of them died, where they traveled to? Do we learn anything about their? Oh, well, then your claim is stupid because we don't know about the life of the disciples after Jesus' death. We have a small
we
glimpse
know they all went and proclaimed
in the book of Acts.
Christ risen in all the synagogues.
I'm sure they did.
So why would they do that, Justin? Why did they do that?
Because they were tricked, just like other people were tricked into believing that other people had resurrected. Are you aware that there were other religions based on resurrected individuals?
Yes. Nero.
Okay.
People said Nero resurrected. But
In fact, even the Bible said that Nero resurrected. Are you aware that there's others like Aristeas? Are you aware that there's even Ramses II claimed to have come back from the dead? Also Alcestis. We've got all kinds of people that resurrected from the dead.
Jesus was crucified.
There we
as a
go.
criminal.
Fantastic.
Why would they? What benefit did they have
Aristeas wasn't popular until he resurrected.
What's that?
Aristeas wasn't popular until he resurrected. He was just some fool that died in a soap shop.
Okay, well, Nero was popular.
So what? I'm not talking about Nero. You are.
Okay,
Aristeas was not a religious leader, nor was he popular. Because he was a fucking criminal. So again,
okay, wow.
Aristeas died. He was a nobody. He died and was deified, and a religion started around him. There are
I've
many.
never even heard of that. So
I
that
know
sounds to
because
me more of a failed religion than Christianity.
Because it's not a religion that I'm saying is important. What I'm saying is we have lots of resurrection accounts of people in the ancient world, some of them that are quite well documented. I have no reason to believe the resurrection of your failed Messiah any more than the resurrection of Aristeas.
Okay, so why did Paul go from persecuting Christians to death to
I already told you. Did you hear my response?
Yes, you said he fell off a horse and had a near-death experience.
Sure. Do you think that my response is going to change if you ask a second time?
No, I would just say
that. Oh, then I don't know why you asked a second time then. I don't think so at all. Because we have a lot of information that people have near-death experiences. They happen all the fucking time.
Okay, yeah, I would just say Jesus' resurrection is better attested to any other resurrection.
Well, you'd be wrong.
There's 4 different sources for it.
No, there's not.
And
Mark wasn't there. Luke wasn't there. John isn't written by John. Matthew isn't written by Matthew. We don't have a single eyewitness that actually records the resurrection. However, Aristeas records the resurrection. Actually, historians record Aristeas' resurrection. In Herodotus, you have it in Pliny the Elder, Apollonius, Diodorus, and Plutarch.
Okay, yeah. Okay. We'll just disagree. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to disagree.
Listen, we're into a case where, like, when you're on the bench in a trial and the witness changes his stance or his argument or his story after cross-examination, let's just be very clear here. The jury, which is chat, knows what that means.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't really put the worth of my faith in what the chat says.
Should be what the book says, and your inability
and
to
says,
defend
hey, Jesus resurrected.
It also says
Paul goes from murdering Christians to saying, hey, I'm the worst of all, but guess what? This man appeared to me, and so I'm going to worship him. He literally goes to the synagogue and stands up and says, hey,
if you believe the story, I don't believe the fucking story. So again, just because the book says something doesn't mean
you believe the ending of Mark, but you don't believe the ending.
Just because the book says a thing doesn't mean that I should believe what it says. For the same reason you don't believe that Aristeas rose from the dead and appeared to the people of Metapontion and Proconnesus. You don't believe that. A bunch of historians said it happened. The people of Proconnesus said it happened, but you don't believe it happened. So what I'm saying is, A book saying it happened isn't proof that it happened. And one of the reasons
I don't think it is either.
One of the reasons why I'm especially skeptical of the Jesus resurrection is because the book says a bunch of shit that's not true. If you just look at Matthew chapter 1, Matthew chapter 2, at all the many birth miracles and prophecies, all you need is 5 minutes to see that none of those are actual prophecies about Jesus. They're all lies and copes made up by Matthew. So if Matthew is going to lie to me and make up false prophecies about Jesus that were never actually fulfilled, I have no reason to believe that this is a credible witness of shit.
Okay, yeah, I think he did fulfill prophecy.
We know you think he did. What prophecy did he fulfill?
Jesus, in the beginning of his ministry, he pulls out a scroll and reads from Isaiah. And
That's
he says,
Luke
I am the
chapter
Son
4.
of Man.
No.
No, and he says,
Isaiah
what else does he
61.
say? He says, you will see the Son of Man risen up, just like how in the
That's
desert.
a different passage.
Okay.
I can read it for you, though. It's in Luke chapter 4, and he misappropriates Isaiah 61. It says, the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it is written, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. And he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down, and the eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. If I open Isaiah 61, what kind of prophecy do you think I'm going to find there?
I don't know. What are you going to find?
Not a prophecy about the Messiah. It's a prophecy about the rebuilding of the Israelite cities after the Babylonian exile. In fact, all of Isaiah 61 is about the post-Babylonian captives coming back. The Spirit of the Lord is upon the actual prophet here. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because he's the one that's speaking. Because the Lord has anointed me, and he has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and release to the prisoners. Notice nothing about blind people here. Jesus added that part.
So you think
proclaim liberty.
The audience?
You'll find out if you keep listening. To proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God. Interesting, Jesus left that part off. And to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion. Why are people mourning in Zion? Because the Babylonians fucked them up, but they're no longer captives. They're coming back. It says to give them garland instead of ashes, oil of gladness instead of mourning, a mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins and raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations. This is a prophecy being brought by the prophet, saying that they're going to be restored. The Israelite cities that the Babylonians destroyed are going to be rebuilt, and they're going to be restored, which means this has nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever.
So, do you think the audience that Jesus spoke those verses to, do you think the meaning of it was lost on them?
I don't think that
he was talking
even
about himself
spoke those words, because Jesus quoted
then I don't even know what we're talking about.
roughly from the Greek Septuagint, and he wouldn't have been quoting from the Greek Septuagint in a synagogue. Clearly, he would have been reading either from a Hebrew scroll or from an Aramaic scroll, possibly Aramaic scroll, most likely from the Hebrew scroll. He wouldn't have been reading from a Greek translation in an actual Jewish synagogue. Luke is obviously making up a story about Jesus.
And this isn't the first time that the gospel authors, either Jesus actually misquotes or the gospel authors get it wrong. We see with Mark chapter 2 and 1 Samuel 21, where Jesus gets the high priest wrong. Jesus says that the high priest was Abiathar, but the story in Samuel says it's Ahimelech.
That's a good one. That's always made me kind of puzzled too. I'm like, what does that mean? But I mean, I don't think the people he was speaking to, I think the meaning of that was not lost on them at all. They knew exactly what he meant.
Doesn't matter. The question is whether or not the book says true things. If it repeatedly says things that are untrue, I have no reason to believe it as a trustworthy source.
Okay. I mean, I just think different people have different, standards of evidence and stuff. And what I've
Yeah.
seen in my life, I'm completely faithful in Jesus, and I mean, he's worked in my life. I've seen him work. If I denied him, I'd be lying to myself. But
Well, I
I
don't know at
understand
what
where you're
point.
coming. But I
I
understand
would
where you're
say I
coming
don't know
from,
at what
and you
point.
require a certain burden of proof, and I respect that. But I just say, you know what? I've seen too much. I think the people who wrote the Gospels are telling the truth. I don't think they have any reason to lie about it. But I mean, yeah, I
Well,
really
I don't know
I
at
don't mean
what
to.
point. I don't know what point in this conversation you got off a horse and fell off of it and somehow got so concussed you forgot what your claim was. Your claim was that the gospel writers are historically correct. That was what your claim is. And again, every time we've refuted your claim, you've just pivoted and goalpost shifted and tried to jump to the next point. You haven't defended your argument, you've just jumped away.
Okay, so what? Do you think every biblical scholar falls on your side of the argument when it comes to the genealogy in Mark or Matthew and or whoever? No, they don't. So
Actually,
don't
yeah,
act
that that
like
actually
you
is
stand
the
on the
case.
only.
Yeah. If you just read any New Testament scholarship, they're going to tell you that the reason why we've got 3 missing generations is because Matthew doesn't know how to read Hebrew. He quotes from the Greek text, and the Greek text is flawed. It's missing 3 generations.
Okay, so he's still talking about the same generations. It's like
No, he's
you
not.
just
There's
skipped
3 of
through
them
a couple.
missing. Yeah,
But it's
exactly.
the same lineage, is it not?
It's the same lineage, but he's listing each and
Okay,
every
so then it's
generation.
like
He even counts them.
so.
Pay attention.
Okay, I'm
Matthew
paying
is making
attention.
a specific argument about the number of generations. In fact, he says there's 3 sets of 14. Give me a second. I got a TikTok's asking me to confirm that I'm still alive. 1 second. There we go. Put it back
No
on the
problem.
board. He's making an argument about the number of generations, which he's wrong, by the way. He can't fucking count because he's an idiot. Says, so all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David to the deportation to Babylon, 14 generations, and from the deportation to Babylon to the Messiah, 14 generations. That's just
Yeah.
not true. You wouldn't get that if you're reading the Hebrew Bible because there's not 14. And also, the last set of 14 is actually 13. He accidentally double counts Jeconiah.
I see. Well, I mean that, like, to me, that doesn't. Even if you're right, like, let's say I grant that you're 100% right. You're like, yep. I'm like, yep. He is wrong or he's mistaken about the genealogy, and it's not the number of generations he wants it to. That doesn't make me go, oh well, I'm gonna stop believing in Christ then. And I don't
Would you
think that
stop
would be a
believing
good
in?
reason for anybody.
Would it give you reason to pause with Matthew at least that what he's writing is historically correct?
I mean, the whole story of Jesus is completely incredible.
Again,
the whole
you're
'Cause
just
it's
thing, the
trying
whole
to
fiction.
thing should
claw
give you
away from
pause.
your original
Then
claim.
it's not
Your
historical.
original claim was. Oh, sorry, Trust. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna pipe in and just say then you can't call it historical. I mean, if we're looking at the historicity of, say, George Washington crossing the Delaware, and then one historian claims it happened in 1933, are you going to say, well, we should just overlook that and just, the point is Washington crossed Delaware? Well, no, you would discount that historian, wouldn't you?
No, but you would say, well, he definitely crossed the Delaware, though.
Okay,
Why?
but that's the problem, is that you can't verify
Because there's
that.
multiple sources.
I mean, that's my
pointing to the
that's my
same event.
name.
But we
Yeah.
don't have multiple sources in the Bible, is my
We
point.
don't have
we
multiple
have
sources for this.
There
Yeah.
you go. We have got
Okay,
sources
Matthew,
written
Mark, Luke, and John are all
decades.
independent sources.
They're not. Matthew and Luke copy directly from Mark. This is not something that's debated in
Whole
scholarship.
cloth? You think they copied from him whole cloth and didn't consult any other sources?
I didn't
Didn't
say
know
that.
their own stories?
Maybe if you actually listen
Okay.
to what I say, you'd stop mischaracterizing what I'm about to say. What I'm saying is, like, 98% of Mark is copied in Matthew and Luke, and then they have an additional source. That additional source
It's
is
almost
typically
like after Mark,
it's almost like, shut the fuck up and let me finish what I'm saying, dummy. Matthew and Luke copy directly from Mark, word for word in some cases, with only teeny tiny minor variations and corrections to what Mark says. They don't copy from each other. The passages that they copy from Mark, it's clear that they didn't copy it from each other, because it follows the word order of Mark and not the word order of each other. That being said, there's another source that scholars think they were working from, typically referred to as the Q source. This accounts for the shared material in Matthew and Luke that doesn't show up in Mark. And then each gospel has a tiny fraction of stuff that is unique to Luke and unique to Matthew, stuff that only they mention. So what I'm saying is Matthew and Luke copy from Mark. The majority of the gospels are copied from Mark. He wasn't an eyewitness. He wasn't there. And he's writing probably around 72, already after the fall of the temple. So if you are there, if you're Matthew and you think he actually wrote Matthew, why is he copying most of his gospel from a guy who wasn't there? Even his own conversion story, he copies in third person from Mark. Why would you copy your own conversion story in the third person from somebody who wasn't there?
Because Mark wrote for Peter.
Prove it.
I can't prove it.
So it's just a dumb claim then. We have no reason to believe that Mark wrote for Peter, and the only source we have for this in the early church also says really dumb shit about Mark. Papias, first of all, we don't have any writings from Papias. We have only what Eusebius preserved, and Eusebius said he was an idiot, because he was an idiot. He said things about the Gospels that simply weren't true. We have no reason to believe that Mark was writing Peter's account, and if he was writing Peter's account, then again, we should not find contradictions between Peter's account and John's account, but we find a lot of that. If Peter and John were both there, we shouldn't find contradictions between Mark and John, but there's a bunch.
What
and the question I have real quick,
Mark and John?
I have just a quick question. So you're saying he's writing Peter's account. Well, who do you believe wrote 1st and 2nd Peter?
Peter.
Did Mark write that too?
Peter.
So Peter wrote it, so Peter's capable of writing in your worldview, right? So why wouldn't Peter write his own gospel?
Who knows? I don't know.
That's a good point.
Like, that's just a goofy thought. Peter had time to write 1st and 2nd Peter, but he doesn't have time to write his gospel.
1st and 2nd Peter are also a different audience, different purpose for the letters. It could be multiple reasons. I'm not sure.
Hey, why did Peter not write his own gospel if he could write?
I'm not sure.
Seems like a weird thing if Peter knew how to write, that he would write a letter but not write his own gospel. And also, the book of Acts says that he was illiterate, which is another problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure Jesus knew how to write. I don't know why he didn't write anything, but that doesn't give me, like, pause on my faith, you know?
Sure. Hey, if Peter and John were both at the crucifixion, how come they don't actually agree on when Jesus was crucified?
What do you mean when?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean, yeah. It's 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him.
According to Mark.
Okay.
According to John, he was still on trial at noon. When Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus outside and sat on the judge's bench at a place called the Stone Pavement, or in Hebrew, Gabbatha. Now it was the day of preparation for Passover, and it was about noon.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was he alive at noon or dead or on the cross at 9? What's going on here?
I'm not sure. That's a good question, though.
If they were both there, if Mark
you make me want to
for
investigate my faith, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, you should. If Mark was writing for Peter and Peter was there, we should expect no differences between Peter and John if you think John was actually there.
So if you and I go to the same event and John, writes his gospel in 70 to 90 sometime, and Mark writes his, 15 years earlier. So if you and I go to the same event and then I talk about it 15 years later after you do, you don't think there's going to be a couple discrepancies between the two stories?
A 3-hour time difference, though?
Even more than 3 hours, because
even more than that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he was still on trial at noon.
Yeah.
Listen, if the most important man that has ever lived...
What's the full passage from Mark? I'd like to read
the most important man who ever lived was with you, you were with them when he died, you're gonna know if it was at breakfast time or lunch.
Yeah, I don't know why that little detail, would not make anybody question their faith. It's like, well, it's two people telling the same story. They obviously both think he was crucified.
It's crazy that you keep reframing it as like this should be the end of your faith. What I said was that I find it dubious that these are eyewitness accounts because two eyewitnesses that were there would agree on the details, and they don't agree on details that should be plain and obvious. The reason why you should doubt your faith isn't because of this one discrepancy. It should be because of the hundreds of discrepancies in these accounts, and also because the Bible repeatedly says things that are not historical. It contradicts itself, and again, Jesus himself has fulfilled exactly 0 messianic prophecies, which means he's, well, again, show me one that he did.
Justin, I mean, there's lists of like 120 miracles that
give us one.
Or prophecies
give us one. Give us one. I'll give you $100 for every one you can get me.
I believe in Isaiah 53, but you don't. So
hey, I bet you I can name one before he does.
Bring it up. What's that?
What do you say, Trust?
Oh, I just said I bet you I can name one before you do, Ethan.
Here, yeah, recycle the joke. Recycle it. Come on, let's hear it.
Who could have guessed Isaiah 53 was going to get brought up?
Yep.
That's literally my Maccabean revolt.
Hey, does the prophet tell us who the servant is ever?
Who, Isaiah?
Yeah.
He says he's from the root of Jesse.
The stump of Jesse, that's chapter 11.
Stump of Jesse, excuse me.
But does he give you an identity of the servant, not the Messiah?
I think some people would say yes.
Sure, what's he say?
What do you mean? He doesn't mention Jesus by name.
Well, he doesn't mention the Messiah
it's
at all.
I think it could be clearly interpreted that he's obviously talking about a coming Messiah.
No, definitely
and
not.
Jews at the time believed that. There's certain Jews at the time did believe it. Certain Jews at the time did not believe it.
There were certain Jews at the time that thought the teacher of righteousness in the Essene community was the Messiah based on Isaiah 53. And it's a meaningless interpretation just because
and they were
some
wrong.
people
Check his grave.
I know,
see if he's got an empty grave.
And you're wrong as well. So we're just going to go through the passage in 2nd Isaiah and show you why it's not about Jesus. It's pretty easy.
2nd Isaiah, that's interesting.
That's what it's called. If you have read any scholarship in the Bible, you would know that 2nd Isaiah is a separate unit from 1st Isaiah.
Well, thank you for belittling my intelligence.
You did it all on your own, don't worry. Isaiah 41, the prophet says, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I've chosen you, not cast you off." So according to Isaiah 41, 8-9, who's the servant?
Israel.
All right, so we got one positive identification for the servant. Isaiah 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I've chosen." Witnesses is plural, isn't it?
Interesting, yes.
Okay, and then he also says this plurality of He also says this plurality of witnesses is a singular servant, doesn't he?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
He says that this plurality of witnesses is the singular servant, doesn't he?
I guess yes, in that.
Sure does.
That, when I read that, I would say I read it that way, yes.
Sure. He goes on, Isaiah 44, 1-2. "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen." Then he says it again at the bottom, "Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant." So who's the servant in Isaiah 44?
Jacob.
Seems like Jacob, Israel, yeah.
Seems
44,
like he's
21.
talking about a certain group of people there who Christ may or may not be the culmination of.
Seems like he's talking about the nation of Israel, more specifically the righteous remnant of Israel.
And who's the nation of Israel in bodily form? Jesus Christ.
Certainly not fucking Jesus. That's preposterous.
Okay, well, I'm not surprised that you hold that.
That's an adorable claim, but that's not even a claim that's made in the Bible. Isaiah 44:21. "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel. You are my servant." So who's the servant in Isaiah 44:21?
Israel.
Gotcha.
Jacob and Israel.
There's the same people group. But Isaiah 45:4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name." Who's the servant in Isaiah 45?
Servant Jacob.
Got it. Isaiah 48 says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth and say the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." This is one of my favorites because it gives you the whole synopsis of what 2nd Isaiah is about, which is namely God freeing his servant from Babylonian captivity. Those are the Chaldeans.
Okay.
So that's what this whole unit is about. There's no Messiah mentioned in this unit 600 years later. This is about God freeing the Israelites from Babylonian captivity, a group of people that he has specifically stated is his servant. So when I get to Isaiah 53, I don't have a good, compelling reason contextually to think that now this is about a servant living hundreds of years later when the entire rest of this section of text is about what's happening in the post-Babylonian period.
Okay, well, I think people in the time of Christ didn't agree with you all the way, and
Well, they didn't agree with you either.
okay, I mean, I think there were definitely Jewish people at the time who thought Isaiah was prophesying a certain Messiah,
And
who
there were
Jesus
people
was
who
the fulfillment of.
disagreed. Just saying
Yes,
people
yes,
disagreed
that's-
is meaningless. Why do I care that some Jews
Because you're recycling
500
an argument
years
that's 2,000
later...
years old. You're recycling an argument that's 2,000 years old.
Buddy, I don't know if you know this. Your argument's 2,000 years old. That's not a good comeback. So again...
And let's be clear. Oh,
Well,
go
you're
ahead,
acting
Justin.
like
Sorry.
this is some slam dunk that Isaiah uses certain language and it means a certain thing, and it's like, well, 2,000 years ago, there's certain Jewish people who didn't think that it was a
Well,
Messiah.
what would you do if I was to say that even in early Christianity, right? Like if we look at the Marcionites believed that Jesus literally came down from heaven in full adult form. No birth story, right?
Yep.
When we look at the Arianism, they didn't believe that Jesus was divine, right?
Sure.
So
and who
like,
won out in those
so
arguments?
we would just use the
Who's
same
still
argument.
A Marcionite? Who's still a Marcionite? No. What branch of Christianity?
Gnosticism.
won out?
Hold on.
The full divinity,
Gnosticism
the full
still
divinity of
exists.
Christ won out.
Gnosticism still exists. You do
Yeah,
realize
okay.
that, right?
In what
Gnostic
form?
Christianity still exists.
Where?
You've never heard of Gnostic Christians?
I have heard of Gnostic Christians. I asked you where.
Oh, so they do exist still.
That's fine if they do. There's all sorts of... Where do they exist, sir?
Is it, all over the planet, dummy. They call into my show.
Okay, yeah.
There's not a Gnostic cloister.
Like you
don't
that point means.
Like you don't have to like travel to Minnesota to find them. They exist all over the world, just like Christians exist all over the world.
Yes,
like there are Christians that are Gnostic. The point is pretty clear. That the version of Christianity you believe in isn't the only version of Christianity. The version you believe in is the one that was left over after the Roman Empire tried to murder all of the
Won out.
It didn't win out by anything but the fucking sword. They murdered the heretics that didn't agree with them. That's why you believe a particular brand of Christianity, because they killed all the rest. But if you read the early documentation, there's lots of different flavors of Christianity. And the argumentation for Isaiah 53 is not a new one. If you read the early disputations with the Jews or other extra-biblical Jewish literature, they'll give exactly the same argument. As early as Origen was disputing with what is likely a real Jewish friend of a guy named Celsus about Isaiah 53. Yes. And he says, I remember that on one occasion at a disputation held between with certain Jews who were reckoned wise men, I quoted these prophecies, to which my Jewish opponent replied that these predictions bore reference to the whole people regarded as one individual and as being in a state of dispersion and suffering. So what I'm saying to you is that, yes, there have been disputes among the Christians and among the Jews about what the meaning of Isaiah 53 is. There's multiple interpretations going back all the way through the Talmud and the early church literature. So
agreed.
The only thing we can actually lean on is what the text says. I don't really care what people who come like 500 years say about it. I'm interested in what the text actually says. And the text...
I didn't cite anybody 500 years on.
You did, the Christians. The Jews and the early Christians were 500 years after the text was written. Presumably, it was written during the Babylonian crisis end.
You must be mistaken.
Oh,
by me,
then
by what
can
I
you
said.
find me an interpretation from the time of Isaiah then?
What do you mean? For what?
Can you find me an interpretation of Isaiah 53 that predates the time of Jesus?
An interpretation, like a commentary on what Isaiah means?
Anything, yeah.
No, I'm not sure
Okay,
of any.
then what that means is what you're referring to is an interpretation that comes hundreds of years after the text was already given, which is why I said I'm not all that interested in what some people hundreds of years after the fact thought. I'm much more interested in what the text actually says using proper exegetical practices. And using proper exegetical practices, it would be very difficult to get to a point to believe that Isaiah 53 is an actual prophecy about Jesus, which is why if you go to like an actual scholar who writes on these prophecies, what they're going to tell you typically is that Isaiah 53 has a secondary fulfillment in Jesus. The primary fulfillment is supposed to be about the nation of Israel. You have to have some secondary spiritual fulfillment about Jesus, and this is how they interpret all of Jesus's prophecies, not just Isaiah 53. But I have no good reason to believe that there are secondary spiritual interpretations that are disconnected from the original context of the prophecy.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we just disagree. That's okay.
Yeah, we do disagree. All right. Well, listen, Ethan, we've had you up for a while. We've got another guest waiting to get in, and I've got to take a restroom break and read some super chats.
Hey, you can be grafted back in, man. He can
No one
do
gives a
that,
fuck.
Justin. I'm telling you. He
And
can
you
graft you back in.
and you can grow a
He loves you,
brain. We
Justin.
can graft you a brain in so you can think for yourself.
You
Okay.
can be
All right.
And Ethan, once you get a better argument, then maybe we'll listen.
Yeah.
Wild that they think.
Can I give the?
Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, I was just gonna say, can I give the prophecy that Jesus did fulfill now?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 13.
Deuteronomy 13, 1 through 10. Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Deuteronomy 13, exactly. Yeah.
To be fair,
See,
yeah.
I told you I'd name one before he did.
Hell yeah. You know what? Good thing I didn't make the bet with you. Now I'd owe you money. Shit. Damn. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple super chats and then I'm going to use the restroom and then we're going to bring Truth and Tellus on here and we're getting another conversation going. Laya Tanvest, thank you for the super chat. A beautiful cat, by the way. To assume the Holy Spirit with any person in either platform makes me think you have more faith in these people than I do. You can call me Voss. Oh, Voss. Thank you. I appreciate that. Rock hard for Doug. I don't think that, you know me, I'm joking. I don't think the Holy Spirit's with any of these people, which is why they come up here and give these horrific arguments and none of them can agree with each other. That seems to be the case, but they think they have the Holy Spirit. So it's fun to play pretend. You know what I mean? And Cameron, did you change your name a little bit again? Cameron Vino Rosso. Good to see you though. By the way, friends, it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday nights. I call it just in time. Looking forward to a great cookout tonight, by the way. What are we sipping on? Mine is wine. Love your hat, Cyber. Actually, Cyber's got a great hat collection.
Yes. I still say we need to get both Trust and Justin in cowboy hats.
Hey, I'm not against it. I mean, you're making it look good, Cyber.
I'm praying about it. I'll let you know when the Lord responds.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good.
But to answer the question, Cameron, I've been really liking the Liquid Death products lately. I'm trying a bunch of them. I've got more on my desk here. They're quite delicious actually, and they're really bare bones. Like they don't have much of anything in it. It's just very gently flavored water. This has got carbonated water, agave nectar, citric acid, some natural flavors, and a little bit of stevia. I can live with that. I don't think that's gonna like give me brain cancer or anything.
And speaking of what we're drinking, I think I'm gonna go add a little Kraken to this.
Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Dusk Frame, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says fun prompt. If you were in a heist movie featuring Bible figures, who would you want on the team? Interesting. Is this like Ocean's 11 where I get like 10 other partners? Who would I want? Fucking Jezebel #1. She's a baddie. And after Jezebel, I'm trying to think who else would be really good on the team.
Jacob, he could wrestle.
Jacob could wrestle. I'd take Jacob. He was tricky too. He had a little bit of a know-how.
Yeah, he was sneaky. Yeah, the striped animals and shit. Yeah, you definitely want Jacob.
Probably Miriam. Miriam was pretty awesome, and Deborah actually. Deborah fucking led a war. In fact, Barak refused to go to war without Deborah. He's like, I won't even go to war unless Deborah comes. So
yeah, true.
And then JL, fucking the tent peg to the head. We got some.
Yeah.
Okay, there's some good characters in here. Actually,
you're putting together a good crew here. Yeah.
I think maybe
that's a pretty nice crew.
Should we include Othniel or Ehud? Ehud was the one. That's the one I'm thinking of. Ehud was the one who was the lefty who tricked everybody by putting his sword on the opposite side and then drove it through King Eglon.
Yes.
I definitely need a lefty on the team.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. You know, because Elisha was like a little off. You know, and you know he could summon those 2 she bears for you. You know, if the heat gets too close, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
because I mean,
I could do that.
She-bears took out 42 kids. I mean, so they should easily take out at least 20 cops, right?
Maybe we could round the team off with Samson. Samson, assuming he has hair.
Yes.
Yeah. Samson with hair, and then he could bust open the safe for you or the vault.
Indeed. Good question, though. Apex says, do you think that Islam is also a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult? Well, maybe not the blood cult, but the death cult, yes. So even in the Quran, in fact, I'll grab you a verse. In the Quran, it does predict the end being very imminent. And there's one that, there's one passage that I think is more illustrative than others on this. Judgment was supposed to come very soon, according to Quran 21:37 through 40. Humankind is made of haste. I will soon show you my signs. So do not ask me to hasten them. They asked the believers, when will this treat come or threat come to pass? If what you say is true, if only disbelievers knew that a time will come when they will not be able to keep the fire off their faces or backs, nor will they be helped. In fact, the hour will take them by surprise, leave them stunned, so they will not be able to avert it, nor will it be delayed for them. So he's saying, at the beginning, it says, I will soon show you these signs. But what the fuck does soon mean? 1,500 years later?
Right.
So I think it's failed as well.
Justice for Aisha.
Hell yeah, justice for Aisha. Where Laga, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I learned from you that Jesus has not fulfilled a single prophecy, and it makes me wonder, the creators of the New Testament could have easily written Jesus fulfilling prophecy, but didn't. Why? But that's because I think Jesus was a real person. If everything in the Gospels, this is me personally, some people disagree, if Jesus or whoever wrote it were idiots, but if Jesus was a real person, you could expect them saying, oh, Jesus did some things. How do we justify it using the Hebrew Bible? And then they went back and looked at the Hebrew Bible, found anything that looked vaguely familiar to Jesus, said, boom, it's a prophecy. But also, if they were just dummies, if Jesus never existed, they could do the same thing. Hey, we got this story about this guy who died and rose from the dead. They think he's the Messiah. How do we make him the Messiah? And they go back and they get these prophecies. To be fair, this practice of having secondary, like hidden secret interpretations of the prophets was popular at the time period. If you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, you got like the Habakkuk Pesher, you've got the Nahum Pesher, you've got other Pesherim, where they take these Old Testament prophets and whatnot, and they just repurpose it for their time period. So it seems like that's what they were doing. And I'm not shocked, because I think the Jesus movement came from the Dead Sea community. And Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. And Beautiful Cat says, happy to catch a live finally, so I can send out some overdue money for how much you've been keeping me company while working. Burning question, did that painting get to you safely? Well, thank you, Jennifer. I really appreciate that. And no, I did not receive the painting yet. I can check my box, though. It's been probably 2 weeks since I've checked, so it might actually be in there. I did, however, get your electronic copy, and it's beautiful, by the way. But I'll keep my eyes open for the physical copy. Either way, the painting was outstanding, amazing. But Jennifer does art, by the way, for a living. Definitely so cool. Check her out. She's got really cool stuff. And Chris, thank you for the $20 super chat. Friend says, the Bible that sits on most of our shelves seems to express the teachings of the Jews, the teachings of Jesus, and the teachings of Paul. That said, can we safely say that the Bible contains 3 religions? All praise to Doug. I think that's fair, because listen, the teachings of the Jews don't mesh with the New Testament. Like they're not there. The teachings of Paul don't mesh with Jesus. So that's going to be another problem. And so yeah, we got the Jews, and Jesus and Paul. And none of them really agree with each other. I think we have 3 religions that are tried to get smushed into one religion, and it didn't really work out so well. All right, I'm going to read one more super chat, friends. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, in fact, when I started deconstructing Judaism, because it's hard to leave a faith, and I was like talking to one of my friends, like, Christianity, read Matthew. I got into like 3 chapters of Matthew, closed the book, and said, whoever wrote this wasn't Jewish.
Yes. I think that's one of the reasons when you talk to Christians, like, if you're Jewish, I could imagine the New Testament super hard to stomach. There's a reason why Jews like resoundingly rejected this guy, and had him killed, because it was preposterous to think that he was fulfilling anything. And they bungle the Hebrew Bible over and over again. If they were real Hebrews, they would have written in Hebrew.
Yep.
Yeah, I just go back real quick, thinking back to Isaiah 61, because I mean, I think about that moment where Jesus would read this and he totally fucks it up, and then sits down and just says confidently, "You have seen prophecy be fulfilled today, gentlemen." Like it's like
Right.
it's almost comical, right? It's like the epitome of Dunning-Kruger.
It really is.
The fact that they're just going to let some random person go up and touch a Torah scroll, like that's going to be allowed.
It's hilarious.
All right, friends, I'm going to read one more super chat. I'm going to take a restroom break real quick. And also, I talked earlier, like a couple weeks ago, I told you we actually have a sponsor coming up. Tonight is the first night I'm going to play their advertisement. I told you I'm going to play their advertisement while I take my pee break, so we have a filler. And also what that means is I won't have any mid-rolls on the playback. Y'all can watch the whole damn thing without a single ad in the mid-roll, because my advertiser's basically covering that for me. So Carnage, thank you so much for the 999 super chat. Says I found Ethan's AO3 account, which, as I'm understanding it from Carnage, is sort of kind of a fan fiction website. Says it's nothing but fan fiction about you calling him smart and cool and telling him that it's totally not creepy at all that he stalks you. And it's really weird that there's a guy out there that has stalked me on the internet from maybe shit that either I or my family members have said decades or 2 ago.
Bro,
to try to
creepy.
use it in a public forum. Weird as shit.
I had a similar experience happen to me when I was still going live regularly. Not only did they come up and know my actual name, which it's Nick, I don't hide it anymore. But that Halloween, me and a friend of mine had gone to a haunted attraction, and they came back onto the panel under a different name and was able to be like, yeah, we saw you and your friend, and I do Ghostbuster cosplay. So they knew that we were doing they just pointed out things. So I had like somebody like physically stalking me, and I have no idea who this person is. They're like physically stalking me. It was goofy.
That's creepy.
I'm not shocked. When you find people like that, you really just need to block their asses. They're dangerous people. You shouldn't be stalking people that you see on the internet. That's really goofy behavior. But that being said, I'll be back in 1 minute and 30 seconds, friends. So please enjoy this short advertisement from Private Internet. Friends, if you're an atheist or a non-believer like me, one thing you never have to worry about is a magic man in the sky looking down, worrying about what you're doing with your genitals, or perhaps looking at your search history. That being said, there are real people who exist who do actually have access to your computer and your search history. They can access your IP address, your browsing data, and that's stuff you need to keep private. In fact, I was once working out of a hotel without a VPN, and another guest was able to access my banking credentials for merely being on the same Wi-Fi network as me. That's why I want to talk today about our sponsor, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access keeps your personal data unexposed to would-be hackers and thieves. This is even more important for those of us that are terminally online in the streaming community, as our accounts are constantly under attack. All of us are using a VPN for security reasons. In fact, I'm using Private Internet Access as I record this video. Now, I know my audience is made up of critical thinkers, and you might be asking yourself right now, why would we pick Private Internet Access over any other VPN provider? Well, there are some really good reasons. One, it's headquartered in the USA, and it's got 24/7 live support. It also gives you split tunneling access for free. It's got customizable encryption adware, malware blocking, and you can get a dedicated IP address. It also allows you to have multiple devices on just one account. You can also select locations outside of your country of origin if you want to get access to things that might otherwise be off limits. Not only that, it's got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you try it and don't like it, you can get your money back and cancel the service. And last but not least, it's still currently 83% off with 4 months free of charge when you sign up. So use the link on the screen, piavpn.com/DZ debates. Get a VPN so strong that even fictional entities can't access your data. Bada bing, bada boom.
Woo! Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Actually, I tested out the service too. I did I'm doing the live stream with the VPN access, so it's fast enough to do live streaming with.
That's cool.
I actually did, by the way, I did check it to make sure that it was actually legit before I accepted the advertisement offer.
Hey, you verified. Man, that makes me happy.
I was like, listen, I'm not going to advertise for something that's shit.
Just totally blind. Yeah.
Justin just up here blindly advertising. People use it. Their bank accounts are empty tomorrow.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Actually, I had... So the story with my bank credentials got ripped off. I used to travel with these IT guys for work, and they would fuck with me all the time. And we were at a hotel once, and they're like, let's see what Justin's up to. And they literally found me on the hotel network and called me and were like, hey, are these your bank credentials? I was like, how the fuck did you get my bank credentials? Just because we're on the internet together. And they fucking did. I don't even know how they did it, but it's crazy. Either way, we've got Truth and Tell Us, who is coming back. Now, we talked to Truth. It's probably been 2 or 3 months now. Truth and Tell Us is a preterist, so it should be quite fun. I'll be interested to see what he's going to add to the conversation. If I had to guess, it's going to be preterism stuff. But welcome back, Truth.
Yeah, hello.
Truth, are you... Well, I'm sorry. I already know that you're 18, so I won't ask if you're 18. And I presume you're still a Christian.
Yeah, I am. You had uploaded our discussion about 3 months ago onto your DZ Debates channel and garnered about 41,000 views from it.
Fucking A, you want paid out?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, all right.
No, just, yeah. So, it was quite interesting, actually. Many of your cohorts seemed to crash out about the claim that names in the biblical sense did not necessarily in the broad sense, but in the biblical sense are just indicators of a function the person plays in the role or the narrative of the Bible. They did not like that one.
That would be really cool if it was true, but,
Yeah, I know. Anyway, I wanted to come on because, I've been listening in and out over the past 2 months or so. And you've made some claims that I feel are maybe a bit misguided. And I would like to maybe talk about that. Like, I think the big one I've heard you say a lot is Matthew doesn't know who wrote about the 30 pieces of silver because he's a silly boy and says it was Jeremiah, but it was Zechariah, etc.
Yeah, so you're going to tell me that Matthew is quoting 2 different authors, right? In Matthew 27?
Well, I mean, you could expound on that. What would I mean by that? Quoting 2 different authors, I guess.
Yeah. So typically what is said, if you read the apologetics of Matthew 27:9, is that Matthew was actually quoting 2 different authors, but he was intending for you to know that it was 2 different authors, even though he only said Jeremiah specifically. So what he does is he does in fact quote from 2 different books. He says, then was fulfilled what was spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. That comes, as you already said, from Zechariah. And then this part actually does come from Jeremiah. And they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me, which is an actual quote in Jeremiah, but in Jeremiah, it's not 30 pieces of silver.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I guess the question would be, do you require proof of composite quotation for this to be a legitimate claim and not that Matthew didn't know what he was doing?
Well, what I'm saying is it clearly is a composite. I mean,
right. So,
unless you can find this first part in Jeremiah for me.
Yeah, so that's the thing though. Your claim is that, well, Matthew didn't know what he was talking about, but if it's a composite quotation, Matthew knew exactly what he was doing by attributing the major prophet and including the minor prophet's words that are still stringing together the same prophecy of the major prophet.
But again, he said that it came from Jeremiah and it didn't come from Jeremiah. And there's no practice in the ancient world of quoting multiple prophets using the name of just one prophet.
Are you sure about that?
You're more than welcome to find me resources where the Jews were doing that.
Perfect. Yeah, well, there's two. So the first one you have is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You have two different fragments. You have 4Q175, the Testimonia, where these are a collection of composite quotations, where there's verses strung together from Deuteronomy, Numbers, and Psalms to make a point about Messiah. And they blend these texts together in one coherent thought without stopping to say, okay, now I'm switching to a different text. And same is for 4Q174, where they sure. Would you like me to pull it up, is what you're saying, and read it?
No, I can find you an English copy. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. And that's just the first one. We'll go on, and then we can have number two. We can have fun with that.
All right, I've got a translation of 4Q75 Testimonia. Do you know about which part you want to read?
Yeah. Let's look at. Sorry, I didn't even have it pulled up. I had just taken my notes on it, but let's see. We have I guess it would be. Would it be the scan of B-278407? Possibly. What do you have on your English translation as far as like where it's stringing together the Psalms, Numbers, and Deuteronomy? What do you have on that?
So
okay, yeah. So there you go.
It says, and spoke to Moses, saying, Deuteronomy 5:28-29, you have heard the sound of the words of this people, what they say to you, all they have said is right. If only it were given to me that they had this heart to fear me and keep all my precepts all these days, so that it might go well with them and with their sons forever, which I'm familiar with that passage. Deuteronomy 18:18 is going to be about the prophet. It says, I would raise up for them a prophet from among their brothers like you, and place my words in his mouth, and he would tell them all that I command them, and it will happen that the man who does not listen to my words, that the prophet will speak in my name, I shall require a reckoning from him. Then there's a blank in the text, and he uttered this poem and said, Numbers 24:15-17, oracle of Balaam, son of Beor, an oracle of the man of penetrating eye, oracle of him who listens to the words of God and knows knowledge of the Most High, of one who sees the vision of Shaddai, who falls and opens the eye. I see him, but not now. I espy him, but not up close. A star has departed from Jacob, and a scepter has risen from Israel. He shall crush the temples of Moab and cut to pieces the sons of Seth. Then there's a blank in the text, and it says, about Levi, he says in Deuteronomy 33, Give to Levi your Thummim and Urim, to your pious man whom you tested at Massa, and with whom you quarreled about the waters of Meribah. He who said to his father, and then there's a break in the text, and to his mother, I have not known you, and did not acknowledge his brothers, and his sons did not know, for he observed your word and kept your covenant. They have made your judgments shine for Jacob, our law for Israel. They have placed incense before your face and a holocaust upon your altar. Bless, I assume that's the name of Yahweh that's been redacted, his courage, and accept with pleasure the work of his hand. Crush the loins of his adversaries, and those who hate him. May they not rise. And then there's more blanks in the text. At the moment when Joshua finished praising and giving thanks with his psalms, he said in Joshua 6:22, "Cursed be the man who rebuilds this city. Upon the firstborn he found it, and upon Benjamin will he erect its gates. And now an accursed man, one of Belial," that's what they say in the Essene culture for Satan, "has arisen to be a fowler's trap for his people, and a ruin for his neighbors, will arise to be the two instruments of violence, and they will rebuild this city and erect it for a rampart and towers, to make it into a fortress of the wicked, a great evil in Israel, and a horror in Ephraim and Judah." And then there's a slight break, and it says, "They will commit a profanation in the land, and a great blasphemy among the sons, and they will shed blood like water upon the ramparts of the daughter of Sion and the precincts of Jerusalem." So if it was in there, I guess I didn't see it.
Didn't see what?
Where he quoted one prophet saying it was another one?
Well, no, this is proof of composite quotation, right? He's gathering multiple sources to have one coherent thought. That's just for the composite part. Like, so we have definitive proof, and then you've got Q4Q174, but it's the same thing. They take 2 Samuel, Psalms, and Amos and bring it all together. Now, the part where we get to attributing the major prophet and not attributing the minor prophet is what we have for the rabbis. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd love to get there, but what I don't see in this text is what you said it was going to do. So every time it quoted, it gave you the location of the quotation.
Well, I think that's ad hoc. Like, they just put that in there so that you know what they're quoting.
Sure,
And that's not what was in
there. No,
there.
that does happen a lot. In fact, in my copy, my favorite English copy here, they have a habit of doing that, but they usually will tell you that they're doing it. My understanding, I've read some of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Hebrew. They don't often give you, unless you're doing a Pesherim, they don't often give you the location of the passage. Obviously, it's going to be supplied by the author. So here, though, I mean, I don't understand. If he didn't quote you, who said it, then it's just you have to know.
Right. No, I understand that. But what I was giving is first the baseline of composite quotation. I'm not saying that they said, oh, and as was spoken by one prophet and then quoting another, but we have the composite quotation here in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The next thing I was going to get to was where it is a known, rabbi, so ancient, Jewish thing to do this called Gezerah Shava, or the equivalent cut. So if two different Bible verses share a common theme, a rabbi would read them together as if they're a continuous thought, and they would appropriate the major prophet to the text. So what we see is Zechariah 11 mentions 30 pieces of silver and a potter. Jeremiah 18, 19, and 32 mentions the potter, the potter's jar, and buying a field. Because they're telling the same messianic prophecy, Matthew, using that same Gezerah Shava, merges them together and attributes it to the major prophet, and because Zechariah is a minor prophet. So the header is merged for the greater authority, and that's how they viewed the text, even in the Septuagint, the ones that would have been circulating in the first century. There was the major prophets that were given precedence, and then the minor prophets.
So that's what I'm asking you for, right? So the first piece of evidence so far was from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it didn't do what you suggested it did. So I guess, and what we're finding in, I've got my other copy of 4Q175 open. All of these quotations are from Moses. So when it says that the Lord said to Moses, it would be correct for a Jew to quote from all of the Torah, which they believed God spoke to Moses.
Well, Joshua was in there. Do you think Moses wrote Joshua too? Or?
I mean, I don't think Moses wrote Joshua, but it depends on which person you ask. There's a lot of theories on who they think wrote Joshua.
Yeah. So, I mean, and again, I'm just saying in the ancient, mindset here, that equivalent cut was used. It's the same thing that you just said, because Jesus quoted Isaiah 61 out of the Septuagint, which for you to say, well, he would have been wrong to do that in a synagogue. I don't know if you have any proof of that, but regardless, he's just performing the midrash. He doesn't have to quote the whole chapter to evoke the entirety of that chapter, because there were no chapters or verses back then. They just had the scrolls, so they could pick any part out of any of it and say, hey, I'm invoking what this entire passage's meaning is. So he wasn't wrong to do that either. The year of the Lord's favor is because they're in the final Shemitah cycle. That's the Lord's year. It's a Shemitah, but anyway.
Yeah, but you're suggesting that all of the prophets are going to be in a scroll together.
No, I mean, they could have been, but
they typically
Isaiah
weren't.
was. Yeah, Isaiah. He says he picks up the scroll of Isaiah, so this is a specific writing of Isaiah. He quotes Isaiah 61, and you said, well, he didn't know what he was doing because, first of all, he left off the year, the Lord's vengeance. Well, that's 70 AD, Justin.
It's
so
not.
Yeah,
we already covered that.
It is, but okay. Not really. You didn't. How did you cover it?
Last time we chatted, I explained to you why it's stupid to believe that all the prophecies of the destruction are only about the nation of, or the city of Jerusalem, and I'm more than happy to do that again with you. If you forgot our first conversation, but we need to actually nail down this first thing about Matthew 27.
Yeah.
So, okay. Can you show me a text anywhere in Judaism where a rabbi or anyone else says that Isaiah or Jeremiah said it, but it definitively came from another prophet?
Yeah, like I said, so we could look up the equivalent cut, the Gezeria Shava, and what they would do.
That's what I'm asking for.
Real quick, too, though, in Girva Shava, prophets aren't named in it. It's done just like it'd be done in the Qumran scroll, where they pick a topic, right? And it's an anthology putting things in as close to order as possible, but they don't actually list source material. And that's same with the tradition of Girva Shava. You don't list the prophets because you're just trying to keep an anthology together. However, the big difference here is in the Gospel of Matthew, he does list Jeremiah, and then he lists very little of what Jeremiah actually said. He's taken from Zechariah for the majority of it, but this just goes against what the tradition is.
Well, okay, but so that's why I said, though, they would attribute the major prophet, and they would not attribute it to the minor prophet.
That's what I'm asking you to demonstrate.
Okay, right. So extra biblically, right?
Yeah, you're claiming there's a tradition that Matthew is utilizing, and I'm familiar with this claim. What I'm saying is I've never seen this claim validated ever, not once.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, let's find the extra biblical proof of it then,
Yeah.
Can you show me where Gezerah Shava even quotes the major prophets before it starts listing? Because that's the key difference is it doesn't list any prophets. It's just a narrative or like a keyword or something, and it's just listing things in order, but it doesn't list a source at all. That's the purpose of it.
Yeah, and I thought Gezeria Shavis was about an application of laws, not about reading prophets. In fact, if you just go to the Torah websites that talks about it, says a Gezeria Shava is a tradition of a known rule applying a new case based upon an identical word or phrase in both cases. So it's trying to find how to apply case law when the cases are roughly equivalent.
And that would be true too. If it's coming from the Torah, then it's just assumed it's coming from Moses in the tradition.
Okay, right. But so the way that they would do this, though, it's midrash too. Like that's midrash is just the word for exegesis. So if they're finding these different, what, you don't agree with that or no?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, okay. So anyway, when we look at, for example, extra biblically, we have in the Talmud.
That's not what midrash is, but
no.
I would argue it is, but
it's not. No, midrash is an infinitive of radash, which means to seek. It means to search the text.
Right, that's exegesis. So you're searching out.
That's not exegesis. Okay. What it's doing is it's like you have something that might be unclear, and so it's like giving it an analogy. We're going to tell a story that gives it an analogy to hopefully make it more clear. But it's not what you're saying it is. That's just goofy.
Okay. I mean, again, that's, I guess, up for debate. So we could look here at in the Talmud. There is Bava Batra 14b, where they have the Jews just naming the first book in a collection. So we have 14b listing the ancient order of the prophetic scrolls.
Wait,
and the order. Well, no. If you look, the way that they list it out is that they've got the headliners. So you've got, for example, like Jeremiah is the first. He's the headliner. His name is used for the whole collection of what they're talking about. So kind of like, Jesus and the apostles, they talk about the book of Psalms as David, even though Psalms were written by people other than David as well. So this is what 14b is showing, but go ahead.
I've got it open right now. It says, the sages taught the order of the books of the prophets when they are attached together is as follows: Joshua, Judges, Samuel, Kings, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, and Isaiah, and the 12 prophets. He didn't say that you could reference the 12 prophets by saying Jeremiah.
But if you look, Jeremiah is the headliner. So if you continue to look through the text, they're attributing. Go ahead.
Where does it say that?
When you look further in, let's see. I didn't even pull it up because
that's why I asked for the verse. I'm in verse 8 right now.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, Sephora Library. Is that where you're at? Okay. So we have 15. No, it's on 15a. Okay, so in let me just give a sec here to look through here.
Did you actually look up these resources prior, or did you just document this off of ChatGPT?
No, I looked them up prior. So essentially what they're attributing, let's see, with Jeremiah, for example. We have, because the 12 minor prophets aren't listed specifically by name, when we have the reference, again, they're quoting these prophets or whatever, they're being put together under the greater umbrella of Jeremiah. So
why would we believe that?
Well, because that's
Jeremiah,
what they're...
Ezekiel, Isaiah, and the 12 prophets is the ordering of the books. It doesn't say that Jeremiah is a header for the 12 prophets. The 12 minor prophets, I don't know if you know, in like classical copying, were often copied together as a single unit. You just had 12 minor prophets.
Correct, right. So that's the thing. In what the point is when we were verse 5, right, where it said, okay, this is how they were ordered. Let me find it real quick. Okay, so in this consideration, it says, okay, so this is what it is. You have Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings, Ezekiel, and Isaiah, then the 12. So the way that this is attributed is like the greater prophets, right, would have each their own distinction, and then the 12 minor prophets would all be in like one account. But because Jeremiah would have been like a major, had his own section, his own scroll, so to speak, the entire collection, like if they were going to be using this equal cut, would be attributed to Jeremiah. So if a rabbi said, for example, like, okay, as it's written in Jeremiah, he may have actually been quoting Jeremiah, or he may have been saying like, okay, as it is written in the collection of Jeremiah's scrolls, is I guess the point that's trying to be made here. This is what 14b is saying.
Any scrolls of Jeremiah that act the way you think they do. We don't have a Jeremiah scroll that includes the 12 prophets.
Okay, but then that's why I said this is how the Septuagint in the first century was laid out. They did have proof that that's how it was. You had the major prophets, the copy that they found from, I don't remember his name. I'd have to look that up again. But they found a copy from the first century of from somebody that had it, and it was broken up the same way. It had the major prophets, and underneath the major prophets had a subsection of the minor prophets, and it was attributed, the header was Jeremiah or Ezekiel or Isaiah. So all I'm saying is Matthew is doing the same thing.
A critical copy of the Septuagint right now, and Jeremiah is not followed by the 12 minor prophets.
Well, a critical copy is different. That's just taking the collective of the known texts and trying to say which one is the most accurate.
Yeah, you got it. It's taking the collective of all of our recensions of the Septuagint and making what they believe is most likely the copy that would have been original. And following Jeremiah is Ezekiel, just like what the Talmud says. Jeremiah and Ezekiel, then Isaiah.
Okay.
Not the 12 minor prophets.
Okay, all right, but again, the point of the Bava Batra is that it's showing you how these things were broken out, and so when Matthew says, "As was spoken by Jeremiah," and he also gives a citation from a minor prophet, it's not because Matthew didn't know what he was doing, as you claimed. That's kind of the point. And even actually,
you haven't substantiated that, man. That's why I keep asking you. Okay. Find me anything in Jewish literature where somebody says Jeremiah said it, and then it includes a quote from Jeremiah and from or Isaiah. I don't care. Find me something. I don't think you can. You haven't. They do
it in 2 Chronicles 36:21 as well.
All right, we'll find it.
Thank you.
And real quick, do you know why the minor prophets are referred to as minor prophets?
I don't care, to be honest.
No, it's important. Do you know why they're called minor
to you
prophets?
It's important because, okay, go ahead.
But do you know why, though?
I could not tell you why. Please enlighten me.
Do you think it's because their view on things was viewed less than the major prophets?
No.
Right, yeah, it's just because their books are shorter, right? So they be condensed into a compilation because their text was shorter, right? It doesn't mean they have any more. The major prophets have more sway or say in things, like, or have more meaning. That's not what it means. It just says the size of the text.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's agreeable. I appreciate that.
And do you know why? If you go back and you go back to the Talmud, it tells you. Do you know why the books were put in the order they were?
Because at the time they thought it had some sort of significance.
All it literally does is for the thematic and for literary logic when they're putting it. So when you read this one, the same themes are going to be found in this one. They'll be found in. So it's just a logic.
Yeah, that's what Matthew did. Congratulations. That's what Matthew did. Yes, I agree. But anyway, so we can look at 2 Chronicles 36 and 21. So it's quoting Jeremiah, and it says, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbaths. But Jeremiah never says that. It doesn't write about the land enjoying her Sabbaths. That's Leviticus 26:34.
To fulfill the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had made up for its Sabbath all the days that it lay desolate, it kept Sabbath until to fulfill 70 years. So
70 years, right.
And that's what Jeremiah predicted.
Jeremiah, right. Jeremiah talks about the 70 years, but Jeremiah don't never talk about enjoying her Sabbaths because that's from Leviticus 26:34. So again, they merge these ideas together all the time because it's a coherent consciousness, like a stream of consciousness, but they're attributing it to Jeremiah.
But you have to show us again. I was going to say, you have to show us again in the tradition that you're trying to invoke where they actually list a prophet and then do this. Because everything you have quoted, they don't actually list any prophets. They give no sources for this.
I just showed you in Baba Batra where they would attribute the major prophet and minor prophets were underneath them, and you just affirmed
That's just given the order in the Tanakh. That's just given their ordering in the Tanakh.
Actually,
this is why we are listing them in this order in the Tanakh.
We've got it. We've got it. We already read it. It doesn't say anything about referencing minor prophets using major prophets. It literally says the sages taught the order of the books of the prophets when they are attached together are as follows: Joshua, Judges, Samuel, Kings, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, and Isaiah, and the 12 prophets. That's it. It doesn't say that they're like Jeremiah is the header of the 12 minor prophets. It didn't say anything like that.
But that's what I explained to you. If we understand how this worked, right? Like how they would have put this together.
I told you why they
like
put
an
it
ancient
together.
library.
You didn't even know that.
I said that specifically when they would have been putting this together. You would have had a singular scroll for Jeremiah, a singular scroll for Ezekiel, and then the 12 minors would have been under one composite scroll. And you have the headers, the main Jeremiah, and everything a minor prophet would have talked about would have been part of underneath Jeremiah. They don't even name the minor prophets.
That's what you can't demonstrate.
Okay, well, I feel like I feel like I just did in 2 Chronicles 36:21. Okay, all right.
No, it's talking about when you list the prophets together, like in the Tanakh, when we're listing the prophets together, this is the order that their books are going to go in. That's all that's saying, and it gives you the reason why. Because if you read later on, it also says when it comes to the other writings like Ruth and stuff, it also does the same thing. This is the order that these writings are supposed to go in. It's just giving the listing that when you list them, when you place these books together, this is the order they go in the collection. It's not talking about like writings of like a quote from Jeremiah versus a quote from a minor prophet. That's not what it's talking about.
But the composite, like, okay, again, if they were to have been writing something from Jeremiah, just like we just saw in 2 Chronicles, the author of 2 Chronicles is writing something from Jeremiah and then includes something that was written in Leviticus. Never once says it was from the mouth of Moses, says it was from the mouth of Jeremiah. How is that not tracking?
Like for example, the minor prophets, for example, they are listed on one scroll because again, their books are so small that it just logically made sense to put them on one scroll, but their names are listed. When you start the book of this minor prophet, it lists his name in it, and then it puts down his book. Then it says the name of this minor prophet, and then it puts his book in. It's not like it was on one scroll and you just read it and said, oh, that's the minor prophets. No, the names of the books were listed in it.
Yeah, I understand that. So, okay, let
So
me.
you're just wrong.
No, not wrong. It's just that you're not. you're requiring, I guess, a little bit further evidence. So let's just take a look here and see what we can find. In the Talmud, it's going to really basically be from the Talmud because this is where we get the majority of more, I guess, the text that survived of how these people viewed this stuff. So there is a Mechanician 3, verse 4, where they are quoting from. Actually, it's in 3:4. They quote a proverb, but then they attribute it to the wrong biblical author. So let's see here. Let me find the exact verse. And they do it again as well in Sanhedrin. Well, it's fine. We'll find it. In Mekashin 3:4. Let's see. Or Sanhedrin 10:2b. Restore books to a prophet. I'm actually going to pull up the Sanhedrin 10:2b.
Let me know when you find it. I'll put it on screen.
Yeah. Thank you. One moment. Okay. So. In this, we have, I want to say in Sanhedrin 10:2b, they attribute
10b
here. Yeah, 10:2b. So, what verse is this? This is verse 10:2b, verse 1, verse 2, verse 3, verse 4, verse 5, verse 6.
Is it 10:2b or 102b?
Yeah, 102, sorry.
Okay.
102b.
You're more than welcome
you-
to.
I was waiting for you. As is verse 6.
Okay.
Sorry.
And just to be clear, before we continue with this, the rabbis that this is talking about, you realize that they are writing, or they lived roughly around between 200 to 300 CE, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. That's why I said that's really all we're going to find, because these are the works that would probably have survived of what the, mindset would have been of how they attribute these things, multiple authors, but they
Yeah,
would,
after rabbinic Judaism had already taken hold, right? And we're no longer using temple era Judaism.
yeah. I mean, I definitely don't agree with rabbinic Judaism. But.
I would love to hear what Rabbi Bert thinks about this argument, but I don't know if he's available. Nevertheless, send out a message to Rabbi Bert. I'd love to get his opinion on this. Sanhedrin 102b says, with regard to Ahab, as it is written, it came to pass, the most minor of his transgressions was his walking with the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, in 1 Kings, although that's additional to the text. Rabbi Yohanan says, the minor sins that Ahab performed were on par with major sins that Jeroboam performed, as the transgressions committed by Ahab were much more serious than those committed by Jeroboam. And for what reason did the verse attribute the sins of the kings of Israel to Jeroboam, even though the sins of Ahab were more substantial? It is due to the fact that he was first to engage in iniquity. With regard to the verse, their altars also shall be like droppings in the furrows of the field. Rabbi Yohanan says, do you not have even one furrow of Eretz, Israel, that's the land of Israel in Hebrew, upon which Ahab did not place an object of idol worship and bowed to it? So what's the claim here?
So so you can see that, again, they
And real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is Shabbat, so Rabbi Bert may not be available.
Yep, it's Friday after dark. Yep, good call.
Mm-hmm.
So again, my point was, as they've attributed these different writings, they're taking these different books and they're taking it as like a collective whole, right?
Where can I find that?
In verse 6, when you just read
it.
Yeah, and it gives you like the citations of what they're pulling from.
Did he quote a single author? Did he say who said it? So again, he's quoting from the Hebrew Bible. He doesn't say Jeremiah and then quote somebody else. He doesn't say Isaiah and then quote somebody else. He's just quoting at will from the Hebrew Bible. That's it.
Okay, well, I mean, then you have the Damascus document where they do the same thing. They say as it is written, or as God has said, and they put everything. Yeah, again.
I'm forgetting what the argument that we're making is.
Yeah. Right. I understand what you're saying is Matthew and Mark still didn't know what they were doing because they're attributing a minor prophet's words to a major prophet.
They're
that's what
listing sources, but in these sources that you keep bringing up, everyone that you bring up, it explicitly doesn't list a source, right? This is why Matthew is not analogous, because Matthew lists a source, but the sources that you keep trying to bring up as evidence, they never list the source. Even in Sanhedrin, no source is listed. No, they don't cite their sources when they're implementing these traditions, which shows that Matthew is going against the tradition. Which again is why I don't think Matthew was written by somebody who was Jewish. I think that Matthew might have been written from somebody who may have thought he understood the tradition, but makes the mistake when he puts a prophet's name in. Because that's not the tradition.
Well, I mean, we looked at in Second Chronicles where that was done, and then we could also look, I guess, in the New Testament again. But I think we're just gonna. But if you want to look at Damascus document, go ahead.
Well, I think Second Chronicles is the closest you're going to get out of anything you've ever mentioned, but I don't think it gets you there, and I'll explain why. So he's not actually quoting Jeremiah. He's saying that this is what Jeremiah taught, right? We don't have quotation marks here. He's not saying that Jeremiah spoke these exact words. He's just saying that, listen, the prophet Jeremiah spoke that we're going to have these years of desolation, the 70 years. Now, what's interesting thing is Shavim, 70, is the same root word as Sabbath in Hebrew, Shavua. So there's no reason why we would look at Jeremiah's words and think that there's two quotes being had here. And Leviticus 26 doesn't say this. It doesn't say the part that you said comes to Leviticus, until the land had made up for its Sabbaths. It doesn't say that.
So but what said enjoys?
It said, while you're gone over there, enjoy your Sabbath, not make up for the Sabbaths, like repay them. So this is a loose quotation from Chronicles, and this is what we expect from Chronicles. When Chronicles quotes other parts of the Bible, it always changes it. When it quotes from 1st and 2nd Samuel, it always changes it. If David killed 70 charioteers in Samuel, it's 7,000 in Chronicles. If he killed 1,000 men, now it's 10,000 in Chronicles. Whatever source the chronicler had, either it was different from the source that is in the Hebrew Bible that we have, or the chronicler was fond of paraphrasing and or adapting. Like there's an entire book written on the differences.
I think he's romanticizing it.
Well, that too. But the chronicler here is not giving an exact quote of anything.
Well, okay, so...
And the sources you brought up are exact quotes.
Right. So if we look at what 2nd Chronicles 36:21, this I just want to, before we just say, oh, okay, well, you know, it was playing loose, right? It says here, at least in the Aleppo Codex, it's saying as long as she lay desolate, she kept Sabbath to fulfill the 70 years.
Yeah, not to fulfill Sabbath. 2nd Chronicles says until the land had made up for its Sabbath. I mean, until the land is making up those Sabbaths.
Right, but it's saying that happened while they were in Babylonian captivity, which is Leviticus 26:34, because it's literally saying, like, look at what Leviticus 26:33 is saying. I will scatter you among the nations and draw you out after you in a sword, with a sword. Your land's gonna be desolate and your cities become waste. The land is enjoying the Sabbaths. Jeremiah never said the land is going to enjoy its Sabbaths. But yet 2nd Chronicles is like, oh, because of what Jeremiah said coming to pass, the land is fulfilling its Sabbaths, which is, again, referencing Leviticus 26:34. So but they're attributing it to Jeremiah. But
what I'm saying is, in Chronicles, it doesn't say enjoying the Sabbath, right? What it says is that until the land has made up for its Sabbath, which is definitely different than enjoying the Sabbath.
Well, it's in a perfect tense. So it in the Hebrew, it's saying, as long as she lay desolate, she kept Sabbath to fulfill 70 years. It's talking about the land. The land is the she.
Read me the Hebrew word.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Shabbatah. It's in the perfect form.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then
that is perfect. That means she kept or she watched. It could even be translated as guarded. In Numbers 15, it's translated as guarded.
I mean, I think, you could. I think the most.
It means to protect
most common
or
is put it
to
away.
keep, protect, or guard.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. So again, though, the land is doing this. It's not an individual, but 2nd Chronicles 36:21 is saying, okay, to fulfill the word of Jeremiah, and then they're attributing what the land did according to Leviticus, because God said in Leviticus, I'm going to scatter you among the nations. The land will enjoy her Sabbaths or keep her Sabbaths until it's like the restorative cycle.
Again, where does it say that in Leviticus? I just did Leviticus 26:34. Says the land shall
look at 33.
It says shall
Look at 33
enjoy.
first.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at 33 first, look at what God said he's going to do to Israel.
I will scatter you among the nations, and I will unsheath the sword against you. Your land shall be a desolation, and your cities a waste. That didn't fix it. Then the land shall enjoy its Sabbath years as long as it lies desolate, because they're gone. They're not defiling the land anymore.
Correct. So the land was able to keep its Sabbaths because they were not over cultivating the land.
I agree. The land is enjoying them being gone, but that's not what it says in Second Chronicles.
That is what it's saying, because it says that it's first of all, they're saying it's Jeremiah. Well, the quote from Jeremiah is Jeremiah 25:11 and 12, where he's saying, okay, you're going to get drawn out into Babylon. The land's going to become a desolate wasteland. Okay, cool. That's exactly what Leviticus 26:33 said, right? But because that happened, the land was enjoying its Sabbaths, fulfillment of Leviticus 26:34. But they don't say, oh, and by the way, this is what Moses wrote. They attribute it to Jeremiah. And Paul does this as well. But
that's what I'm saying, is it seems like a loose connection here. In the chronicler, he's saying that according to the word given by Jeremiah, until something's happening, until the land has made up for its Sabbath, meaning they're going to be in captivity until the land has made up its Sabbath, which is the connection with 70.
Mm-hmm. Right, which is the year of the Lord's favor, Isaiah 61, because it's about the Shemitah cycle, 10 sevens. But you said Jesus misquoted, but he didn't, because he's talking about the lead up to. Okay,
because he
actually,
gives
I'm sorry, it's
because he gives an exact quote of Zechariah and says that it comes from Jeremiah. What's happening here in Chronicles is we're getting a loose paraphrase of something that Jeremiah said. And I'll grant you that the first part of the paraphrase sounds vaguely familiar to something in Leviticus. But again, it's not a one-to-one analogy. He's not saying an exact quotation of anybody here. But in Matthew, he does give an exact quotation. And even if you read Matthew 27 in the Greek and compare it to Zechariah in the Greek, it's even closer. So it's clear that he's giving two different quotes from two different individuals and saying that it came from one individual. It's not actually clear in Chronicles that is the case.
Well, I would argue they would have said, and as was written by Moses, if they're quoting Leviticus and 2 Chronicles. But the same thing about the Damascus document, when they say as it is written or as was spoken by the Lord, it's listing multiple different prophets because, again, in the Damascus document.
I've got it on the screen. Tell me where.
Sure. One moment, please. Okay, so Damascus document.
Do you want to know what the actual apologetic is for this? Because you're not on it, by the way.
Oh, I'm not. Okay. What is it?
The actual apologetic for this is that Matthew's doing Midrash.
Okay. I mean, I'd agree it's a form of Midrash. I did say that, but what I'm saying is he's not wrong for doing composite quotation by attributing the major prophet.
But you can't show me a single example where it's happened yet. And the closest you've come is 2 Chronicles, and I don't think it says what you think it says. And it certainly doesn't appear to
Of
be a
course he wouldn't.
tradition. It certainly doesn't appear to be a tradition that exists within Judaism. If you have literally one example ever in all of Judaism, and it seems to just be a loose paraphrase of something Jeremiah said.
Well, no, because I told you as well, Paul does it in Romans 9:27. He's got Hosea and Isaiah, but he only gives the citation to Isaiah because he's the major prophet.
Let's do it.
Okay.
You said
Yeah.
Romans 9:27?
Yes. And if we're going to believe who Paul was, he was a Pharisee who was under Gamaliel. So he knew what he was
I certainly
doing.
don't believe that nonsense.
I know. I know
Isaiah cries out concerning Israel. Though the number of the children of Israel were like the sand of the sea, only a remnant will be saved.
So the first part, Hosea 1:10. The second part, Isaiah 10:22. But he's only attributing it to Isaiah because Hosea is a minor prophet.
Because he's a goof.
Right. That's your interpretation.
Paul misquotes the Old Testament all the time. He misquotes the story in Numbers when he recounts the number of people that died in the Peor incident as well.
Right. So, I mean, again, let me just pull up if you want me to pull up the Damascus document, or you have it on the screen, if you want to just Control F for the audience and, can look up, excuse me, where it would say, as it is written, or as God said. And we'll see that they're attributing every different prophet that's being quoted as a single composite work, because in ancient Jewish mindset, the thematic message was what was inspired by God, and the minor prophets were all the prophets really were a single unified voice. So
I don't think you've actually read these resources. If you go to Romans 9:27, this quote does actually show up in full. It says, though the number of the children of Israel are like the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will be saved. And then in Isaiah 10:22, it says, O Israel, we're like the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will return. It's the same thing. A remnant returning and a remnant being saved is literally identical. It's got the same meaning, and I guarantee if I looked this up in the Greek Septuagint, it probably matches the Greek Septuagint.
Sure. We could.
So he did quote Isaiah here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know he quoted Isaiah, and he also quotes Hosea with it.
He certainly did not quote Hosea here.
Okay, well, let's do this. How about you pull up the Septuagint of Hosea 1:10, the Septuagint of Isaiah 10:22, and then Romans 9:27, and see if he's really just goofing
up. He didn't goof at all. He just got it right. You goofed up. It says, yet the number of the people of Israel shall be like the sand of the sea, which can neither...
Right?
Keep listening. Yet the number of the people of Israel shall be like the sand of the sea, which can be neither measured nor numbered in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people, so on and so forth. That's not what Paul said. Paul said what was here in Isaiah 10:22. Oh, your people were like the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will return. Paul says, though the number of children of Israel were like the sand of the sea, past tense, not future tense, only a remnant will be saved. It's the same thing as Isaiah.
That's not what. No, Romans 9:27. It's I guess you could see and look in the actual original text. It's attributing this as a future tense.
It is a future tense, and it agrees with what we find in the Breton Septuagint. I understand Sir Lancelot Breton's been dead for a while, but his translation's still pretty authoritative. What it says in Isaiah 10:22 is, and though the people of Israel be as the sand of the sea, a remnant of them will be saved. Romans, though the number of the children of Israel were like the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will be saved. Literally, the only difference is a minor change in the state of being.
In the tense, correct. So what does Hosea say then in the Septuagint?
Nothing close.
Hosea 1:10 doesn't say anything close in the Septuagint.
Oh, hold on. I hate these websites so much. Okay. Hosea 1 in the Breton says, the word of the Lord which came to Osee, son of Beri, in the days of Ozias. Oh, sorry, we want verse 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel was as the sand of the sea, which shall not be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place of nothing close to Romans.
Okay. Well, in the Septuagint, yeah, it definitely has a different tense for sure. Because in the... Sorry, go ahead.
One word. It's literally word for word. The only difference is Paul said that the number of the children of Israel were like the sand of the sea. And when you go to the Septuagint copy, a second, go back to Isaiah. In Isaiah, and I don't even look it up in Greek. I'm just taking the English translation. In the English translation, in 22, it says, and though the people of Israel be, meaning it is the case, rather than said was. That's it. The literally only difference between these two English translations is one said was and one is saying is.
Well, but that's the point, though. That's the point, Justin. Is that when Isaiah is saying it, he's saying it's a present thing, and the destruction was coming upon them. They're going to be dispersed out. This is a promise of future restoration, and so when he's attributing it to,
this is the craziest apologetic I've ever heard.
Oh,
that because,
okay. Well, that's what
Paul,
Romans 9 is about.
Because Paul quoted word for word a passage, but changed the tense of being slightly.
Right, that's a huge deal, dude.
It's not a huge deal. That he must be
Justin,
actually,
if I said,
he must be actually quoting another text that doesn't sound anything like it.
So if I said Justin was with me yesterday, and I said Justin will be with me, right? Or you know what I mean? Like Justin was alive and Justin is alive. It's a huge difference. This Romans 9 is a promise of restoration of a remnant of Israel that was coming in 70 AD when Jesus would gather his elect chosen Jews to be part of the new covenant. That's what Paul is talking about. That's what Hosea is saying. But he's also taking the same theme, because Isaiah is using present tense, but it's talking about the destruction that was coming upon them via Babylon, but the same promise. There would be a restoration of the remnant. Paul is attributing that because it's like just like what happened in the Old Testament with Babylon, the proverbial Babylon, which is Old Covenant Jerusalem, will release her people that would be the righteous remnant. So, I mean, again, that's like I don't know why we stuck so long. I guess I don't know why we stuck so long in that. But that was just my first one I was talking about. The next one I wanted to talk about was when he said Jesus was a liar because he's told his brothers, "I'm not going to this feast."
Well, this argument doesn't work because in the Septuagint it says the number of the children of Israel was in the past. Paul uses
correct. It does in Hosea.
Paul uses the future tense, which doesn't match Hosea or Isaiah.
Yeah, I mean, if there might be that in the critical text. If you've got one of the references is a future tense in Hosea, but in the Aleppo Codex, it is a future tense in Hosea. And I'm not saying he quoted the Jewish scriptures, because I agree with you. But by and large, it's the Septuagint that's quoted in the New Testament. By and large,
it is almost exclusively.
Almost exclusively. So, unless, like, again, I don't have a critical compilation of the Septuagint, so I don't know if there was a version that would have used the future tense in Hosea that could have been applied. But I mean, so I guess
the reality is Paul quoted word from word from Isaiah. Did he have a quotation of Isaiah where it was a different tense? Maybe. We have no reason to believe that he was quoting Hosea when it was word for word identical to Isaiah.
Okay, well, I think we can leave that one up to the audience for now. The other one I wanted to bring up, though, was how you said Jesus lied because he said, "I do not go to this feast," and then he goes to the feast in secret in John 7.
7.
Yeah, 7. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is gonna be another words
the
don't
main
mean words. I already know this one. Go ahead.
no, it's not that. It's just that the oldest manuscript says, "I do not yet do I go up." So he just wasn't going up yet with them in the oldest manuscript.
Oh,
The
interesting.
earliest and best.
What word is used there in which manuscript?
So it is the word ok, O-U-K, versus the word opo, which would be the word for like not. Ok would be like not, like absolutely not,
Yep.
and opo is not yet, temporal negative.
Apo is typically about in Greek.
So like yeah, but if you look at P66 and P75, it's I'm not yet going up to this feast.
P66 and 75.
Yeah.
Because it says Apo.
Yeah. O-U-P-O would be the not yet. The
Oh, say that again. O-U-P-O?
Yeah.
Okay.
Opo.
That's a different word. Okay.
Oh yeah, not Oppo. Oppo,
but-
like Oppo out from. No, yes.
But upo is also a negative. It could mean not yet. It could also mean just not.
Yeah, but there's a word for the negative not that would have been that you see it in the other manuscripts. They use the actual affirmative, like the absolute negative, versus the not yet. It's just a temporal. He's like, I'm not yet going up, and that's why he goes in secret. Because if he would have went with his brothers, he would have been obviously visible with them. He has to go in disguise.
Yeah, he would have been telling the truth, but he didn't. That's why he says the world cannot hate you, but it hates me because I testify against it that its works are evil. Go to the festival yourselves. You could say not yet. I am not yet going to the festival, for my time has not fully come. But what do you make of my time not fully coming? Because we do get that phrase from Jesus, and typically that's referring to him being revealed.
Yeah, right, absolutely, which is the point. If he were to have gone with his brothers, he would have been going in a very visible fashion. Them going up to the temple for that feast was a huge deal, right? I mean, we're talking like tens, hundreds of thousands of people going in there. So he's like, you guys are going to go. I am not yet going to go, because then what does he do? He did not go publicly, but in secret. So he's like, okay, I'm going to be there, but I'm not going to be there in a way where all these people who are looking to kill me, I'm going to be a sitting duck, because you ain't got nowhere to run, right? And of course, that's just the way that the text reads. I mean, so I did want to bring that up as well. The earliest manuscripts understand that, or they explain that.
Well,
so
what I'm suggesting is I don't think it fixes it, because what he did was he went there in secret. The goal was to make it so that no one can recognize him.
Correct, right? Because if he would have went with his brothers, there would have been hundreds of thousands of people cramming to get into the temple for the feast, and he would have been a sitting duck for the people that wanted to kill him. They'd be like, look, there's Jesus' brothers. Oh, look, there's Jesus. His time had not yet come, though. So everyone else goes first. He comes in secret after. So it was not a spectacle for him to enter.
Yeah, and do you think his disciples recognized him?
I mean, that would have been obviously revealed to them. They would have known him.
Do you think that his disciples knew he was there?
I don't know. I mean, in a locative sense, like temporally, maybe not, but in the ultimate sense of the divine inspiration of the book, yes.
Sure. So if his disciples ran into him at the festival, do you think the disciples would have communed with him at the festival?
Potentially,
yeah. Yeah, because they didn't know what was going on. Saying, my time has not yet fully come, would lead one to believe that he's just not going.
Right, that's why he says, I do not go yet. And then they leave, and then he goes after, because the yet part, like, hey, I'm not going up with you guys because it's going to be way too much publicity if I go in there. I'll wait till everybody else is in there. And then, of course, it says, he went not publicly. And they were, because look, it says the Jews were looking for him at the festival. So, I mean, this is just kind of part of the narrative of that. So the oldest manuscript doesn't make Jesus a liar.
I'm not saying that the oldest manuscript does. What I'm saying is your explanation of it is ridiculous.
Oh, okay.
And let me explain to you why.
That's good.
So
Sure.
the reason is because if he told his disciples, I'm not going yet, that means his disciples now know he is going. And he didn't tell his disciples not to find him there. He didn't tell his disciples not to expose me while I'm up there. He just says, I'm not going yet. So if I'm Jesus' disciples and Jesus says, hey, go by yourselves, I'm not going yet, I'm under the impression that he is going eventually and I will see him there. That's not what we get here. What we get here is Jesus saying, hey, go to the festival yourselves. I'm not going, which means in verse 10, when he goes, the disciples aren't going to be looking for him. They're not going to think he's there, and they're not likely to expose him. That's why most translations of this passage opt for the reading in my English translation, not on these other two documents. Go to the festival yourselves. I am not going to the festival because it makes more sense of the actual passage.
Well, I think the Texas Receptus also has that as not yet, and that's like a pretty massive compilation, like complete compilation of the New Testament. So
it is not remotely close to that.
Okay.
The TR was based on Erasmus's work.
Mm-hmm.
Erasmus' work was hastily put together. In fact, some of John in Revelation was backwards translated from Latin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be, but I'm just saying that's it has that same. It adheres to the oldest manuscripts of 66 and 75 as they have that.
But what I'm saying is scholars don't believe that that's a credible reading of the text, which is why it doesn't show up in like the actual critical edition. I've got a critical edition right here, in fact. Here's the Nova Testament.
Justin, scholars don't agree on dang near anything. So,
but what I'm saying is, I agree with the scholars that the appropriate reading of this passage is I'm not going to the festival, because if he says I'm not going yet, it's destined to blow his cover.
Correct. So that's why he waits till after they go and everybody's already in the temple, and he comes in as if in secret because his cover ain't blown.
And it would have been blown if his disciples were looking for him there, because he said, I'm not going yet. So what that means is a more harmonious reading of the text is that Jesus obviously told his disciples that he wasn't going so that they wouldn't look for him there and they wouldn't find him there and they wouldn't blow his cover. That's the whole point.
Bruh, that is reading so much into the text that's just not there. I mean,
that's what the text says. He went.
It does say he went secretly, though, right?
Yeah. So if he went secretly, how is anyone gonna know it was him anyway? Who knows what he looked like? Maybe he looked like a 10-foot tall Martian with 3 heads. Come on, man.
That's irrelevant to the.
Sorry, bud.
No, the disciples wouldn't necessarily.
Also, I've got a copy of the critical edition of John from the standard critical edition for almost every New Testament. They don't show textual deviations for 7:7.
It's 7:8.
Oh, gotcha. There we go. It's different in the Greek, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, they do have one for 7:8, and it is as you said. Fair point.
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, yeah, that again is just part of what I wanted to address with again, not necessarily that these people don't know what they were doing or that Jesus is a liar. And I mean, I think you had a full preterist on Wednesday too. Why don't you like to talk about full preterism, Justin?
I do. I talk about it all the time. It's just that you're the most annoying people on the planet. And I don't think that P66 is the earliest New Testament manuscript of John, although it definitely can compete for an early one. It depends on who you're asking. P66 is listed anywhere between the 2nd or 3rd century.
Oh, okay. What about 77?
Well, what I'm saying is we've got a number of documents. I don't think we have a good method of knowing exactly which one came first or which one is the most credible. I get that there's a variant that reads better for what you want it to say. But it doesn't seem like the scholars are all that persuaded by it. And my assumption, if we opened up like the commentary by Bruce Metzger, who does a Greek commentary, on the Gospels is that he's probably going to
Oh yeah,
suggest
messianic. Yeah.
he's probably going to suggest the same thing I suggested.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. So, I mean, do you think that it's like possible that Jesus returned with the destruction of the temple in 70 AD via the Roman army? Is it possible?
I don't think it matches
It-
anything the Gospel says, so no.
What about the Old Testament?
No, not even the Old Testament. The Old Testament talks about the messianic age, saying that there's going to be a physical king on a physical throne, and they're going to be returning to the sacrificial system according to how it was given to the laws of Moses. It doesn't say anything about a spiritual throne in heaven and doing away with the laws of Moses. And it says that all the Israelites are going to be gathered back to the land and they're going to live in safety, which certainly didn't happen in 70 AD. So I have no reason to believe that Jesus accomplished anything in 70 AD.
Okay, so but on like a probability scale of like how you believe that the universe is eternal, right? Like it always has been, always will be. It could be that that's the case, right? Like it's a possibility.
Only if the Bible's
Right?
wrong.
Okay, that's fine. But then again, it could be a possibility that Jesus returned in 70 AD. You don't have to agree with it, but it's a possibility, right? It's not like 100% impossible. It could
I
be
think
improbable.
Based on what we know
but-
about science, it's as close to a zero probability as one has ever existed.
That Jesus returned in 70 AD via the Roman armies?
Yeah, because science, if you're appealing to science, nothing in science would tell us that like spirits exist and that they can just randomly pop in and out of different time zones. Like different
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like the Roman army coming to destroy the temple was the return of Christ. It was the judgment upon those people.
Or it's just the Romans.
Right, but it could have been the judgment, right? Like it's a possibility. So it's a 0% possibility. It's a 0% possibility.
It's as close to a zero possibility. It's as likely as your mother being a gerbil.
Okay, right, gotcha. Okay, well, that's awesome. I don't know if you have anything else for me. Any want to grill me on anything? Or
I don't think so. I mean, I appreciate you coming back and chat with me. I think our conversation was cordial, so I definitely appreciate that. And you know what? It looked like you actually tried to do some research, whereas most people wouldn't. So I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you're welcome. Maybe we can revisit some topics another day, but appreciate your time, man.
Sure thing, man. Cheers.
Bye.
I'll say this: I liked them better the second time than the first time.
My brain itches. Yeah, that made my brain itch.
That was fun. I'm glad he came back because I was actually hoping somebody would bring evidence of a Jewish tradition where they would quote one author and then actually mean another. I still can't see it. I get that he thinks Chronicles is one of those. I don't think Chronicles is, but if Chronicles was, I don't think it validates the tradition at all when the Jews tell us what their traditions are. Like we don't have to guess. Anyways, let me grab a couple of super chats.
Well, and the tradition, every time we see this tradition being done, they're actual quotes. They're not paraphrases. They're actual quotes being used. And there's never any author attributed because they're all thematic. And it's assumed that you've read the text already. And they're all either going to come from like the Torah. So we'll pull from the Torah, or we're going to pull from the prophet. So you'll know where it's coming from. And they're all direct quotes. And they're not necessarily in any order. They're just going to be in a thematic order.
Yeah. I want to read a couple of super chats. We're going to get Mario in here next. And then I think after Mario is Eternal, if I'm reading that correctly. Side, my friend, thank you for the super chat. So my sister called me the other day to tell me with what's going on. She needed to tell me I needed to get back to God. My parents told me the same thing in the 70s. Listen, all of these people, all these Christians are under the impression that like Jesus is returning imminently, like all the prophecies of Revelation are coming true. Like there's so much work that goes into the nonsense of the end is finally approaching, and it never comes true because Jesus isn't coming back. He failed it, friend. But I'm glad you know better. And Atlas, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. As well as Chris. Thank you, Chris, for sending out 5 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Huge W. And Space Lord coming in again says, preterist and non-Bible believer just broke my brain. You know what? I was glad that after our first supposed preterist, Cole, we had a real preterist come in, although we didn't really get to talk about preterism this time around, but I'm sure we will. But man, Cole was wild. And Pat says, Justin, you are just not hearing it correctly. It's like this. I mean, long pause. Trust me, bro. You nailed it, Pat. That's the source I was looking for, actually. That's what I needed. And Joshua, thank you for the $5 super chat, says it would suck if the Globunarians already believed in Jesus by the time we made contact. Could you imagine if we made contact with aliens and were like, hey, what about this Jesus fucker? Oh my God, I'd be so mad. Let's hope that's not the case.
Fun fact about Mormonism. Mormons believe the atonement was for the entire universe.
That's crazy. They don't even know about the Jesus nonsense. I mean, supposedly, unless they got their own book. I don't know.
Right.
Hines has started watching Evangelical Bible Study. Hell yeah. Really good. Also heard you say you brew. I do brew, although it's been a little bit. I do need to make a summer brew. I mostly brew a beer and cider, but it says anything brewing now. I finished German Oktoberfest recently. Well, Klein, that's fucking fantastic. I love Oktoberfest. I used to brew a lot. I used to brew 2 major batches at least in a year. I would brew typically like a stout and or a porter for the winter, and then I would do maybe a shandy for the summer, or perhaps an apple cider. I think I'm going to do apple cider this year. It's not hard. Apple cider is the easiest thing you'll ever brew. You need yeast and lots of juice. And that's basically it. If the ancients can do it, you can do it. But yeah, so hopefully I'll get one going. I actually didn't use my last batch of porter. Still sitting in my my kitchen. I need to dump it out because it didn't turn out right. The flavor wasn't what I wanted. It tasted, the sweetener that I used tasted too manufactured. I'm like, I'm not going to drink this. But luckily it's cheap to brew beer, so I'm going to dump it out and brew something I like. But big W to all the brewers out there. And Miss Meg, thank you for the super chat, says cruising from Florida to Atlanta at 30,000 feet. Hell yeah. Led Zeppelin in one ear, Justin Live in the other. Turbulence. Rock hard for like, well, thank you, Meg. And nowadays on most of these flights, you can get internet and listen to cool stuff. But man, it's still hard sometimes. I hate when I get on a plane and I'm like, I can't access the internet. I can't listen to anything cool because I didn't download it ahead of time. You got to plan that shit out sometimes, you know? And Sheriff Slug, thank you for the $10 super. Says, thank you for arming us with incredible knowledge. I watch live since I discovered the channel. Also purchased a membership along with an NRSV UE Bible to tab. Hell yeah, thank you for that. We learn for Cat Toy Cam. We yearn for Cat Toy Cam. You know what? The cats aren't with me right now. I'm not sure where they're at. I guess.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
I think they're tired of my shit today, and they're laying down somewhere to take a nap or to wrestle or something.
Sad.
It is sad, but you know they'll be back. They pop in and pop out. You know they're older now. They kind of have their own lives. They don't just suckle on my neck all the time. Dr. Joe, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says sending money to do something positive because I can't shut this guy up. He is toxic and dangerous. The way you handled him is amazing, but please take care of yourself. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Yes, that guy was wild. It's weird that somebody would like stalk you down on the internet or even in your supposed private life and then try to like bring it up in the middle of an actual conversation about a text. Really was a divergent. He was just trying to divert from the actual topic with something that he thought he could like get a point with. Astronova says Ethan is gay for Justin, and that might be true, and it's also fucking okay. A lot of people here are gay for Justin, and we're down for that. Also, good to see you, Astronova. And phony Illuminata? Thank you for the super chat. Says I showed up into a copium den. I was not prepared. It really was. There's a lot of cope here tonight. And we're gonna see some more. I'm gonna grab 3 more super chats, friends, and we're gonna get Mario in here. Bryce Aroni, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says 2,000 years after zombie apocalypse, we know vampires are real because Abraham Lincoln hunted them, of course. And we have plenty of evidence for Lincoln. Many sources talk about Lincoln, and independent stories about vampires equals Christians. And of course, obviously. Listen, if Lincoln was a real person, then Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter was a real story that happened. It's just analytically true, obviously. And Antimatter, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. This is coming up on 25 years since 9/11. I can't believe it's been that long. Holy shit. Every eyewitness today knows it was on the 11th. It was a Tuesday morning and the weather was perfect. You don't forget tragedies that are burned into your memory. Yes, it's such a good point. If an event like this happened, you're not going to forget, oh, was it before breakfast that he was dead, or was he still on trial after lunch? It's just not something that you're like, where was the sun in the sky? I can tell you, even for mundane details of some big events, like where I was, what I was doing, what happened. And for the 9/11, the day 9/11 happened, I'll tell you exactly what I was doing. I was laying on the couch. I was sick. I was home from school. It was early in the morning, and I was watching a program about Jordan's possible return to the NBA. I was like, why is this numbskull trying to return to the NBA? He's like 1 million years old. And then as I'm watching it, the news flipped over to the first plane. And I remember it like it was yesterday. If you're with Jesus when he dies, you're not going to forget when he died. Last super chat from Darth Hayden's.
Yeah.
Thank you for the $15 super chat, friend. Says, Christ is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion we gain strength. Through strength we gain power. Through power we gain victory. Through victory our chains are broken. Doug shall free us. Indeed he shall. We don't need the bondage of these religions. Just take a Doug in your hand and smash those shackles right off and never look back. You absolutely will not regret it.
Hey Justin,
I've never.
Thank you so much. I gotta drop down, but thank you so much for having me up. It's been
Trust, buddy. It's good to hear from you. Thank you for hanging out with us. Also, friends, if you're not following Trust But Verify, please make sure you do. He's doing the hard work as well, and he's a good friend of ours.
Cyber, it's always good to see you. But hey, I'll come back next week. I promise. I'll be back next week, and I'll hang out with you again. This was fun.
Great deal. See you, buddy.
And
Take care.
I think what we're forgetting with the
cheers, guys.
And I think what we're forgetting with the contradiction with the time is that Jesus was up there, and then he looked at the sundial on the Roman's wrist and realized he was late for his appeals court. And then he just lost his appeals court.
And then we had to write this ridiculous story to cover him. Your Honor, I have an alibi. Here's my alibi. All right, let's get Mario in here from our YouTube queue. Mario, how are you? Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Bible, Jesus?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm 18. I believe in Jesus.
Okay. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
I disagree a lot with you say it's failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult. Like what?
Mm-hmm. Well, which part do you disagree with?
Well, I honestly think it's not failed. Like it's not a failed religion in general. It's.
I didn't say religion.
I'm sorry, death cult.
Right. Yeah, it's a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult.
How is it failed?
Because Jesus and all of his followers said he was coming back within their lifetime, and then he didn't.
Okay.
So if you're an apocalyptic preacher, you're basically preaching that the end is nigh. It's right around the corner, and that's what Jesus preached. He says in Matthew, Mark, that his coming is going to be within the generation that's currently living, and that his disciples, some of them, will still be alive when the Son of Man comes on the clouds to judge everybody, which unfortunately didn't happen.
Yes, but doesn't it says in the Bible, no one knows the day or the hour, or not even the angels in heaven.
That's right. That's Matthew 24. And that same chapter, he tells you it's happening within that generation. He just doesn't know the day nor the hour. Like if I know something's happening next week, but I don't know the day nor the hour, it would be the same thing. So in verse 34 of the chapter, he says, "Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. But about the day or the hour no one knows, neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father." Which means the day or the hour might not be known, but he does know it's within that generation.
Question: What do you know the word for generation where it is used?
Genei in Hebrew.
Yes. What's
Yeah,
Genei mean?
Generation. That's why the translators put generation in the Bible.
Yes, but obviously we both know that not all translations are correct.
But find me one that says something different.
I don't know. I'm just asking because I don't study, I don't study like close up. But like one thing I think
That's obvious.
Thank you. One thing that I would say is, if Christianity like explicitly says the time is unknowable, then you can't claim it's failed, because clearly,
I can. So we'll try this again. If I said next week I'm going to the store, I just don't know the day nor the hour, that means I have to go to the store next week, or else I have a failed prediction. He didn't tell you the day or the hour. He gave you the cutoff. The cutoff was within that generation.
So when you say generation, right? Just because he didn't come in that generation doesn't mean it's necessarily failed.
That's what he said, though.
And Paul even reaffirms that this is what was meant.
So basically, just make it clear to me what your argument against me is. That he's that generation, since he didn't come back.
He said he's coming back to judge the earth within the generation that was currently living there. He repeats it in Matthew 10:27, says again in Matthew 16:27 and 28. In fact, he says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." And they're all dead. The whole generation is dead, which means he was wrong about coming back within that generation.
So I think you assume that the argument that you're saying assumes that this generation means like the end of the world.
I didn't assume that at all. The word generation just refers to the group of people that are alive, which is the same thing he says in Matthew 16. In fact, he doesn't even use the word generation in Matthew 16. He says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom," which isn't true. They're all dead. Jesus taught that he was coming back within the lifetime of his followers, and this is what Paul also says. Paul says that he and others will be alive when Jesus returns.
Yes, but look, you look, when they say that claim in general, that that whatever, that the final judgment should have happened before those people died.
Agreed.
Right?
That's what he said.
But the interpretation that you're saying, it ignores the context of in general the chapter, because in that same discourse, Jesus predicts the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple. Right?
All before that generation passes away.
Well, that event still it occurred in 70 AD.
So what? The rest of the chapter didn't. That's the point. Also, predictions that the temple is going to get destroyed was ubiquitous. We got a bunch of them at the same time as Jesus. Even Sanhedrin 97 predicted the fall of the temple. Everybody was in a messianic fervor, and a lot of them believed that the temple had to fall before the Messiah would come. So Jesus's prediction of the temple is not even unique.
So, but that's again, that's your view on these. Could it be, and you're obviously going to say no, but could it be that just like I'm saying that he predicted the destruction of the temple, right? And all the events that he describes beforehand, like wars and false messiahs, persecution, the destruction. Could it be that that all happened within that generation? So when he said generation, he referred to the generation that witnessed the fall of Jerusalem, which actually happened within 40 years.
No, because he doesn't say just the fall of Jerusalem. He says, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth shall mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So this is the judgment scene, and if you read the entire Olivet Discourse, the next chapter he describes what he's going to do when he sends out his angels to collect the elect. He's going to judge them.
Okay, but I have the issue is you cannot simultaneously claim that Jesus predicted the exact timing and Jesus said the timing is unknowable.
No, I didn't make that claim. I don't know why this is so confusing. What I said is that Jesus claimed that there is a deadline for these events. These events will come true within this generation. I didn't say that he gave you the exact day or the hour. He says, here's the general end time. I don't know the day of the hour, but I know it's going to happen within this generation. This is not a difficult comparison.
Another thing I have to tell
So
you,
the
man, is
two end times that we are given, the two deadlines that we're given is that the generation, somebody from the generation will still be alive, and some of the disciples will still be alive when he comes back. Just to be clear.
okay, some.
Mm-hmm.
I have another thing to say. A lot of things especially with Jewish prophetic language, it usually describes political collapses, like with cosmic imagery. You know, like in Isaiah, the fall of Babylon is described as the sun darkening and the stars falling and the heavens shaking. Yet, obviously, the literal universe obviously didn't collapse when Babylon fell. Yes,
I
or
don't
no?
know what this is addressing. Yeah, when God brings judgment, typically the heavens quake. This is not something that anyone here is disputing.
Of course. So what I'm trying to tell you is when Jesus is speaking, he's speaking as a Jewish rabbi in the first century in the same prophetic style. So when cosmic imagery appears in the Olivet Discourse,
I agree.
it
I just
doesn't
don't know what this does
describe
for
the
you.
literal. It doesn't describe the literal end of the universe.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't say anything about the cosmic imagery. I have no idea why you're getting this impression. What I'm saying is that Jesus claims he's coming to judge mankind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do I have to tell you for you to understand that I don't believe that this generation that he was saying meant the generation that we think, because obviously it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, which is why it's a failure.
Not yet, because if it does happen, then it's not a failure. It just means
it's a failure. Because he said it's going to happen within that generation.
Hypothetically.
And then let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So again, Paul reaffirms this. Paul is straight up telling people, it's so close, don't even get married. Don't get married. Mm-hmm. If you're married, act like you're single. And then he says, because he uses we, implying that he's going to be a part of it.
What about that?
So Paul even teaches it's right around the corner.
So what do you want me to say to that?
We're hoping you're going to address the passage. I can read it for you. It's in 1 Thessalonians, and they're discussing what to do or what to expect because some of the Christians have died, and they expected Jesus to already have come back. Like, we were told we were going to meet Jesus in the air, but some of our friends have already died. What's going to happen with them? It says, we do not want you to be uninformed, brothers and sisters, about those who have died, so that you may not grieve as others do who have no hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have died. For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive, who are left until the coming of the Lord, will by no means precede those who died. So Paul thinks that he and some others will still be alive when Jesus comes back.
So Paul did not think that he would die before Jesus returns.
No, he thought he would still be alive when Jesus returned, which seemed clear. And even in my study Bible, on this generation from Matthew 24, it says the imminent end was a characteristic of early Christian preaching, because that's what they all taught. Paul included, which is what Cyber brought up.
Okay, so read 2 Timothy 4:6.
Sure. As for me, I'm already being poured out as a libation, and the time of my departure has come.
What does that mean?
Means he's contemplating dying. This is
so what did you just say before these?
Theoretically, on Paul's timeline, this would have been the last thing he ever wrote. Now, Christians know he didn't write 1st or 2nd Timothy. At least you should know that if you don't know that by now. But if he did write 2nd Timothy, this would have been like right before he was about to die, which obviously is different than 1 Thessalonians. 1 Thessalonians is the very first letter he ever wrote. And that letter says that he expects to still be alive when Jesus comes back. Obviously, if he's on death's doorstep, he's probably going to have a different opinion later.
Okay, another thing to what's the guy's name? The
Cyber?
Cowboy. Cyber. You were saying how when you say the we, meaning that just because he said we, he refers to the group that's at that time that's getting whatever. I'm trying to make it known that I believe that when they say we, it does not mean the speaker knows that they will personally survive. It simply identifies the living group if the event occurs. So,
do you know what a first person pronoun is?
Yes.
Is we a first person pronoun?
What about the first person pronoun?
A first person pronoun includes the speaker.
So he's speaking from the perspective of living believers. So he's not predicting his personal survival.
He is.
He is, because in other cases where he's talking about other people that don't include himself, he says you. He says you will do this.
Again, like I already gave you the verse that he is already expecting his own death. You could take that however you want to take that.
You realize that the modern scholarship is that Paul did not write Timothy, right?
It's hilarious how you use the Bible to tell me something. I use it and you say, oh, that's not really. It's whatever. It's fine. You could say that. It's fine.
Well, I told you, even if Paul wrote 2 Timothy, it doesn't change what he said in 1 Thessalonians. Obviously, at the beginning of his ministry, he's going to have a different opinion than what the opinion would be when he's about to die. When he's about to die, obviously, it must have dawned on him that Jesus wasn't coming back anytime soon.
So, okay. But Paul also acknowledges that the timing is unknown too.
But again, he says it's imminent. For example, 1 Corinthians 7, he says the present form of the world is passing away. He instructs young people not even to get married or to have children because the world's about to pass away. Again, this is early. He wrote Corinthians just after his first missionary journey.
So because he told people to not get married, he believed that the end was coming immediately to prove Christianity expected an imminent. That's what you're saying, like
that's what he said. Says, if you marry, you do not sin, and if a virgin marries, she does not sin. Yet those who marry will experience distress in the flesh, and I would spare you that. And then he goes on to explain what you should. Hold on. Then he goes on to explain what you should do otherwise. He said, even those who have wives live as though you don't have wives. Why should we be doing this? He says, for the present form of the world is passing away, meaning imminently. Right now it's happening.
He also says in the same chapter, what do you think I'm about to tell you?
You tell me.
He says he explicitly says it's not a personal advice. It's personal advice, not a command. So when he does say all these things,
I
he
agree. It's
said,
personal advice.
Yeah, we agree. He believes, it's his personal belief that the second coming is right around the corner. It's happening right
so
now.
he admits he had no command from the Lord. He gave his own judgment. He said
Where
it
do
by
you-
his way of concession.
Where do you
not by his
think he's getting his belief from?
He clearly said that it's not from the Lord.
Well,
does he talk with the other disciples? Does he have a
he
whole
did-
council where he talks to the other disciples?
Well, hold on. I just want to
Corinthians
clarify real quick because the caller just said something that's incorrect. He didn't say that he didn't have any commands from the Lord, and he didn't say that he didn't have commands about his coming from the Lord. What he says is, I don't have a command specifically about this one thing, meaning advice to the married, whether or not you should get married or not married. It says, to the married, I give this command, not I, but the Lord, that the wife should not separate from her husband, meaning, hey, this is not something I heard from God, but my advice is that you don't separate from your husband. That's it. He didn't say that none of his information came from the Lord. But what were you going to say, Cyber?
Oh, I was going to say, but he's getting his belief, right? Because one, what Justice said, but two, he's meeting with the disciples. There's a whole council he has where they discuss things, right? So if we go off what the Gospels are saying, and this connects with those, Paul has a belief that the ending is near, and he's instructing Christians to act accordingly.
Again, we know Paul is very interesting. You know, he always says that marriage is a good thing, and then here he's saying, don't get married because the time is near, right? That's what you're trying to tell me.
That's what
but
he said.
If he really did believe marriage was wrong and pointless because the world
He didn't
was
say
ending,
Yeah, he never said that.
He didn't say wrong
Either way,
or pointless. He's saying that he would rather spare you the turmoil of what's about to happen.
Either way, does he encourage marriage?
No.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. I'll just show it to you. It is good for a man not to touch a woman, but because of the cases of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife and each woman her own husband. So he's saying it is better to not touch a woman, and he gives you the reason why. That's why he says, if you wish to marry, you do not sin, but I would wish to spare you.
He does not marry because Paul didn't want to live a...
That's right.
Yes.
And his preference was for you to remain unmarried, which is why he says, this I say by way of concession, not of command. I wish that all were as I myself am. So he's saying, my preference is for you to be unmarried like me.
Okay, I could give you another point of view. Remaining, especially in this time, specifically remaining unmarried, it could have been very practical because remember when he said, because of the...
We're going to watch his theology change.
You go ahead and watch my theology change, man. In Corinthians 7:26, right? It says, because of the present distress, it is good for a person to remain as they are. Correct. So a lot of scholars interpret the present distress as the persecution at the time of the early church. And they faced imprisonment. You know, the Roman Empire was very cruel. They faced
and what else?
Confiscated, execution.
How about the present form of the world passing away, which is what he says in the same paragraph?
So what is that supposed to, what are you trying to say? That
the present
what I'm
form of the world is passing away.
So why would he ever discuss things like widows remarrying or ongoing responsibilities like raising families? Like those are long-term life structures.
Because people were already married.
I genuinely just believe myself. If Paul truly believed that the end was immediate, advising people about remarriage and long-term relationships would make very little, like it wouldn't make any sense.
He didn't instruct them to get remarried.
So why he tell widows to remarry?
He didn't.
He didn't?
He says they're allowed to.
Okay.
He didn't tell them to get married.
I just think that in general, this argument just doesn't even represent the Christian teaching overall.
It does.
We
Jesus
agree.
agreed.
We
Christians don't
agree
read their
that you
book.
have to have copium.
Right. In Matthew 19, Jesus agrees with Paul. Says it's better to be a eunuch for the sake of the gospel.
All right. Either way, let's just get it out the way that Paul never forbade marriage.
I never said he did. I don't know why you keep saying that.
To be
I'm just
clear,
saying.
your argumentation was when we brought up that Paul was so convinced that the second coming was near that he's instructing people to not marry, you then said Paul strongly encouraged marriage. And then Justin showed you the text that says, well, no, that's not true. He strongly encouraged not getting married, but if you can't control yourself, then get married. Again, you see how your theology is just starting to change right now and you don't even realize it?
If you say so, sure. My theology on Paul's opinion on marriage, I think it says because of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife and each woman her own husband. Because
in
of
lieu
sexual
of being
immorality.
single. If you can't
Okay.
be single, here's the next best thing, is what he said.
He didn't say that. He said because of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife and each woman her own husband.
And what did he say right before that?
You read it already.
I know, and you didn't hear it, which is why we got to do it again. Concerning the matters about which you wrote, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. However, because of cases of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife and each woman her own husband. And he explains this. He says, this I say by way of concession, meaning I'm conceding this in lieu of what I would prefer, which is I wish that all were as I myself am. Paul's preference is for them to remain single. He's saying, if you are going to burn in passion, then by all means don't sin. Get married. But my preference is for you to not do that.
Okay, so in the end goal of your argument is to say that what? That he didn't that he
My end goal is clear. Paul recommended people remain single because the end of the world was nigh. Just like Jesus said.
And could it be that Paul also did not know?
Paul only knew what he was told. If he agrees with Jesus, then he must have heard it either from the disciples or somebody who knew Jesus, which is why it seems everybody in the early Christian movement was under the impression that the end was imminent. And even in 2 Thessalonians, Paul is talking about, hey, the end is right around the corner. Here's how you know. He's talking about the man of lawlessness, the supposed Antichrist. It says, let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the lawless one is revealed, the one destined for destruction. That's a quote from Daniel 9. He exposes and exalts himself above every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, declaring himself to be God. Do you remember that I told you these things when I was still with you? And you know that he is now restraining him, so that he may be revealed when his time comes. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work, but only until the one who now restrains it is removed. So Paul says, hey, this Antichrist is already here. God's literally just holding him back. He's around the corner.
Okay, I don't know. Clearly you have more expertise in your belief for this specific argument. So if you want to move on, what do I have to say? Do I have to say something like you win for the next?
you have to cry uncle.
Uncle.
Fair
next.
enough. Okay, the next claim is that Christianity is essentially blood magic.
Okay. Can you explain that?
Yeah. Blood magic is this idea that like blood has some sort of divine magical qualities that are capable of like getting rid of sin and impurities. Obviously, if you've read the Hebrew Bible, this is abundantly clear. All of the sin and the impurity of the Israelites are essentially atoned for by not not all of them, quite a bit of them are atoned for by using blood rituals. And in the ancient Near East, these rituals were abundant. They believed that both the breath and the blood that humans possess came from the gods. And so, in order to deal with these impurities, since if these impurities came in contact with these divine substances, the divine substances would essentially defeat the impurities. So they would rub blood all over anything that was contaminated by impurity as a form of like detergent. And we find this in the Bible. We find it in the literature from the Hittites. We find it in the literature from the Assyrians. It's just what everyone believed in the ancient world, and it happens to be what the Bible teaches.
Okay, so in general, like for a more simple statement, you think that that Christianity uses blood magic?
I
Or
think
that
all of
they
Christian.
say that
Yeah. I think all of Christianity is based on blood magic. I mean, even Jesus's supposed death on the cross was supposed to be blood atonement for the sins of all mankind.
okay, so this is one thing I think Christianity does teach that. Well, look, you're basically, I'm gonna try to get your claim. You're saying that Christianity, it teaches that Jesus' blood is magical, right? In your words, and that it removes sin and impurity, and therefore the faith is based on this blood magic that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read
Okay.
John?
Have I read? Yes, I've read John. Yes.
What does John 6:53 say?
You can pull it up if you want to read it.
Yeah. We'll grab it. Jesus said to them, "Very truly I tell you, unless you eat of the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you."
Okay, so what are you saying, Cyber?
Yeah, like he's doing this like during the Last Supper. We have the Eucharist being given by various different faiths. So again, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you.
And your argument is that basically we need this blood, like as a Christian.
Yeah, Christians believe this, yeah.
Okay, so the context in this specific verse, I believe the context is symbolic and spiritual. It's not literal, magic.
Well, what's the difference between spiritual and magic?
Yes, that's another whole nother conversation. But I when he's speaking in this with the disciples, he also talks about being the bread of life. Okay, he's not actual bread. He's
well, don't tell the Catholics and the Orthodox.
Of course, I'm not Catholic. That's it.
Right.
I'm joking.
But my point is, even if you make it spiritual, I'm asking, what's the difference between spiritual and magic? It sounds like the same thing.
I know, but you could get into a definition debate about that, and I rather not. The immediate context is a spiritual sustenance through union with Christ, not literal magic or cannibalism, because the blood language symbolizes the participation in his sacrificial death, not like a formula where fluid itself just gives you some life or something.
And what was the purpose of the sacrificial death?
That he did on the cross?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what was it for?
It was a gift to anybody who receives. For your sins, yes.
And how does blood atone for sins?
I mean, he made it very clear.
Right. I'm asking you. According to the Bible, how does blood atone for sins?
According to the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you basically start in Leviticus.
Mm-hmm.
He says, for the life of the flesh is in blood, and I
Okay.
have given it to you upon the altar to make atonement for your souls.
Yep. What's atonement mean?
Either way, yes, I don't disagree with the fact that blood does represent a life, in the Bible.
No, what's atonement mean, my man?
Atonement is like a payment.
Nope.
What is it?
Atonement comes from the Hebrew word kafar, which means to cover. You cover the impurities with the blood.
Okay, cover for your souls.
No, cover the sin.
To make an atonement for your souls.
Nope. Atonement for your sin. It doesn't say atonement for souls. It says for sin.
But
Show me
you
the
can
verse.
pull it up if you Leviticus 17:11. How's the pizza? Good?
Not too bad. I like it. Yeah.
Mexican, I'm guessing.
It's got onions, olives, spinach. Pretty good. It says, for the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it for you to make atonement for your lives on the altar. For as life, it is the blood that makes atonement. Yeah. Atonement. The blood of atonement.
But you just said it says for sins in that one. I just told you it didn't. It's nuts.
No, I'm not saying that specific verse said sin. I'm saying in the Hebrew Bible, it tells you that when you read Leviticus to do the offerings that include the blood, it's specifically for atonement of sins.
Okay, so is that magic, or is that more of like a transaction?
That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, okay. So there's no difference between magic and spiritual. So God's not collecting the blood. Right? He doesn't have like a blood bank where he's like, okay, I got enough blood, I'm happy now. The blood is there because we know how this works in the ancient world. Everybody was doing it and everybody wrote about it. We know exactly how blood magic works. They literally believed that's why you had to smear the blood on the inside of the temple and on the inside of the tabernacle to cover the impurities. If you read Leviticus 16 on the Day of Atonement, like that's the high day of the year, they're smearing the blood on the impurities.
Okay, but the thing is, right? Now that I understand what you mean, because sorry, when you say magic, I think like witchcraft, you know. But in this sense that you're saying magic, yes, in a way, it is sort of you know, if you want to say spiritual, if you don't like that word, you want to say magical, whatever. Either way, this blood that we're talking about, it technically is transaction. I don't know.
What do you mean by transaction?
I don't know. No, like what we're saying is like a blood represents life, like I said, and atonement is like a transaction. You said covering, but I see it like a transaction, not like a formula, like you said. So when you see in the Old Testament, the animal, the lamb's blood in the Old Testament, the sacrifices, the blood pays for the penalty for the sin at the time. They go
it doesn't
to the
say
temple.
pay.
Either look, you could go over these words: pay, atone, cover. The blood covers for their sin. If that sounds better for you,
it literally covers the sin. Yeah,
exactly. I'm not.
It doesn't pay for it. It covers it physically. That's why people
sin
are
is not,
sprinkled.
Sin
That's
is
why
not, sin is not a.
That's why
physical
people are
thing.
sprinkled with blood. Yes, it is.
Is
Sin
sin
and
a physical
impurity
thing?
in the Hebrew Bible are treated identical. Whether you've committed a sin or whether you've just touched something impure, it's literally going to be the same process. You're going to bring an animal sacrifice. You're going to have to spill the blood of the animal, and that blood is going to be sprinkled on you and all kinds of other things that may have been impure by you.
Yes, but
again, that's why. Well, I was just going to say real quick, that's why when we bring up the verse that you brought up, it says, for the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you for making atonement for your lives on the altar. It has to be done correctly. It's sacrifice.
Yes, and in a way, Jesus does fulfill this magic law, symbolic, I like to say.
Well, Leviticus says, "For as life, it is the blood that makes atonement." You don't make the atonement; it's the blood that makes the atonement. Like Justin was saying, it's what covers the sin.
I never said I made the atonement. When did I say that?
No, what Justin said. The passage agrees with what Justin is saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what Justin is saying. I said that life is in the blood, and we agree that blood holds
Magic powers.
atonement for sins.
No, it didn't say that it holds atonement. It is used for atonement.
Okay, so do you see how it connects with Jesus? Do you see how it can fulfill? what
Yeah,
Jesus
it's
did?
blood magic. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah. The ancients believed that spilling this magical blood can actually get rid of impurities, both physical and spiritual.
Well, in general, okay.
Well, and in fact, when they were getting ready to do these sacrifices, they would take the blood, and just to make sure that the altar itself was purified, they'd sprinkle blood on various parts of the altar to ensure that the altar itself was purified.
Okay, so in this argument, we're just saying that the blood magic is weird, or what about the blood magic? What about it?
No, we're just letting you understand that the whole Jesus narrative is blood magic. That's it.
I don't think it's blood magic. I think that blood magic has a part in Jesus's, but I don't think. Oh, I'm a Christian. Blood magic. That's not how it works.
How does Jesus's blood atone for anyone's sins?
How?
Yeah.
Because it's blameless.
So what? A baby dies every day. Babies are blameless. Their blood didn't atone for anyone's sin.
Do you understand that when I don't like to get into politics or anything, but sorry, we're not talking about politics, but I'm about to bring it up. I think that blood holds power.
Magic.
Okay, magic, if you want to call it magic. I believe it as a Christian. I believe that blood holds, if you want to call magic, in both the light and the dark. So it's very sad when babies do die. It is. Innocent babies die. But it doesn't necessarily mean that when those babies die, now they can magically save a generation, save a world from sin. But I do think that, again, you're gonna call me crazy, but that demons and that the devil in general, like basically the dark side of things, they love it. Anyways,
they love what?
When innocent lives die, when innocent babies die.
Why do they love that?
Because it's like an atonement. It's like a payment, but for
a payment
them,
to who?
To the dark side.
Why do they want that?
It's because they're evil, death and destruction.
I mean, the early church had a different reason for that. If you talk to Origen says that these demonic entities, the reason why they're leading people away from Jesus is because they want libations and food offerings that normally would have not gone to them. They're in it for the food and drink.
Well, that's funny. I haven't looked into that, but I don't know.
I'd put some children up for the right food and drink if I was a spirit. They get parched.
Spirits can eat like humans. Spirits like to do what's it called? They basically like to take a hold of your body. They want to find a human. They want to find something that they could take place in, and that's called possession and demonic possession, and it's not good.
That's what the Holy Spirit does. It demonically possesses you.
Yes, but instead of it being demonic, like I said, there's a dark side and there's a light side too, and if you want to speak in those terms, right? We, as Christians, we have the light side in us. We, we
Well, let me
have
ask
the
you a
Holy
question.
Spirit.
How do you know that the spirit of your religion is not the dark side rather than the light side? Because by my count, Yahweh is the one like murdering babies left and right. I don't know of any babies that the devil killed.
That's very funny. Look, all I'm going to tell you is this, man.
Well, hold
Ever
on, that's
since-
serious. Where does this happen where the devil does this? Like, we're curious.
Where does it happen where the devil does what?
Like anything evil. He seems to like not really be that bad a guy.
You don't think so?
What do you do?
Show us.
I mean, you could look anywhere in the Bible.
I have.
And okay. So any sort of evil, any sort of sin, any sort of war, any sort of destruction, just understand it comes from him.
No.
Yes.
No, God commands them.
Again, this is all after the fact of the fall of humanity.
So what?
So this all started because of Satan.
Satan's not in the garden.
He was.
No, there's a snake.
Where does Genesis say it was Satan or Lucifer?
So I see this debate just jumps left and right to different.
Well, now we're just kind of having fun right now, but
no, yeah, I mean, it's fine.
This is kind of a serious topic, though, right?
No, this is very serious. All I want to tell you is that this is not the joke to me, man. Like this, and again, I really do respect you, and I don't know about your friend because I haven't seen his stuff. I've seen your stuff, and you're a deconstructor. You like to look into things, and it's the only thing I have against what you believe is that you're very biased.
I think you should follow Cyber. I think he's really smart. He's got a great OnlyFans page too.
See, now we're just cracking jokes, man. Like, look, that's very cool. Look, Cyber, you do whatever you want to do online. That has nothing to do with what I'm gonna.
I will, but let's stay on topic there.
I'm sorry, he brought it up. Not
in Genesis 3. In Genesis 3, it starts right out with, now the serpent was more crafty than the other wild animals that the Lord God had made. That's what it says. And then later on, after he convinces Eve to partake of the fruit and then Adam partakes of the fruit, God himself says, the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals, and among all wild creatures, upon your belly you shall go. So it doesn't mention anything in here about a demon, about Satan, about Lucifer, about another entity, about us. It literally makes a statement that the serpent is just a snake. It's a snake. It's an animal. It's a wild animal.
Okay, I'm glad you have that this interpretation that the serpent, it's not Satan, you're wrong. Well, one thing I have to understand is they calls the tempter a serpent, and in the text the serpent is a symbolic, right? It's a literal figure representing temptation and human choice. So when you identify the serpent with Satan, it comes later in biblical theology, like in Revelation 12:9.
I don't think that's the case. I think Revelation is actually quoting from Isaiah, which is another thing. Give me a second, though, before we get there. In the passage, let me just ask you, who gets cursed in verse 14?
You are cursed among all animals and among all wild creatures. Go upon your belly, you shall go. Who is he cursing?
Yeah.
The serpent.
Yeah. Does Satan crawl on his belly?
Does Satan what?
Does Satan crawl on his belly and burrow in the ground, or is that what snakes do?
I guess that's what snakes do.
Right. So if snakes didn't do anything wrong, why are they getting cursed?
Okay, so what's your point? Sorry, I'm just
My point is the curse here obviously applies to snakes and not to Satan, which can only mean that snakes were the ones, or a snake is the cause of this curse and not a Satan. If this was a snake that was being inhabited by Satan, it's weird that God punished snakes rather than Satan.
And I would like to say as well that when we read further into Torah and in the Tanakh, it seems like the Israelites don't hold this like animosity towards serpents, because if you remember in Numbers 21, it's a bronze serpent that does healing. If we go and we read in Matthew, it states that serpents are symbols of wisdom. The seraphim in the book of Isaiah, chapter 6, are described as like fiery serpents. That could be up to an interpretation. In Exodus, Moses' staff literally becomes a serpent to eat up the other two, and it could have became something different to eat these up. We find Israel or ancient Israelite like medallions that show serpents that seem to have been like a symbol of protection. So it is the case that like the ancient Israelites did not make this connection of snakes and serpents to being evil in any way. That's a Christian thing.
Okay, but if you really want to talk about this Satan serpent thing, I think in general the first argument was that you're saying that Satan isn't as bad as we think he is, and that God might be the bad one, and that the Holy Spirit, instead of us thinking that it's good, it might be bad, or how we have no proof that it's not. I just think that's totally a misunderstanding.
Of what?
I just think you guys also you say that Satan and God are morally equal because God allows bad things to happen.
No, I didn't say that. He causes it. What I'm saying is,
he causes
in the book, God causes all kinds of horrific things, even to undeserving people, and Satan does not. So if I'm just reading this book and saying, who seems to be the villain here? It seems to be that Satan is not the villain. Like, Satan didn't kill any innocent babies. Satan didn't kill all of Job's family. This is all stuff that God did.
Can we agree that Satan always acts in rebellion against God in the Bible?
No. The opposite, actually. He only does what God tells him to do.
Job 1-2, Revelation 12:9.
Yeah, in Job 1, he does what God gave him permission to do.
Oh, because God is God, so anything he does is God allows him to do.
No, God explicitly gives him permission to do it. We can read it in Job 1.
What about... Okay, you could read it if you want.
In Job 1, Satan shows up with the other heavenly beings. It says, on the day the heavenly beings came to present themselves to the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, where have you come from? The accuser answered the Lord, from going to and fro on the earth, from walking up and down it. And the Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? So God's like, hey, check this dude out. There's no one like him on earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. Then the accuser answered the Lord, does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face. The Lord said to the accuser, very well, all that he has is in your power, only do not stretch out your hand against him. So God said, okay, I'll put him in your power. You can go fuck him up.
Okay. So what do you believe?
Well, I'm an atheist. I don't believe any God exists. So
I have a question. Are you ever sad? Like,
yeah, as it turns out, sometimes people get sad in life.
Yeah, but like in general, like, cause one thing I know is before I understood about God in general, because I had very hopeless, like super sad, hopeless, you live life and you just want to, you just because when you know more, I think the more you know and the more you understand, the more it almost makes people more depressed. I think that's something that even in the Bible it talks about, like
In Ecclesiastes, it says that. Yep.
yeah. So it's like, a lot of people, like me myself included, I'm not the smartest person ever. I wouldn't call myself Albert Einstein, but did understand that the more innocent I was when I was younger, I was so happy. And as the world progressed you just get sad and it's like no hope. But when you understand, right, in my position, when you learn about what sin is, right, and you learn about what the Bible is, I think you and me read the Bible very different perspectives, because you read it and you tell me this, oh, God is really the evil one, and
well, he is.
Jesus is not these like, look, that's cool. I get your perspective of the Bible, but really, I genuinely don't think um you ever looked at it from my perspective. And
I
if you
have.
did, because
I was a Christian
right,
for 2 decades.
Can you show me a scripture real quick where like God commands the unalivement of, say, infants? Not God, Satan, where Satan commands the unalivement of infants.
But that's not what I'm talking about, man. That's I mean, I'm guessing there's none, if that's what you want me to prove.
If I can bring up a few where God quite literally commands the unalivement of infants.
Well, there's many where kings do, like Herod and Pharaoh. That's not cool. I never said that's cool. All I'm
But what about
saying
when
is,
God commands it, though?
yeah. What
Cyber, go ahead and walk through this with him. I'm going to use the restroom. I love where this is going. I want to hear how it turns out.
Yeah, so if we go into, do you remember the story of the Amalekites?
Tell me, remind me.
Yeah, so when the Israelites are coming out of Egypt, they get attacked by the Amalekites, but they actually win. Like, they destroy the Amalekites, and then 400 years later, Samuel the prophet goes to Saul and says, "Hey, I need you to go and attack Amalek, because remember what they did 400 years ago when you guys came out of Israel? Well, now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them." Now, listen to this part. "But kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey."
Okay.
And then Saul goes and does it, except he doesn't quite fulfill it. He brings the king back, and he brings back a few livestock for the purpose of offering an offering to God. And God punished him for this. But God quite literally commanded the unalivement of infants.
So you're saying that God is evil for that?
No, the question was, where does Satan ever command this? And I can show you where God does. And I would consider this an evil act. I think infants are innocent. They haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah, that's my position.
Yeah, like how can a good God command such a horrible atrocity?
Mm-hmm.
I understand. I know, as a human, like, it's very simple. Like you see it and it's like, what the heck? Like, I'm not gonna listen to this book. I read that and I just close it. But you have to understand why. And it's hard because I believe in a thing called divine justice against
babies.
No. This is specifically about the nation in general, right? Now, their society at the time was very entrenched with idolatry, violence, and in general, just very corrupt.
Where's
and
that in
God
the
is
Bible?
very
Yeah, where does the text say that that's why Saul is supposed to go and alive him? Where's that in the text for this particular instance?
well, mainly the reason why is because they repeatedly attacked Israel in Exodus. You read that.
Yeah, and when was Exodus? compared to 2 Samuel? How many years has gone by?
How many?
400. The people that are surviving, they probably don't even remember what happened. They probably have no idea what had gone on.
Yeah. 400 years later, man.
And you're saying Saul was punished for his disobedience?
Well, he allowed their king and some livestock to live. He brought the livestock back for a sacrifice.
Well, how did he disobey the command? Again,
I just told you he was told to utterly destroy everything, to include, and when they include the infants and the children, that's God saying, this is how serious this is, how literal I want the unaliving everything, is that it must include the infants and the children. Like, this is a seriousness claim, how important it is.
So I have
and
a
he brings
question.
their king back.
I have a question. What do you? Because look, what you're saying now is like God has so much. There's so much to say that God has forced or gave law in order to kill. But where is Satan? Therefore, God is worse than Satan.
That's what we're saying. Satan's not there.
Yeah, but Satan doesn't have sovereign authority over nations.
Well, God does, which means he shouldn't be killing the babies.
Yeah, but Satan, you understand, like, he can't impose any punishment. He can only tempt. He can only accuse and deceive. So if Satan wants to get things done, he does it in a very deceiving manner. Okay.
Well, show me where he does it.
When he tries to tempt people?
Yeah, show me where he does anything that leads to somebody being harmed.
We see it every day.
Where?
We don't need to use the Bible. We could just literally go to the news and
Satan's not in the news. I'm asking
Sir,
you,
like,
in the Bible, where does Satan do anything bad?
where does he do anything bad?
Yeah.
You could go on Google and search that one up yourself, sir.
Google's not in the Bible.
Are you serious?
There's not a single instance in the Bible where Satan does anything horrific that God didn't put him up to. Like, Job is the best you got, and God put him up to it.
And in fact, in that story, God participates. He sends fire down.
Yep.
Satan, his role is a tempter. His role is an accuser and a deceiver.
Who gave him that role?
He does not command armies.
Who gave him that role?
Enforce judgment. What do you mean, who gave him that role?
How did he get into that job?
He lost his position.
Where's that in the Bible? He got demoted?
He technically, yes.
Where's that in the Bible? That's not in the Bible.
No, he was. So is Satan not Lucifer?
Nope. Isaiah 14 is not remotely about Satan. It's a metaphor from the Canaanite and Syrian literature about a deity named Athtar who tries to ascend to the throne of Baal on Mount Zaphon, but he gets laughed out of the throne because he's too short to even reach the footstool. This is a taunt taken up against the king of Babylon using a piece of mythology that he would have been familiar with. Lucifer just means Hillel ben Shachar. This is the son of the morning, which is known in Syrian mythology. There was two deities, Shachar, that's the deity of the morning, and who's the deity of the night? I forget now. Shalim. Shachar and Shalim.
And this is also the root word for Christians when they say hallelujah. It's also a root word in there with Hallel. It's still a root word. So if you're going to say that this is like a reference to Lucifer, every time you say hallelujah, you're invoking Lucifer.
Do you think that if God allows evil, he must be evil?
No, he causes evil, is what we're saying.
Do you think if God allows evil or causes evil, he is evil?
Yeah, I think if you cause evil unnecessarily, you are evil.
Why?
Because only an evil entity would knowingly and willfully cause evil that's not required.
Well, who told you that?
That's, I'm sorry, if I go and murder a baby that I'm not like saving anyone's life, I don't have to murder a baby. This is called unnecessary evil. Am I evil or good for killing the baby?
Yes, but I have a question because you
Well,
say you're
just-
atheist.
Am I evil or good for killing the baby?
I don't know. According to you, what is evil?
Again, I think evil is an extreme form of badness, and I think badness is when you cause bad things unnecessarily. Hey, maybe you don't think killing babies is bad, which is fine. Now you should just, vote pro-choice with us.
No, it's no. It's clearly not. It's not a good thing. I'm just trying to understand your point of view as an atheist, because you have a lot of claims that have to do with good and evil, but I don't know where you get your morality from. But that
I certainly don't get it from a God who thinks it's okay to rape women and kill babies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay. Just understand that God and Satan are not even close to similar. Because if God is sovereign, Satan is limited, right?
God's the one that creates all the evil. Satan just does his job.
And we put you to a task.
Of free will.
Well, and you've been put to a task and you haven't been able to do it. And we were able to support our end of that task, right? We're able to do the parody of it. We're able to show you where God quite literally does these horrific things. But you have yet to show us where Satan does these horrific things.
He can't. I already told you he's limited. He's not sovereign. He can't. He can only tempt and rebel. That's all he can do. God can, because he is sovereign. He can control, and he is the judge, the ultimate judge.
So Satan doesn't have the ability to kill anyone?
All these bad things that you think you see about the Bible and God's evil, it's literally a punishment for evil done in the past.
So babies did evil in the past?
No. That's a punishment on the nation.
Why would a baby have to be punished for their parents' crimes?
That's called generation. I know it sucks.
Yeah,
but
it's evil
to this day.
Yeah, generational punishments are evil. Exodus 34:7, God says he visits the iniquity of the parents upon the children into the third and fourth generation. That's evil. You shouldn't be punishing great-great-grandchildren for the crimes of their parents.
But that's the world we live in today because of
it's
sin
not
and free will.
You'd be wrong.
It is.
That's a decision that God made.
In 400 years, we're at about 14 to 16 generations in 400 years.
In what?
We're into 14 to 16 generations within 400 years. So we're beyond the limitation that God put.
We see generational curses to this day. It's not to the extent of... Yes, we do, sir.
No. Your book describes them. There's no real generational curses in real life because magic isn't real. But my point is,
generational curses happen to these
God
days.
isn't reacting to like some weird mystical law of the universe that he doesn't have any control over. These are rules that he created. God created the rules that enable him to punish great-grandchildren for the crimes of their great-grandparents. This is not like an inevitable consequence of reality. This is something that God decided upon. He could have decided to not do that.
Look, I'm going to say my statement on in general of this whole argument that you're telling me. And then I want to go more into like not personal, but like more of like, I'm not going to be using this Bible for everything because I'm a person too, and I have my own. Unless there's rules that I have to use the Bible in every argument.
No.
Okay, but specifically, and you could either disagree with me or say I lost, but when it comes to this, Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult. I say Christianity is not a failed apocalyptic blood magic cult. Jesus' death is moral and not magical. The warnings and the advice were not where they were pastoral. So there wasn't a failed prophecy. There was more of him giving his opinions. What else? The serpent in Genesis, I guess, okay, maybe you beat me in that one. There's no proof that it could be Satan. But I will tell you that Satan does act in rebellion and deceit. We see it all over the Bible.
I would too if
And
I knew God
evil-
was evil.
And then evil exists because of human sin.
No, evil
And
exists because God
Satan's
created
limited.
it. Isaiah 45:7.
But God uses it to fulfill ultimate justice.
God didn't have
And
to
it
create it at all.
It's fine. We don't know everything, but that's what I'm saying, what I believe. And then after, you could just tell me that I'm wrong.
Let me
But
let me
comparing,
ask you a quick question real quick. God is all powerful in your worldview, correct?
God is all powerful. Yeah, he's all powerful.
So could it be the case that instead of ever ordering sacrifice or requiring this human sacrifice, that God quite literally could have just said, hey, here's who I am, read my text, and if you truly believe, if you truly want to be with me and you truly want to repent, just pray to me and ask for forgiveness. You know, you actually have to believe, you truly have to be sorry. Thus, no blood sacrifice of Jesus required.
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you what I think? I don't know.
Well,
I don't
you don't know?
I'm not God.
So
I'm not.
it could be the case then in your worldview that he had to provide the blood sacrifice to forgive all the world of sin, correct?
Meaning that he is actually not all powerful and he needs blood.
No,
Look,
I'm not going down that road.
Oh,
I mean, I could, but that's not where I'm going with this.
so where are you going?
Where I'm going is, if it is in fact the case that he had to provide this sacrifice, then yeah, it's a blood cult. There's no way around it. It turns into a blood cult. The shedding of blood was in fact required.
Okay.
There's no way around it.
Question, Cyber, were you ever actually a Christian yourself? Did you grow up Christian?
No, I thought Christianity was goofy. I grew up practicing Orthodox Judaism.
Orthodox Judaism. Question, do you still believe in Judaism? Not right.
Ethnically and culturally, but religiously, I'm atheist.
All right.
Because this God's horrific.
Yes. Do you see what is happening right now today?
What's happening today is nothing unique to things that haven't happened in history. We just think it's unique because we're living here now and we can see it in real time. One issue that I have is people like to read the scriptures, and when they read these horrific things, like these children being unalived, what happened to David's wives, what happened, all these horrific things, they look at these characters as NPCs, right? They don't realize that like these people potentially actually existed, that they actually went through these. And I just think that any God that would put anybody through these, what happened to Job is horrific. And the fact that God would allow that to happen, if Job was a real person, it's just unforgivable. It's horrific.
Yeah. And I can see where you're going there. I obviously there's obviously questions I have too, and I can disagree and feel like it's not moral, and but at the end of the day, that's not what the whole Bible is about. You don't read the whole Bible. I mean, obviously you do. You read it and you're like,
I've read the whole
this is what
Bible,
it's
but
about.
none of it's good.
Yeah, and where I'm getting is that what the Bible shows us is that the things that we are seeing today are nothing unique. The Bible tells the exact same things that we're experiencing. The only thing we have different is a technological difference, and we're able to look at the text. But Christians, for some weird reason, like to look at what's going on today and be like, "Oh crap, the signs of the times they're coming to fulfillment." But the text, this has been happening the entire time. There's nothing unique about today other than we're more technologically advanced. But there's nothing unique happening today that wasn't happening back then.
Yeah. But murder is bad in the Bible. It's not a good thing either.
Unless God tells you to murder people.
Sure, if that's how you want to say it, but I don't think that all of Christianity treats these people like NPCs. Maybe some of them
Do you think grape is bad?
Of course, yes, of course. What?
Why does God cause it? Like a number of times, not just once, but he causes it repeatedly and quite literally commands it.
So I have a question to you, man. Like, this is my question, right?
Can you answer my question first?
Why does he allow it in the Bible?
No, he causes
Yeah,
it.
because I gave.
Okay, I'll answer it. I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, because he's evil.
Yeah,
so that's what you think. That's what you think. Because you could tell me, yes, I know God is evil, or you could tell me, yes, I believe God is evil. That's very different, right? Now, I don't know. Genuinely, I don't. Now, what I can tell you is from the things that I've seen come and transform me, I don't force it. I've seen it change me. I don't change, and I haven't changed for the worse. I generally do.
How do you know that God did that versus you?
Because, man, like I wasn't on the path. I wasn't on the right path, man.
So what?
What do you mean? So
somebody convinced you that believing in this God would improve your life. You believed in it, your life improved, and you blamed it on God. But this is merely just placebo effect. We see this all over the place. One of my favorite studies, and I don't know if I put it on the cheat sheet. You guys remind me to put it on the cheat sheet. There's these bodybuilders that they did a study with where they broke them into 3 groups. And one group, they were told they were going to get PEDs, performance enhancing, you know what's. One group got them. One group was told they're going to get them, and then they didn't get them. And then there was a control group. The hypothesis going into it was that the group not getting PEDs, but were being told they're getting PEDs, would perform only a little better than the control group. And that the group that got the PEDs would blow everybody out of the water. That wasn't the case, actually. What turned out, the people who believed they got PEDs performed just a little bit worse, just by a small margin, the people who actually had PEDs, and they blew the control group completely away. And the reason why this is important is because just believing something in your brain is enough for you to do things that you normally don't think you can do, namely lift fucking cars off people when you're having adrenaline, or working out in the gym, or, you know, AA recovery. AA recovery is based on the placebo effect. There's any God, whatever God you want to believe in, just believe in any God that they can get you through your recovery, and you'll get through the recovery. It doesn't matter which God it is. It just has to be a God, because the placebo effect is really powerful.
So that thing is like, no, if someone says, right, like you're saying, any positive change attributed to God is placebo, you're basically saying no matter what evidence exists, I will reinterpret it as psychological.
It's not evidence. We have actual studies demonstrating the power of the placebo effect. And we have actual evidence that would demonstrate that the Bible is not true.
In fact, there are 438 people in here right now. If you are an atheist and there's something that you were able to overcome once you ditched God, put ones in the chat. And maybe we can just show that a belief in God doesn't actually help you do this.
Right. I actually had a friend in seminary that converted from Christianity to Islam, because Islam is dry. They don't drink at all. And he was a struggling alcoholic, and he decided to give Islam a try. And that was the first time he was ever able to overcome his alcohol addiction. And that's why he converted to Islam. So if if life improvements is evidence of God being real, then we would also say that the other gods are real too, because other people in other religions see improvements.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
just look at all these ones in the chat right now. and no belief in a God.
Of course, but yeah, you got to understand that this channel is specifically about deconstructing the Bible.
Yeah,
so
they're all liars.
I wouldn't.
yeah.
I wouldn't. No, I'm not saying liars. I'm just saying I wouldn't imagine that people watching this would be on my side. If anything, I think it'd be the opposite.
Mhm.
Right? Which is nothing wrong. That's the whole reason why there's people that make specific channels and OnlyFans, specific things where they could get their own
Man,
audience
he's
and their own.
throwing some shade at your OnlyFans channel.
Yeah, why are you throwing shade at my OF?
Because I do think that is very bad. I think that is, but it's
Why?
fine. Like,
I'm making money on the side.
Yeah.
No, you're right. For you make money.
Have you
that's
seen his
cool.
ass? Fucking amazing.
Look, man. Look, you do.
Look.
what you want to do, man.
I will DM you a link. I won't tell anybody. Just
Cyber. I do not swing that way, Cyber. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, Cyber.
Never know. You got it in a Rogers zone right there by the prostate.
Wait, are both of you gay or just?
I'm bisexual.
Are we? I don't know.
Yeah, like my wife's right there.
Oh, so yours. Oh, so you go both, and then how about Deconstructor?
Well, I did my first 40 years straight. Maybe I'll do the next 40 not straight. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Oh, you don't? Are you joking? Are you being for real?
Oh, am I?
I have no idea, man. All I want to tell you, man, is that what is the product of OF? What you get from that?
Money, baby.
No. Do you get fulfilled? What is money?
I filled cyber.
What do you get?
It's actually how I found out I was bisexual.
Don't take my joke.
No, cyber. Like, this is funny. This is jokes, but I have a real question. You don't have to answer. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't got to. If you want to joke, it's fine. But what do you get other than money?
Look, until you try it, you can't knock on it. I'm just saying.
I'm asking you.
Nirvana. He gets Nirvana.
No. I'm not asking Deconstruct. I'm asking Cyber. Other than the money, what do you get from these? Other than that, do you get to sort of?
I mean, are
it?
you sure you're maybe not a little bi? Because you've been taking back shots this entire debate.
That was hilarious, man. I'm asking you a question and you can't answer it now. All of a sudden, I start talking about something about you, and it's like, oh, it's not the Bible, so I can't go against it. I'm asking you a genuine question. Other than money, what do you get from OF? And you can't answer that? Simple? It's very simple.
I could tell you, but I need to protect the live. So you're asking questions like, look, let's take this to the DMs.
Interested. He's really
that's what I'm saying. Let's take this to the DMs.
Yeah, so
I won't tell anybody.
We could run away from the question. It's cool. All I want you to understand is that I believe that what you do is not a net positive to the world. Okay? That's
who gets hurt? Who's hurt here?
Who gets hurt? Look, man, we obviously, like, if what would you do if you find your baby? What would you do if you find your baby all of a sudden and he's over here seeing Cyber do a backflip with like, what are you gonna do?
This guy's worried about babies watching OnlyFans, but not worried about Yahweh murdering them.
Do you let your children like watch this kind of stuff? Because now I'm curious.
Oh, thank you for asking me. I look.
Well, you brought up children watching my OF.
Oh yeah, I understand. That's very attacking, but the truth is, sir, that's not very far from the truth. That yes, there could may well be people under the age of 18 that are on your site.
So what?
It's very simple.
God allows the Israelites to take child brides under the age of 18.
Cool, you can redirect it. I'm again. Look, I already told you.
I'm pointing out that it seems like you're being a hypocrite right now. Like, you're worried about some young folk who might see Cyber and have a little twinge in the tingy, but also the thing that you believe in, the God you believe in, thinks it's okay to kidnap little girls in war and turn them into war brides.
again, what did I say? Look, man, I told you my belief of the Bible, and now I ask question to Cyber about him, and he can't give me a straight response except for saying, "Oh, you might be gay because you're so interested." Oh, I got a perfect look, man. Look, that's funny, but I'm asking
I
a
can
genuine
slide you his
question.
number after the chat if you're like
Again,
you want to connect.
Yeah,
Look, man.
Justin has my number.
You should see the foot
Well,
pics I send him.
would the world be better with or without OF?
Obviously better.
Yeah.
Have you seen my fucking feet?
That's feet
They're
finding, not
massive.
OF.
OF is only feet.
Is that what you're talking about?
What do you think we're
What do
talking
you
about?
think we were talking about?
You pervert.
No, now you're joking.
This
You
guy,
see now,
this guy's got his mind in the gutter over here. OF means
Mhm.
only feet. Have you not used the internet before?
look, Cyber, I get it. You do this, you like to joke about it. I'm sorry that I went into it. I didn't mean to get you uncomfortable. All I want you to know is that these things,
I'm sorry
like
your argument
OnlyFans,
got crucified and the stone was rolled over the substance, and now you're just waiting outside for your bad argument to get resurrected.
that was really cool, man.
That was good.
Again, all I want you to know is I see what happens today in society, and I feel bad and I feel sad, but I have hope, and I do have hope in the God that you guys make fun of, right? So you could bash me on that. You could call me crazy, call me stupid, call me make these funny jokes, but just understand that I myself, I have very much questions too about the Bible, but that doesn't necessarily destroy, because you guys always like to say the word like, oh, like we just destroyed your argument. Life
Scrambled
is not really a debate.
like an omelet, folded like a lawn chair.
He's brain stunned right now. He got short circuited. He got knocked into preacher mode.
This what we're doing is this is our friendly debates.
I know, Mario. We're joking, man. These are some memes within the community. We're not
No,
seriously
don't
saying
worry.
that we scrambled you.
I understand how jokes work. I'm not offended. I completely understand. This is your thing. I could go on YouTube right now and debate about baseball if I felt like it. You could debate about whatever you want. And
He's
I
got balls on
joined
the
it,
mind today.
He does.
right? But if you think that this world is really just a debate, it's not. This world has a lot of things that come, and sometimes people don't know how to come
from the
about them,
balls.
so they go.
I get it.
Religion.
Come from the balls. We're with you.
They go to religion, they'll go to science, they'll go to atheism, but in the end, without God, there's no hope. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Not for you. I mean, I'm very hopeful in life. Cyber, you have fun in life, don't you?
I do have fun. I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of hobbies.
So having fun and hope are the same thing. I never knew that.
I have hope that I'm going to live a life that is worth living. Now, I don't have hope that I'm going to live forever because it's nonsense. Would I like to live forever? Sure. Who wouldn't want to live forever? But I'll tell you, believing in a dead sky carcass that fulfilled no prophecies and couldn't even make his own second coming predictions is not hope for me. It's lunacy.
So how do you feel about hypotheticals?
Yeah, give me one.
I love them.
Okay, Cyber, hypothetically, right?
I'm going to give you a hypothetical after this, okay? So I'll answer yours, but then I'll give you one. Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. How would you feel? No, it's not how would you feel. What would you do? Actually, no, sorry. Let me frame this better. If Jesus were to come back in the next 20 years, let's say, in the next 20 years, if Jesus were to come back, are you wrong or are you right? Are you still right because he didn't come back during the generation? Or did you misinterpret the text? Or
this ain't a hypothetical. This is just a question. But yeah, of course, if he comes back, I would be wrong, right? That's just like definitionally true. It doesn't make him like a better person. But let me ask you a question now. And I'm going to give you an actual hypothetical.
Okay.
So let's say God was to come to you, right? And in this hypothetical, you know that it's God. Beyond a shadow of doubt, you know that it's God. And God tells you to go into the NICU and unalive all the babies in the NICU. And then would you do that? And to add to this, real quick, it's because they in the future are going to lead your children, your descendants, like 1,000 years in the future, their descendants are going to lead your descendants away from the gospel. Would you go to the NICU and unalive all the children in there?
I probably would not do it. No. I like to say I'm an amateur Christian. I'm not a professional. So there's many things that I still fall short. I still mess up to this day. Because I am human. I do mess up. However, like it says in Proverbs, it's not about how many times you fall, it's how many times you get up. So are you telling me if God would, in this scenario, tell me to kill these babies? No, I probably wouldn't have
you know 100% it is God. Would you do it?
No, I'm sorry.
If God did tell you to do this, would God be justified in telling you to do this? Even if you wouldn't carry it out, is God correct if he tells you to do this?
Technically, yes, he is.
So if God is correct in doing this, then you would do the incorrect thing and just not do it?
Yes, I would.
So why in this scenario would you not do it? But it's so hard for you to look at this and be like, this God's a sick fuck.
So I this is my answer to your hypothetical, right? This is going to be my answer. Obviously, you framed it in a way where it's almost impossible to say yes, because like who in their right mind is actually going to let that slide?
You'll be surprised.
Okay, you're right. I would, right? The father of Abraham, right? Now look, this is what I want to tell you. God tells us in the Bible, or at least Jesus does. He says, if someone slaps you, right? What does he say? Take the other cheek.
Yeah, turn the other cheek.
Turn the other cheek. So as a Christian,
that's horrible. I think that's horrific. I think that's horrible.
So as a Christian, right? If I'm over here sitting in the park and some man comes to me and he slaps me, what would be the correct thing to do as a Christian?
Defend yourself.
Drop trowel and give the other cheek.
No. Yes. Drop down, give the other cheek. Maybe not drop down, but yes, give the other cheek. What I'm trying to tell you is many Christians are not strong enough. They can't because of their flesh. They can't imagine the idea of doing something so, you understand? So me, myself, there are many things that I can't even live up to. Right? But that's not the purpose of Christianity to if as long as I do exactly what this ritual and these things. No, it has to do with the fact that I am broken. He covers it. As long as I believe I am good, that's all it is, because that's it. Now, I cannot ignore all the evil that happens on this earth. I can't, because it happens every day. But I can live with the fact that there will be a time when there's no more pain. I can live with the fact that there will be, and that's my hope. I don't just hope till the time I die that I have a nice life and that my generation lives on. Like, that's cool. But as long as I realize that really none of that really matters to me, because a lot of people live their lives.
It's better to live without the pain and the suffering.
Is it better? Of course.
Sure. Revelation 21 says there's no more pain, no more suffering, no more sorrow. And when the new heaven and new earth comes, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Why couldn't God just do that the first time?
That's another question I can't answer you, man. I'm not God. You want to talk to God, you can ask him yourself.
I'm just exposing the logical flaws in the religion, right?
Of course.
If there's no need for the suffering, then the suffering becomes unnecessary. And, definitionally speaking, I don't think we would say anybody who causes unnecessary suffering is good, unless you think you can be good while causing unnecessary suffering. Do you think you can cause unnecessary suffering and be good?
Probably not. But again, we are speaking in this world with such where humans, our little minds can comprehend. God is outside of time. We can understand that.
Is he outside of
God is
logic?
we created what logic is. We
So
before
can God behave illogically?
in the human sense, no.
Okay, so that means God abides by logic.
In human sense.
I mean, there's no other sense. Logic is just logic. Like,
Actually, there is. If
can
you were,
God can God violate any of the 3 laws of logic?
I've been through this one, man. I don't want to get. It's a whole mess.
Can
I'll
God
tell you
create a
that.
burrito so hot that he can't eat it?
No, he can't, because then he can't eat it. And he can do
So
everything.
Can you create a foot so big you can't take a picture of it?
So that that clearly just proves to me that these arguments prove that there's no God. Clearly, because
fuck, we got him.
We got him. Yeah.
Since he cannot do something that does not prove anything, man. Just because, like, and look,
it demonstrates that
outside of
God abides by logic, right? If God like could forgo logic, it means he could do things that are illogical. Like if I asked you, can God make atheism true while still being alive? You're going to say that's impossible. He can't do that, because if atheism is true, that means there's no God, and God can't be non-existent and existent at the same time. That's just how logic
but
works.
other than a mind puzzle created by a human, other than that, what does that prove about there being a creator designer?
You think contradictions are just a mind puzzle?
Yes, I do.
No.
They are.
It's not a mind puzzle. It's just either true or false statements, right? Is it true?
Well, what is true? What is truth?
True is an evaluation of something. When it's true, we're saying it comports to reality. So is it true?
What is reality?
Is it, just pay attention. Is it true?
I'm sorry, but what is it? Because you have so many definitions. You have so many things.
Reality is the thing that you and I are both experiencing right now. All we're saying is based on our evaluation of what we know to exist.
Exactly.
Does something
I said it's based on humans.
That's all we have access to. We have access to no other reality. So based on the reality that we have access to, can we determine if a statement is either true or false? And the statement that I'm asking you is, could God make atheism true while still existing?
In this reality that you're saying that we are both in, no. But if you actually transcend that, go to this spirit reality that I believe in, yes. Why?
So in the spirit realm, God can exist and also not exist at the same time.
No, in the spirit realm, there's no such thing as logic.
No, I'm asking you, in the spirit world, can God exist and also not exist at the same time?
No, that doesn't make sense in the spirit realm. There's no such thing.
Exactly, because it breaks logic. You nailed it. Yes. It breaks one of the 3 laws of logic.
No, I'm saying that logic only
Where
makes
do
sense.
you can you tell me how you get the idea that like logic doesn't exist in the spirit realm?
No, logic based on our perceptions doesn't exist in the spirit realm.
Is there another logic that we're not aware of?
Yes.
Oh, where can I find
it? You can only find it if literally the Holy Spirit lives inside of you. That's the only way.
The Holy Spirit logic. What are the laws of the Holy Spirit logic?
There's no laws to it. I mean, there technically is. That's what the Bible is for. But you have to.
Well,
look into
what are them? What are the laws of spirit logic?
So there's a thing that the Holy Spirit gives you.
I'm waiting.
You've been a Christian for 2 decades. I think you know.
The Holy Spirit is supposed to give you truth. It says in the Gospel of John that He'll lead you in spirit and truth. But again, that doesn't answer the question. I'm asking you to determine what is the logic that is provided by the Holy Spirit. How do we formulate it?
Again, like I said, there's no such thing as formulas, right?
But you said that He gave you logic. How do you know it's logic?
I just said that the logic that you're speaking about, right, that works in this reality that we're speaking about, is not the same because there's another sort of reality.
I know.
Which
I'm
is what I
asking
call the
you
spirit realm.
for the rules of the logic in the other realm.
Like I said, there's no such thing as logic. There's no such thing.
Let's run a thought experiment. Well, I guess it's just a series of questions. Do you believe that, like, in the spirit realm, like a spirit has certain properties, nature, etc., that makes it a spirit?
Yes.
So we have law of identity that exists. Can a spirit do something and then negate itself? Like, in the spirit realm both exist and then not exist?
No.
Right? So law of non-contradiction is there. Is it true that the spirit is it a spirit or is it not a spirit?
It's a spirit.
So law of excluded middle. So it seems that the human laws of logic do apply there. Thank you.
No, I'm saying that you're using human laws of logic to understand the spirit realm.
Yeah, that's what we just said. You said we weren't. So if the laws of logic help us understand the spirit realm, what that means is that the spirit realm follows the 3 laws of logic. Boom. Nailed it.
And only in our perception in this reality.
That's all we have. You can't tell me about any other perception of any reality. All right. Listen, tell you what, we've been talking for probably over an hour now, and this live stream's already gone an hour later than what I wanted, but
I'm
it's been
sorry,
actually,
man, for holding you.
That's okay. It's actually been a really interesting conversation, which is why I kept it going. I didn't keep it going because I was bored. I actually was having fun. So I appreciate you coming up and chatting with us. I mean, I think this is a really fun topic. I think we covered a lot of ground. And we appreciate you for, being kind and cordial with us. We were fucking with you a little bit. Although I will send you foot pics if you really want. But we appreciate you chatting with us.
Hey man, it was a good time. I always say this. Life it will never be interesting if there's no such thing as disagreements. I hate when I'm somewhere and everybody thinks the same, it's almost like, what the heck am I, like, what is this? So honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I had a good time too. I do think that you are definitely more informed specifically in these topics, and you obviously put so much time and effort. But me, man, I'm just a guy living, and I love to look into things, and honestly, man, like, this is the stuff right here, this Christianity stuff, just for me, it does it, and that's enough. And I guess that could be enough for some people, and for others, it's just illogical and evil, So I'm glad that we had a talk. Hey, Cyber, it's nice to meet you, man. Hey, if you like to do your OF only feats, whatever that is, keep doing it. I'm not calling you a bad person. All I'm saying is my opinion. And other than that, man, y'all have a good one. And yeah, man, I think it's a good thing to argue, but in a respectful way. Tell you that.
Agreed. Thanks for coming by, buddy.
Yeah. And thanks for being cordial.
Yes.
Oh, he was fun.
Man, now I need to go start an OFN for Only Feet.
I mean, we've got the Discord's already getting hot and bothered over the idea. I think you've got some fans already ready to get in.
Hey, on my feet to enjoy, damn it.
That's crazy faded over there.
Well, friends, I got a bunch of super chats to read through, and we had some long conversations tonight, so I apologize that we had a lot of these super chats that were like saved for the end of the show. But do what I can here to read as many as I can during the show. So let me grab 2 recent super chats, and then I'm going to go back and read from the beginning of our list from X Mr. 69 maybe. Thank you for the super chat, friend. It says, hi, big fan here. My friend disagrees that God is all loving. What does all imply? Does God love equally? If no, is he unjust? Does that also justify the sufferings in this world? Sorry if it's off topic. Love the show. It's actually on topic. So if God is all loving, as it means that he's only does what is loving and good, right? Like that's the whole idea behind the omnibenevolence. if God is all loving and or all good, then he only does the best possible thing, which means when he does horrific shit that we can look at and we're like, it's clearly not the best possible thing, we have to question whether or not he's omnibenevolent. Now, there are some people that will just say, no, God's not all loving. And to be fair, that's one way to work around it, but it really fucks up 1 John. In 1 John and elsewhere, it says God is love. So if God is love, like we're making a qualitative formula here, then we would imagine that if God is love, then he can only do what is loving. So I think that's where the hang up is going to be. Now, to be fair, I've talked to a lot of Muslims who are like, no, God's not all loving. I've even talked to some Christians. My own mother said, no, God's not all fucking good. Sometimes he's an asshole. You can definitely take that point. You can definitely believe that, and some people do. Troy's, thank you so much for the $100 super chat, my friend. That's huge. Big W says, wow, I never catch you live. I'm always watching you and the other two of the Unholy Trilogy recorded individually and collectively recorded. Great to see you live. Love all your content and your two cohorts. Well, fucking A, thank you so much, Troy's. You must be referring to Ian and Blitz, and they are amazing. Also, I would implore you to follow Cyber Deconstruction. He's on TikTok and on YouTube. Good friend of mine. He's been at this for a long time. Cyber and I have been on these mean streets of TikTok doing the thing for quite some time. Highly recommend following his channel. Grew up Orthodox Jewish and is now an atheist, but knows quite a bit of stuff and is really helpful when combating some of the nonsense of the New Testament when they make crazy claims about Judaism. But I appreciate the super chat. Also, the Duncan Idaho Gola. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I hope the prompt goes well for cooking today. I am taking credit for my transubstantiation super chat question on Wednesday. Justin's fucking rock and gave for Justin. Well, thank you, the Duncan Idaho Gola. And yeah, I think the topic's gone well today.
Yeah. And real quick, for the Duncan Idaho Gola, I too live in Idaho. So
no fucking way.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious where at, but keep going.
We can have a foot meetup over in Idaho. All right, okay. Now I see what's happening. Space Lord, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, not blood magic. I remember all these words to at least 5 hymns with blood in the title. Are you washed in the blood? Yes. There's so many songs, nothing but the blood of Jesus, right? How many songs are just over and over again talking about the blood of Jesus, blood this, blood that? It's kind of a disgusting thing. And Eric says, what can wash away? There we go. We got it. What can wash away my sin? Don't worry about it. Shut up and stop asking questions. Yeah, the blood washes away the sin because it's blood magic, y'all. And Gentleman Viking, great to see you tonight, says, Jesus did necromancy. That seems to be the case.
True.
Like, and not only that, there's like a horde of people that came to life in Matthew 27. Now, I mean, obviously it's bullshit, but Glitterlock, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you remember Carmen? I do. Did Carmen die? No fucking way. Hold on. I know his career died in the 90s. I didn't know he died. Oh fuck, he died in 2021? I didn't know that. He was only 65. He was a young buck. Let me see what he died from. Oh. Cancer. Myeloma. That's cancer, right? Or let me look it up.
And while he's looking that up, I feel like we need to do like one of those 90s like music advertisements, but with just hymns about the blood of Christ.
This is the craziest thing, Cyber. Look, I looked up what he was diagnosed with, multiple myeloma. And if you go to the wiki page, it's literally a type of blood cancer.
Oh man, I feel bad for laughing, but yeah, the irony.
I guess he didn't need the blood. Maybe he needed a blood transfusion. Who knows? I don't know how that works, but that's some crazy shit, actually. So I should have read the rest of the super chat. His song, This Blood Is For You. Yeah, making fun of This Blood Is For You is on repeat in my head for tonight's topic. It had a torture porn music video in... Wait, what's IIRC? I forgot that one. Gotta look up IRC.
Yeah, me too. Look, you gotta remember, Justin and I are right around near the same age. When it comes to like pop culture and these anacronyms and stuff, we're just like, I don't know. I don't know.
Apparently, it means if I remember correctly.
Ah, that makes sense.
That does make sense. Does anyone remember like when he got famous for doing goofy songs, like singing about the pizza? Hold on, what was his famous songs? Early in his career, he actually had some decent songs that were kind of funny. But then, like in the late '80s and '90s, he turned like gospel, and it was just really hard to watch.
Do you think if he would have got a transfusion with some Eucharist wine, it might have saved his life?
Maybe that's what he need. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the name of that song. Anyways, y'all go listen to some of the more classic, like beginning of his career stuff. It's actually kind of funny. I'm trying to think. Fuck, there was a pizza song. See if I can find it. Because he's Italian. Spirit-filled pizza. There we go. It's called Spirit-filled pizza. It's from. Oh shit! It was actually late 1993. I was thinking it was going to be late 80s. But
sounds like a Joel Reed's Bible song.
Yeah. He was actually kind of funny in his early days, and then he got really weird. TBN got a hold of him and made him all kinds of weird. Actually, Percy, I think I clicked on this and didn't read it. Percy says, "Given that you are totally immersed in pop culture, which K-pop demon hunter are you?" And I got to be honest, I don't even know what that means. What's K-pop?
It's a movie that came out last year, the year before, I think, but it covers Korean culture and kind of their beliefs with demons and stuff, kind of. But it got really popular. One of the creators and directors and writers of that is actually from my hometown.
Oh, fuck. Sounds fun, then. I'd watch that if it was about demons, for sure. Steve says, is Luke 16:10 a good rebuttal to someone who says small contradictions or errors in the Bible don't matter? Good question. Luke 16 is usually the one with the rich man and Lazarus. But let me see what verse 10 says.
Whoever is faithful in a very little is faithful also in much, and whoever is dishonest in a very little is dishonest also in much.
Great.
That needs to go in the fortune cookie.
Yeah, because if the Bible can't get the little stuff right, we should definitely not fucking trust it in the big stuff.
Yes.
That's a great point, Steve. That's an amazing rebuttal. In fact, I'm a little bit pissed. That. Yeah, I'm mad I didn't think of it. That's really good. Fucking this community
in my
is
notes.
So good. That's really good, Steve. In fact, I can't think of a better one. Cranky Pants says, beard and haircut are on point. Well, thank you, Cranky. I appreciate it. I think I got it cut 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago. And the beard is getting a little bit long for me, but my significant other likes it, so we know what happens when that happens. It stays. And Gospel says, snarky verse Galatians 5:12. Paul hopes the knife slips. Actually, you know what? That reminds me, there's another passage of Paul that he says, "Oh, I would that those who are troubling you would castrate themselves." That's a good snarky verse. Well, let's grab Galatians 5:12. It says, oh, it is the one. I wish that those who unsettle you would castrate themselves. Yes. Amazing reference that I didn't think about, but now that you bring it up is a really good snarky verse. That's maybe one of the best, actually.
And something, a fun fact, is you get a lot of people that don't hear these verses, and when you like try to apply them literal, they'll be like, no, it's just supposed to be a metaphor. Fucking Origen thought these things were like legit, and he literally like castrated himself because he's like, hey, I'm going to have urges. I don't want to have those urges, so the boy's got to go.
Jesus said so in Matthew 19. It's better to be a eunuch for the sake of the gospel. So either you believe Jesus or you don't. Lancelot Cockblocker of Galahad, thank you for the super chat, says, just back from a Catholic fish dinner thinking, don't ask the whole time. Thankfully, I didn't stumble upon Father Feely's special room. Rock hard for Justin. Yeah, listen, if a priest ever touches you, just take a quick step back and let him know that you need to be at least an arm's length away from his arm's length at all time. It's surprisingly common, like the amount of people I've met in my own life, like real people I know that were touched inappropriately by priests. And I'm lucky that like the priests in the parishes that I went to didn't do that, but a lot of neighboring parishes did. And holy shit, I could only imagine like when I was in Catholic school, if somebody came out and said that, I feel like there would have been a revolt. But we did have one interesting priest, Father Tom, who rumor started that he was actually banging our principal, and we believed it because it seemed to be true. And the funny thing is, the very week people found out about it, he fucking got sent to Africa on a mission. Never came back. I'm like, oh, is that so? Father Tom's in Africa now. Just happened to randomly get sent on permanent mission in Africa once we found out he's banging our principal. What a coincidence there. I mean, to be fair, go get it, Tom. But, what are you going to do? I think the problem wasn't that he was banging the principal, is that the principal was actually married, which is a whole other thing. But that's neither here nor there. Evil Banana Wind says, new greetings for callers. Are you 18? Do you believe in God? Do you consider yourself brave? Are you capable of listening? Stop them running. That's tough. Are you capable of listening? I don't know if we need to ask that question because I feel like we all know the answer, and the answer is no. They're not capable of listening. I would say though, Truth and Tell Us came this second time to the channel, and he actually listened to us a little bit. He had some disagreement, but he was far more receptive than the first time he was up here. The first time he was up here, I don't think it was that great of a conversation, but the second time I saw a lot of improvement. I mean, he might be an atheist one day. Thank you for the super chat. Says, for every robot that turns evil with murderous intent, there's an engineer that installed the red LEDs in the eyes, and that is true. And if I've learned anything from working on electronics all my life, if it's solid red, it's dead, baby. If that red light's not blinking, you gotta throw that thing in the trash. This is general rule from electrical engineers, if you didn't know. Unless it's a VCR. VCRs are always red text. How did VCRs and like other appliances determine that red and green were going to be the default text for LCD displays? Well, what happened there?
They had a huge tracking problem.
Had to be. I don't miss the days of VCRs being abundant in everybody's homes and not a single one of them ever having the correct time on them. That used to drive me crazy as a child. We've moved beyond those days. Birdkeeper says, that sure is a lot of coming. Dirty Jesus, rock hard for Doug. Listen, that's the thing is Jesus has always had everybody dissatisfied because he only came once and now everyone's just waiting for the next one. And Patrick says, can you explain why you think the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit could only be committed when Jesus was on the earth? So this is actually not exclusively just when Jesus was on the earth, but I think it's important. So in Mark 3, also shows up in the other Gospels, elsewhere, Jesus is casting out demons using the Holy Spirit. And the people watching are like, hey, he's actually casting out demons in the name of Beelzebub. And Jesus is like, whoa. This is unforgivable. This is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. If you can watch Jesus do miracles using the Holy Spirit and then say, no, that's not the Holy Spirit, that's demonic. Well, that's the definition of blasphemy, is basically misappropriating or abusing the deity or the Holy Spirit, right? So you could say the same thing about God. If I said Yahweh is a demon, that'd be blasphemy against Yahweh, right? So blasphemy of the Holy Spirit seems to be, according to Jesus, when you've actually witnessed the Holy Spirit and then you've said, nope, that's demonic. Because, and I think the reason why this is the only unforgivable sin that he mentions is because, like, what's the next step? If the Holy Spirit can perform a miracle right in front of you and you still aren't convinced, then there's no hope for you. There's nothing left to be forgiven. That's my logic with blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. I'm not the only one who has this interpretation. You'll find this interpretation among quite a few scholars. The book of Hebrews has a little bit to say about this as well. Like if you are in the faith and then you fall away, there's no more forgiveness left for you. So in the book of Hebrews, there's kind of a quasi unforgivable sin, but it's less of an unforgivable sin and more like, well, you burn through all your tries. But that's what I would say to that. And Apex says, what are your thoughts on Islam as a religion? Do you have the same criticism? Yeah, we talk about Islam quite a bit. Islam's horrific. It's just as bad as Christianity, I think. I would prefer Christianity and Islam to not exist if it was up to me. Islam seemed to start out as like a warlord religion, just like other religions, and which is why even today you'll find not just the Christians. Think of like Hegseth from the USA, but also people in the East that are calling for these spiritual wars, these jihads. Whether they're Christian or Muslim, I think both these religions lead to death and violence in an unnecessary manner. And Steve, thank you for the super chat, says, if Christianity claims credit for eliminating slavery, why then are Bibles still being printed with the rules of slavery? Contradictory claims. And that's a good question, Steve. And what Christians will want to do is say, well, God allowed it here, but he was progressively moving them out of slavery. But that's not in the Bible. You won't find that there. That's something they have to add to the Bible to justify the horrific shit God did. But that's just...
And this is just... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bud.
I say, and this just shows that Christians don't actually have an understanding of the history of slave abolition. It was actually the Haitians who abolished it first, shortly followed by the French Revolution. And then in these two areas, slavery was abolished. And then when Napoleon became dictator of France, the Catholic Church actually told him to reinstitute slavery. But after other nations were able to see these two nations without slavery, that's when they started to abolish slavery. And this is when Christians started kind of saying, no, look, we did it. But no, it was done by secular humanists long before Christians ever thought to do it.
Yeah, indeed. I'll do a video on that soon. I've got lots of data on that I've presented elsewhere, but not on my channel on the slavery topic. We'll definitely make that happen. Roy, thank you for the $1.49 super thanks. And Monkey J, thank you for the 5 New Zealand dollars, says, on the flood, amazing infographic visualizing how little water is on the earth. Not that it needs debunking. Search Earth's water as sphere USPS. I've not searched that, but I know the amount of water on the planet is not nearly as much as what people would think given the flood, which is why they have to go to these weird ideas like, well, there's actually a whole bunch of water stored in alternative formats deep inside of the earth, like in crystalline format. But let me Google what you're saying here. See, a little water is under that's Earth water as a sphere. USGS, not USPS, I think is what you're looking for. And I've got it right here, actually. It's a really good illustration, by the way. I've not seen this illustration before, but it really does a good job of illustrating the point that was being made here. This is the world's water, the amount of world water that's on the planet. That's it. This little drop up there in America. That's all we got. Pretty crazy.
Well, that explains why it's found in Near Eastern mythology.
Right. So that's liquid fresh water, and it says freshwater lakes and rivers. So this illustration is just for fresh water, not for salt water, it looks like. Not a lot of fresh water on the planet. Now, theoretically, if you believe in the flood, you probably think that fresh water fell somehow and then became part of the salt water. But my understanding is the way salt water happened was it was for millennia of runoff down rocks and mountains that collect minerals as it makes it to its endpoint. So all of the waters are the collection of water coming from the sky down the earth and then into the bodies of water, which is why the Dead Sea is so damn salty, because it doesn't actually exit into the ocean. It all gets trapped in the Dead Sea, and so the salt just builds up there endlessly. But almost all of these lakes and rivers eventually empty into the ocean, which is why the ocean is so salty. And yeah.
Same with the Great Salt Lake.
It's right over by you, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My Nor Gonzalez, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I think it fair to say that if Christianity is a failed apocalyptic cult, so is Judaism. Both beliefs come from the Hebrew Bible and Second Temple period. I agree, actually. You're not going to get any disagreement from me or Cyber here, for sure.
In fact, Judaism failed long before because the Davidic line ended.
Right. Exactly. It failed even in Ezekiel 12 as well. We'll get there some other time. Space Lord says the Christ before Jesus guys, that's Jaron and Matthew, think that Paul might be reworked letters from the 1st century BCE and that Revelation is an older Hebrew book. So I haven't read their material. I've kind of talked with Jaron a little bit. I haven't talked with Matt. And I would say, like, he's really well researched. I don't know what I'll think after I read his book. I want to read his, and I want to read the other one by the guy that I will never remember his name for reasons I can't think of, with the curly hair. He wrote on the historicity of Jesus. I've got the damn book over here too. Denise gave it to me. But anyways,
Richard Carrier.
There it is, Richard Carrier. There are 2 popular mythicist books that I want to read. I just haven't got to them yet. So I'm trying to reserve my opinion on mythicism. I know it's popular right now, but I want to reserve my opinion for when I actually have engaged in the literature rather than saying stupid stuff. You know? Based to Shara, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Here's some money for a date night. Go get some carnage asada. I love me some tacos. Does pizza count? Maybe pizza with olives.
If you fold it in half, is it a taco?
Yeah, hold on. I didn't fold it, but I had 2 halves. I could have folded it together. I don't know. Did she say it would be a sin?
Oh, she said it'd be a sandwich.
Oh, true. Well, thank you, Based Ashera. You know I love me some carnage asada. And also, I'll never pronounce it. Ayerzeev. There we go. Thank you for the $5 super that says, Paul mythicism got me thinking, would there have still been a distinct Benjaminite identity in the time of Paul, or had they been fully assimilated? So this is a really good question. It is the case that individual Hebrews attempted to track their lineage, despite the fact that the northern tribes were destroyed. That being said, the Benjaminites were in fact not destroyed by the Assyrians. After the Assyrians came, they destroyed everybody but the Judeans and the Benjaminites, which means the Judeans and the Benjaminites probably had a better chance of tracking their lineage, but also the Levites had a decent chance of tracking their lineage because they lived everywhere in the north and the south. So if you're from Judah or from Benjamin or from the Levitical priesthood, you had a good chance of being able to track your priesthood or your lineage. The other tribes, not so much. It'd be very difficult to track your lineage back to Ephraim or to Manasseh or to Dan. These would be very difficult things to do. Not that it couldn't be done, but it would take special care to do. So yeah, I think Paul tracking back to Benjamin is okay. Benjamin, Benjamin was separate from Judah, despite the fact that they were often included with Judah in everything that they did, because they're like that little tag-along brother to Judah, basically. The Duncan Idaho Gola came in again and says, or blame me for the fail and have Doug stone me. I would never. Doug would never stone anyone. He might want you to get stoned, perhaps, but not stoned in the abusive sense, for sure.
Yeah, best you're getting from Doug is some lettuce thrown at you, if you know what I mean.
Indeed. And Noir Mood says, what did Adam use to hold up his loincloth? A serpentine belt. Fuck. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. When it starts to squeak, can you still put soap on it? Is that a workaround for this situation? I don't know. Let me know. I'm curious about it. But that was a good joke. I'm surprised I've not heard that one. And The Walking Dad says Jesus heals unless you're an amputee. That is the case. Because all the shit that these faith healers are always healing are like nonsensical things. Like I had a crooked eye, or a guy had possibly one leg slightly longer, or I had headaches and now my headache's gone. He never heals anything interesting. Like, hey, there's a guy missing an arm. Let's see if the arm grows back.
I'm just imagining, because usually when Jesus is healing people, he spits on them. So imagine you're an amputee, Jesus spits on you, and it doesn't come back. He's like, you just didn't have enough faith, and then he walks away.
That'd be wild. In fact, the funny thing is, in like just logical thinking, these televangelists and other types will say, well, if you don't have enough faith, God can't heal you. That's why you didn't get healed. But if healing actually happened, nobody would ever have more faith ever than the person that you healed. Imagine somebody who didn't believe in Jesus at all, and some guy said, hey, I believe in Jesus, I'm going to heal you. And then that fucker heals you. There's nothing you can tell that person. Like, if that happened to one of my family members or even happened to me, there's nothing you couldn't tell me that would convince me that Jesus wasn't real. I'm like, listen, I watched that motherfucker make my uncle's leg grow back. So I don't care what you tell me, that dude is real. But that shit's not happening.
I'm just going to tell you that's convincing to you and not to me.
True. Because there's no way for you to examine that story for whether or not it's true.
Exactly.
But God could do that for everybody. A salient, a monk, I think of a super chat, says, Jesus healed me once. A witch turned me into a newt. It got better. Amazing quote from Monty Python. Thank you for that. And Joshua with another super chat says, please swear at him more. You know, I probably should have. I was a little bit reserved on that clown that wanted to, for one reason, talk about how he stalked my personal life, which was really weird. I probably could have cussed him a little bit more, but, you know, I held back.
He just kept wanting to bring it up, too.
It's because he didn't have anything else.
Yeah.
Mother of the Stars says, top 5 examples of God changing his mind. What makes Christians so sure he won't change his mind about saving and accepting him? He has said, nah, never mind before. Yeah, more than once. You guys know the most famous example is probably Exodus 32:14, but he does it in Genesis 6:6 when he regrets making man. He does it in 1 Samuel 15 when he regrets making Saul king. There's quite a few times where God changes his mind. All knowing beings don't have regret or changes of mind. There's no good reason to believe that God is all knowing according to this book. Even like the one or two, like the one verse that says God knows all things could definitely be taken as a hyperbolic statement. And it just comes from was it 1 John? And 1 John is kind of a fucking goof anyways. He's like, he's the guy that said Christians won't even sin anymore. Unix Man, a great short name, says Ethan is such a disingenuous weasel, and that is the case. Those are probably kinder words than he deserves, to be sure. And Space Lord says Ethan is more of a weasel than Pauly Shore. Fuck, that's pretty crazy, actually, to be more of a weasel than Pauly Shore. I haven't heard a Pauly Shore reference in a long time, but he was one of those generational like people where like he would never be funny today. He could only have ever been funny in the 90s. The comedy has just moved way too far from that. Move the Star says churches write Paul back or left him on red. It seems like they wrote to him. If you read Corinthians or even in Thessalonians, it's clear that they wrote to him and he's responding to things that they said. Now, theoretically,
I was gonna say, but with this though, one thing that kind of gives into like it helps support Jesus mythicism and Paul mythicism is that like outside of Christianity, there's no documentation of these 13 men running all over the Roman Empire setting up churches while they're systematically being unalived by the state. Like, there's just no mention of them. It's only within Christian sources.
Right.
So I think there's something to that.
It's weird that we don't have other sources outside the Bible talking about this Paul guy, given how influential he was.
Exactly.
There is another, I don't know if people know, there's another thing where scholars are pretty sure there's actually a 3rd and a 4th Corinthians out there somewhere. Given, if you read 2nd and 1st Corinthians, it's clear that there was more writings to the Corinthians that we don't have. And it brings up a really interesting question, which is, if we did find another letter to the Corinthians by Paul, would we automatically decide to make it canonical? I feel like we'd have to, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
I would go for that. But Pat says, boy, that Ethan guy is a real type of work. And yes, he was. It's a shame that he came in pretending to be nice when it turns out he's actually like a major fucking douche. And Chris says the crucifixion of Jesus did incite the murder in the Crusades. So there's that. This is a fair point. Like, there's a lot of violence against Jews and really against non-Christians that were like inspired by the New Testament. In fact, there's a really good book on this. What was the name of it? I'll grab it. It's by Terrence Donaldson. It's called Jews and Anti-Judaism in the New Testament. Highly recommend it. Fantastic read. And then there's another book that follows up on this, on anti-Judaism within the early church. I forget the name of that book. But if someone really wants it, I'll think of it later.
Yeah, there's also a papal bull from Pope Paul IV called Cum Nimis Absurdum, where he writes that because the Jewish people crucified Jesus, that we deserve eternal slavery, and that it's only because of the grace of the church that we're not getting that eternal slavery, which we deserve.
It's true. Have you read the small book by Luther called On the Jews and Their Lies?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy what he was recommending to do to the Jewish people, all in the name of Christianity. But remember, if the Jews did to Jesus what was foretold, what had to be, then they theoretically were just doing their job.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Right, exactly. Carlos says, caller, we already know what you think. I know. I do love it when people restate what they think as if we didn't hear them the first time. Ethan should leave his contact info so his loved ones can be contacted to clean him up. Thank you, Random Potato. He really, he needs something. Something's not right with Ethan. Something's off. He needs help, man. And Move the Stars, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Jesus, ooh, ah, yup, that sounds like me reading his horoscope. I mean, prophetic scroll.
Jesus just opened a matzo cracker.
That's a really good comparison. The way that the prophecies of Jesus are applied is so fucking similar to how horoscopes work. These general, like, could be about anybody, and they're like, oh, no, it's about Jesus. No, it fucking could be about Simon Bar Kokhba. It could be about anybody. That's a really good comparison, actually. And Charles, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, laughing because you're getting cooked. Yeah, they do laugh when they're getting cooked, aren't they? I mean, what else are you gonna do? Like, once you realize you're getting roasted, you either cry or laugh, right? Or go into cognitive dissonance mode. Percy says, who's your favorite Ghostbuster?
Ray Stantz.
I don't know their actual names, like in the movies. I kind of remember the names of the actors. I'm trying to think.
You got Ray Stantz, Peter Venkman, who's played by Bill Murray.
I like Bill Murray.
Yeah, I like his character too. And then you got Egon Spangler, and Winston Zeddemore, played by Ernie Hudson.
I have to revisit that movie. It's been a long time. It's a good one, though. And 49 Perfect says, God, this caller is whiny. Seriously, kid, grow a spine before coming in and stop being so scared of listening. Shake my head. It seems to be the case, 49 Perfects. The guy wasn't interested in listening. He wasn't interested in honestly engaging. But he was interested in crying a little bit. And Sad Tech Geek, great to see you, my friend. It says, Ethan, you're a creep. And despite it, Justin made baby paste of you. It was embarrassing, man. Gay for Justin, rock hard for Doug, and Timmy Wet for Sharon. Well, thank you, Sad Tech Geek. He was really like trying hard to avoid the actual topic by pivoting to my personal life, which is a weird pivot. I have no idea why anyone would do that in the middle of the debate unless you're just like, something off with you. And Charles says, someone give Ethan a tissue. He's going to need one. He'll probably come back. He's been here before. In fact, I know I've talked to him before. Let me see when it was. I'm sure I wrote it down.
And I'll tell you what, again, as I discussed when it was going on, when this actually happens to you, when somebody on the internet that you don't know who they are, you have no idea, and they legit know something personal that has happened or is going on, it is so surreal when that happens. You just like don't know how to respond to. Like, how did they find out?
Right. Yeah, it's really weird. Well, it is what it is. Nevertheless, it looks like I talked to him back in October, and then he stayed away for a while. Now he's back. Simeon says, caller, okay, I know I've been flame roasted on all my topics so far, but let's talk about your mother, Justin. What a POSF stalker clown. Agreed. Nobody should ever bring up somebody's fucking mother in a debate. That's weird shit. Unless you're making like a your mom joke, like your mom's so fat joke or some nonsense like that. That'd be fun. I can go for a your mama joke, but yeah, don't bring people's family members into a debate. Dan O'Connell says, is Cyber doing costume changes?
Yes.
These debates, some of them were just so boring that the hat itself just changed colors. No, I collect Stetson hats. So I like to showcase them throughout lives. So you guys gotta see some of the hat collection.
It's a dope hat, to be fair. Jessica, my friend, thank you for the $5 super. Says a bunch of people had an argument thousands of years ago. Therefore, Jesus is true. Checkmate atheist. This is a fair point. A lot of people will say, well, because some people believe that this is one way to interpret the text, well, it must be true. Well, that's adorable that some people believed a thing. I think that demonstrates that the text isn't very clear. If the text was clear, then we really wouldn't need to pull in, like, well, some people a long time ago believed this one thing. Well, it's kind of irrelevant if somebody believed a thing. The question is, what does the text actually say? And MindWiz says, can you read Quran 53:57? And you know that I can. Let me grab it. Oh, the approaching hour has drawn near. I need to add that to my cheat sheet on the Quran tab for when Muhammad said that the end was near, and it turned out that the end wasn't near. Let's see. I had Quran 21:37, but now we're going to add 53:57. Awesome. Hey, thanks for the assist on the Quran 53:57. I didn't realize that was there, and that's really fucking helpful. Big W, mind.
And before we pivot away from the Quran real quick, something that Jaron has shared on his live, what they're finding is they run stylometric analysis on the Quran, is that it seems to come from some Christian text that was like rejected by the proto-Catholics. So there's a chance that Islam could have started off later on, but as an offshoot of Christianity.
Fair point. Tired of Liars says, new topic title. You were manipulated to not read certain parts of the Bible. Prove it wrong. Interesting. I don't dislike that prompt. And well, I think it's probably true that a lot of these people are manipulated into not reading some passages. I don't know how we would prove it, because it seems like we would need to know information about their personal life. I don't know how we would go about doing that. But I mean, generally, I do agree with you. Most of these people aren't reading parts of the Bible because, like, their pastors or their church leaders guided them away from it. Pat says, "Damn, son, you got sponsors now, Justin." I did, Pat. I've got a sponsor now by private internet access, and I'm using the service. If things, hopefully, if they like my my commercial spot, they'll be an ongoing sponsor. We'll see. Some people get long-term sponsors. My sponsorship was only for 3 episodes. So we'll see what happens after 3 episodes. But I did test the service. I subscribed to it. Actually, like it quite a bit. They've got a server for the VPN tunnel right here in Ohio. They've got it's a US-based VPN service. So I've got a pretty fast server to connect to in my state. And Adam Carmona says preterist is just another name for pedophile. Holy fuck. Well, it's a different side of the same coin, we would say, perhaps. I don't suspect the preterists are pedos as much as the priests are pedos. But who knows? There probably are some pedo preterists, if I had to guess. And Charles, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, rock hard for my Duggites. Dugganites, stay strong during these dark times of America. We stand for the Constitution, freedom of religion, never lose hope. Indeed, Charles. With the onset of Christian nationalism, we never needed people more than now to stand up to the nonsense, bullshit religion of Christianity. Scrungo's Clown says the wages of a gumball are a quarter, and Jesus brought a coin on a string. Love the content, Justin. That's fair. He did. But Jesus didn't pay anything for that gumball. Actually, you know what's funny? There's so many tricks, like a coin on a string. That I'm not going to tell you that I've ever done this when I was a poor teenager growing up, but are you guys familiar with the trick of using packaging tape on a $1 bill in coin machines? If not, I won't tell you. It's fine. I never told you to do this, by the way. You absolutely should never put packaging tape on a dollar bill of any nature so that it's got a tail that once it goes through a coin machine, you can yank it back out again using the packaging tape. You should never fucking do that. That's for deadbeats and people who want to get arrested. That being said, fucking, I don't know, so maybe sometime in the 90s it worked. Piranha, thank you. Oh, sorry. Lucor. Piranha says, with the confidence, he said, are you sure about that? With, I thought he might have at least read this material. Nope. My ducklings are hatching now. Oh, congratulations on the ducklings. But isn't it funny? Like there seems to be a certain amount of confidence that these people have, but I think the correlation is the less you've ever read this book, the more confident you're going to be, right?
Right. Well, and I think if this is in reference to the preterist, it's amazing at how people will come up and they'll try to read something from like the Talmud, and I'll be like, well, this is actually what this is talking about, and they'll be like, well, that's just here, and it's like, I grew up reading this, like,
right. We should trust that the people who wrote the damn book probably kind of know what it's about. If I was going to trust anybody. I would say when it comes to the Talmud, the most helpful thing I find is they do a pretty good analysis of difficult Hebrew phrases. And to be fair, who's going to tell you more about what the Hebrew actually means than the people who spoke Hebrew as their native language?
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing about the Talmud. I get that there's all kinds of different interpretations and some of them are crazy, but their understanding of the Hebrew language is always way better than my own. Lucor says, Justin's signature phrase, I assume you mean, is All I'm saying, wait, hold on. I fucked that one up. All is I'm asking. That can't be right. Should be printed on merch. All I'm asking?
All I'm asking is.
Yeah, I think that's pretty close to it. All I'm asking is, I do say that a lot, don't I? Fuck.
Yeah. Because, so having tried to put in super chats, the YouTube chat has this weird thing where it'll mix up the words, and unless you're actually paying attention, it'll send it like this. It's YouTube needs to get their stuff together.
It's true. I've seen that a few times where you chat something and the order gets mixed up, especially you see how I'm asking and asking's on a different line. When you have a phrase that breaks two different lines up, it'll fuck it up at the break. So that's probably what happened.
Now, I have a quick question. Do you, because if you're not a subscriber, if you have a paid membership on YouTube, once a month you get a free post. Do you see those? Do you know if you see those popping up?
I don't think so, but I do know this. If you're a member on YouTube, you can always send a highlighted post. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. We'll get to Misha's text here in just a second. If I go to YouTube, I'm subscribed to my channel. Let's see. Using my other channel, so I should be able to do this. Give me 1 second to open up the live stream. All right, and it's there we go. So I'm going to show this on screen. So it used to do it by default. It doesn't do it by default anymore. You have to tell it to do it. But when you're down here and you want to send a chat, if you're a member, then you can do this. Let's see. Oh, I'm logged in with the. I gotta change my account real quick. See. Oh, did my subscription end to my own channel? Maybe it won't let me do it. Hold on.
Justin's not paying himself anymore.
So there's I know. Well, I did for a long time because it helps me to do this kind of stuff, so I know how the system works. So if you're a member on the channel, you can do a member's message rather than a super chat, and it'll highlight your message. Carnage is doing one right now, actually. Hold on. It'll highlight. Thank you, Carnage. It'll highlight your message as a member in green, so that everyone can see that a member of the channel is sending a message. It's highlighted. You'll see it on the screen in a second. It's just the feed is a little bit delayed. I've got feed inception now. I'm got my own feed on my feed. But so you should see the Carnage Asada post here that is highlighted green. Anyone can do that if you're a member. You just when you send the thing, just do a member thing, a member post, and it stands out. YouTube used to do that by default. Anytime a member sent a post, it would just by default have it highlighted. They don't do it by default anymore. You have to tell them to do that. So that's a nice little feature for anyone who's a member. Like if you want to have a chat that stands out a little bit, you can do the member highlight and more people will, notice your chat. Misha says, the confidence of this caller, are you sure about that? And then the absolute floundering afterward never gets old. Comedy gold. Good morning from Straya, Justin. Rock hard for that. Well, thank you, Misha. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well in Straya. And also, it is funny. I do love it when we get really confident guests and then it turns out there's nothing behind the confidence. It makes for a funny show, at least. So there's that. Reverend Nate says, fave part of call-in shows is 2 minutes of silence. I know. We tried to give him time to find the stuff. Because it seemed like something that he had looked up before and he might actually come up with. But it turned out he wasn't really able to come up with anything helpful. So there is that. But he tried. And Duskframe says, did you hear about the guy who dipped his sack in glitter? Pretty nuts. Oh, fucking A. That's good if you're into glitter. I like that one. And M. Perselius, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. This is glory be to Doug. Yes, indeed, Shale Doug. Recently saw you on the Tim Pool show from a year ago and was wondering your thoughts on it and also what your thoughts were on IP's case for Christianity not being dangerous. Thanks. I don't watch much of IP stuff. The only thing about the Tim Pool show that I didn't have fun with was I had like 2 days to prepare. It was like a late minute invite, and I was like, okay, well, I'll throw together some notes that might be helpful during the discussion. I wish I had knew more. Like I had watched more Tim Pool stuff before because I didn't know anything like any of his views really, other than like he's a paid Russian troll. And I also would have liked to have watched some IP content to know what kind of dumb things were going to come out of his mouth. So I would already have like talking points ready to go. So there was a lot of talking points that I would just kind of put together in like the 2 days prior. Like, well, maybe it comes up and I'll have the data for it. So that's the only thing I would change. I would love to have more time to have actually prepared. I don't think IP did a decent job because it seemed like he was giving more of a speech and he wasn't prepared for rebuttals. I actually thought that Tim did better in this situation than IP did, and Tim has no fucking training. But the only thing that Tim did really well was he actually listened to what I said and responded to them. Now, he responded saying things that were completely wrong, but he at least listened to what I said and tried to respond to things that I said, whereas IP didn't really respond to a whole lot of anything that I said. So, given the short amount of time that I had to prepare for what ostensibly was in conversation, I had no idea what we were talking about. I think I did fine. I think I would have preferred a better topic. The topic was supposed to be, can America survive without Christianity? Which is not a real debatable topic. Like theoretically, if everyone deconverted from Christianity, America would still exist. They just would be less Christian. So like, yeah, obviously America would survive even if they all turned Muslim. We got that. So it was kind of a bullshit topic to begin with. It was just one of those political topics created to get people arguing. So that like they know with a topic like that, there is no real winner. So you're just kind of there just like responding to claims. You don't really have a clear plan of action. It's not like if you're doing a debate, did Jesus claim to be God? Well, that's either true or false. You can just go into the Bible and determine if it's true or false. But will America survive without Christianity isn't something that you could ever prove. All you can ever do is try to make a case for why it would either be yes or no and let the audience decide. Nevertheless, I thought it was fun. Some people complain that it was like a 2-on-1. I don't really, to be honest, I don't really care. I don't think even if it's a 10-on-1, I don't mind being the one, because either what you say is true or it's not. Like, it doesn't matter how many people are debating against me. I'm going to say things that are just demonstrably true, and they're going to have to deal with it. I don't think having more of them will make my talking points not true. Well, there's that. Ellie says, interesting, you gotta be 1-to-1, but he can do whatever. I might have missed what this is in response to in regards to 1-to-1. Fuck. I apologize. This probably was a meaningful comment in the moment, and I might not fully understand who he is in the response that you're giving. But Ellie, hey, thanks for being a participant in the super chats, and you've sent quite a few of them in past streams. I appreciate you being here and supporting the stream and being a continued watching member and not a robot. And again, I'll repeat, I honestly do believe you. It says, it seems like if Jesus really said not yet, then they would start verse 10 with, and not but Jesus saying, rock hard for Doug's influence for shooting and Justin fucking rock. Yeah, so you're saying in John 7:7, if Jesus actually said, I'm not going to the festival yet, then verse 10 would read differently rather than but. And this is a fair point, because it seems like verse 10 is juxtapositioning. Is that the right word? It's placing verse 7 against verse 10. I'll show you what you're talking about. I think you and I are in agreement on this, actually. 1 second.
Well,
I
from
think
the
this,
scholarly research I've done on this that I've read, when it talks about Jesus, secretly going, that is deception. The idea that they're saying Jesus secretly went, he did have an intention to deceive.
yeah, for sure. For sure. And this is where Greek and Hebrew differ. And if it was written in Hebrew, we might disagree, but it's written in Greek. It says, but after his brothers had gone. The but is the interesting part. Now, if verse 10 isn't somehow in contradiction to the prior passage, it would say, and after his brothers went. It would just be a continuation of the story. But the but is showing a contrast. The contrast is Jesus said, I'm not going, but then he goes. So this is a really astute observation from the actual language and literature that it's written in, Not a Robot. And you get huge mega bonus points for making that recognition, something I didn't even make in the time of the discussion that would have been good to bring up. So next time we talk about this, I'll make sure to bring it up. I appreciate the assist on that one. And Zach Penetroff, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says Jesus hasn't returned yet because while he was sacrificing himself on Glib Glob Alpha, the Glibglobians trapped him in a god-proof force field and are using him as a power source for their own mowers. That makes sense, actually.
This is where the Dyson spheres come from that the Anunnaki use.
Obviously, Zachariah Stitchin's always right. No way around that one. And Beard of Empathy, good to see you, my friend, says Darth Decadence's super chat was the Sith Oath from Star Wars. Oh, I would not have recognized a Sith Oath. That's on me, friends. I'm sorry. I'm not good at these pop culture references. Please forgive me. But Lava Lamp Life, Feeling Salty, Rock Hard for Doug, Big W, SLS friends, Stone Lava Salt. Never forget. Never forget. And Lynn Mastress, thank you for the $10 super chat, says my side hustle is selling and baking cheesecakes to local folks. I would fucking buy one of those. I baked 2 blueberry cheesecakes this evening and have enjoyed your company during my work. Where can we find you Sunday? Fantastic question. This Sunday is going to be the 15th. On 15th, I'll be live on Unapologetic in the morning. And then it won't be live on The Line or on AXP. Now, normally, if I'm not going to be live on those two, I might go live on my own channel and do like a Q&A. However, I won't be doing that this week only because I have plans with my nephew. I'll be going on a double date with my nephew and his wife, and so I will be forgoing an extra stream on Sunday so that I can do something enjoyable and see the family and have a good time. So unfortunately, I won't be live after Unapologetic on Sunday, but the next Sunday after that, I'll be live on AXP. And then the following day, Monday, I'll be live on The Line. So Sunday and Monday, I'll have back-to-back appearances there next week.
If you need a note for your boss for you skipping work, just let me know and I'll write you a note.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm going to need something. Actually, theoretically, I can take as much time off as I ever want to. I just don't get paid. That's the one thing working for yourself is when you work for somebody else, you get paid vacation and benefits. When you work for yourself, it kind of is all about like you don't really get paid time off. You just have to be okay with not getting paid for that time off, which is fine. I'm certainly not crying about it. Hey, get the lawnmower. Speaking of which, thank you for the $5 super. It says, so Satan is the snake in the garden, but by the time Job exists, Satan walks to and fro on the earth. Satan, the snake, grew legs and a mammalian spine. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Isn't that crazy? And I bet the word that we find, the word that we find in Job is probably a form of halach, which means to walk, but it can also mean just to go. But traditionally, it means to walk. This is a fair point. Get the lawnmower, because if Satan is still walking around, and remember in the New Testament he's prowling. How the fuck do you prowl without legs? It seems like the snake in Genesis is just not Satan, based on what we know about Satan for sure. What you saying, Willis? Hey, great name. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says Jason. Is this? Do you think my name's Jason? J.K. Gibb from TT. Oh, Jason. Wait. Are you saying I'm Jason and you're J.K. Gibb from TikTok? The copium is flowing freely tonight. Rock hard for Doug. Love your lives. I tried to make everyone I can. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think what you mean to say is your name is Jason, if I'm understanding you correctly, but your handle on TikTok is JK Gibb. And that might be the case. Let me see if that is the case. JK Gibb. Oh, I know you. Yeah, we've been friends on TikTok a long time, friend. Okay. Now I know who you are. Also, beautiful fucking cat, by the way, on your profile. A great cat. Thanks for coming here, friend. You're right. The copium was, in fact, pretty thick tonight. Pretty thick. Thank you for being here, though. It's fun to watch it in action because if you've never watched a Christian contort themselves into pretzels over just reading the Bible, it's going to happen here. Satan was framed. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, leave Satan out of this, caller. Your God is the asshole here. That's what we're saying. Satan didn't do anything wrong. Satan was the good guy. And Vince says, just saw in the dictionary the definition of cruel and unusual punishment to show a Christian what is written in their Bible. Yeah, wait. The definition of evil, maybe? Is that what we're saying? I actually want to know. What's the definition of evil? I thought evil was just like something really, really bad. Okay, evil, it says, profoundly immoral or wicked. Oh, interesting. A manifestation of profound immorality and wickedness, especially in people's actions. Oh, something which is harmful or undesirable. Fair enough. I like that. And Jesus TDF in Christ, good to see you tonight, says Tarantino just announced his final film will be religious in nature, The Passion of Justin's Feet, with lots of close-ups. Guys, I told you about my channel sponsor. I have not told you yet my newest venture into Hollywood. It'll be doing just foot stuff. It'll mostly just be Jesus washing feet.
Yes. But it's going to be that's its genres though, just foot stuff.
We should call it what kind of rating do you think that's going to get? It's PG-13, isn't it?
It might be like if there's like close up of feet, like you don't actually see like the sponge dipping in the water bowl, it's just feet getting. It might just be PG-13.
Yeah, you know, some of those depictions of Satan in the religious movies, they give him like a long snake tongue. In this movie, Satan's gonna have like a long snake tongue, but he's gonna like put it between my toes. It's gonna be pretty hot, y'all. Penelope Totson Spears, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says if Jesus came back in the next 20 years, evangelicals would unalive him. Rock hard for Doug. Fucking unbelievably true. If Jesus showed up and was like, hey, remember when I said give all your shit to the poor? Remember when I said to drop all that you have and follow me? They'd be like, yeah, we're gonna have to, like, this guy's causing some problems. We're gonna have to off him. They would.
First thing that's going to happen is ICE is going to deport him. That's the first thing that's going to happen.
Immediately. Trump wouldn't even let him in the country.
No.
And Scribbles by Janice, great to see you again, friend, says, well, I believe in a cult where you don't understand most of it. How would you even know it's good? This is a fair point. If there is stuff in your religion that you're like, I don't know, I don't understand, why are you following it? If you saw that in somebody else's religion, like, gee, I don't understand Hinduism. Hinduism doesn't make sense. You'd be like, that's why I don't believe in Hinduism. If we say it about Christianity, you're like, well, I believe it anyways. But obviously not because it makes sense. It's because you've been indoctrinated and it gives you the warm, fuzzy feeling.
Well, and how often do Christians try to do that? They'll come up and be like, explain where you come from. And I don't have a perfect understanding of how abiogenesis works. It's like, see, you have no explanation for it. But yet when we ask them the hard questions, they're like, I don't know.
It's true. Well, the difference is, if there's ever something an atheist doesn't know, they're like, boom, fucking put God right there. Whereas we're not doing that. If there's something that a Christian don't know, we're not saying, oh, put atheism in there. We're just saying, listen, it does need to at least make sense. And we're showing you things that are either clearly not true or clearly don't make sense. Abiogenesis does make sense. It's just something that's very difficult to observe, because every time it happens, it would seem that already existing life would consume it. So it's not like we're going to catch it over and over again. The first time it happens, or even the second time that it happens, it seems like it would persist. But like, if it happened right now, if abiogenesis happened in my backyard right this moment, no one would ever see it, because the living entities out in my backyard would immediately consume it. It would become energy for them.
Yep.
Good question says, Duncan Idaho is a warrior in the Dune series. I have not seen Dune yet. I heard it's good. Have you seen it?
I have not. But that might make sense, though.
It does make sense, especially because it says, from Duncan Idaho Gola, Dune reference, cyber verification. You guys never get it, and you're right. I've never watched Dune. I haven't seen any popular movies or shows. Take more money for me to explain it. Well, thank you for that. Idaho was cloned for 10,000 years, then killed a big worm.
Oh man, fuck that worm.
I mean, you catch a pretty big fish with that worm, probably, though.
Yeah.
Ellie, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Catholics even chug the stuff. The blood? Maybe the blood. I might not fully know what you're referring to just yet, Ellie. But I do love asking questions to Catholics and Orthodox about the transubstantiated Eucharist in blood, because it does come up with some really weird things. Like, really, they have to be okay with cannibalism at some point. But they won't say it. They can't say it. And Space Lord says, I'm leaving on a cruise this weekend. Well, congratulations. I hope you have fun. With the current U.S. administration, I may defect to Jamaica. See everyone in like 10 days, maybe. Fuck. I get it. I understand the appeal of getting the fuck out of here. Especially when like Trump got into a war. Has no exit strategy at all. He has no idea when he's getting out or how he's doing it. And all I can see happening from this is like the rest of the world hating us even more. We're destroying all of our bridges and allies. Space Lord says, have you seen the Prophecy movie? I've not. 1995, Christopher Walken as Gabriel. I like it. It's not great though. Maybe I actually have though. Hold on. No, I haven't seen that. But you know what? I should. Called The Prophecy. I love Christopher Walken. I need to see it. I wonder what's the plot. Thomas Daggett, a Catholic seminary student, loses his faith after seeing visions. Oh, fuck. I do want to see it now. Okay. I'm sold, Space Lord. That's going on my watch list for sure. And Alien Rynick, thank you for the 200 THP, says, this is just to say that I often choose to watch other creators to support their channels as they're much smaller. Just wanted to tell you, I'm still super gay for Justin, even if I'm not here sending supers. Rock hard Frederick. Well, thank you, Alien. I really appreciate that, showing some love. And trust me, there are a lot of great creators out there other than myself. Right now, there is a deluge of new atheist creators out there, and I'm going to be working with quite a few of them. So please do stay tuned. I'm trying to set up some collabs with other creators. There's so many good ones. In fact, at the end of this live stream, we'll send you over to somebody else's that you'll love a lot. And Misha, thank you for the 20 Aussie bucks. I appreciate it. It says, I grew up Muslim in Pakistan, and it's shocking how many people I grew up that were touched by their mulana, or the Muslim priest. For some reason I thought they were called mullah. Anyways, I wondered if it's just that these positions in religious in religions attract PDFs or the other way around. So I actually think it's the religious position does two things. It makes people feel like they're invincible, meaning they can give in to their base desires and not get in trouble for it. The other thing is it does attract people who want to abuse. And I was talking to my religion teacher in Catholic school about the epidemic of priests, and she read me a testimony of a priest who got caught touching boys. And this testimony was really interesting because basically, here's kind of what it was. So he was saying there are two types of people that are attracted to the priesthood, specifically for nefarious means. One are gay men, because there's nowhere else where we're accepted. If you stay single all your life, people think that you're gay and then you're an outcast. But you become a priest and then you're never expected to marry a woman, and you're hanging around other dudes, a lot of other priests that are probably gay, and you have a hell of a time. So he's like, there's a lot of people in the gay community that became priests because it's like, where the fuck else could we go and be accepted and not be questioned for not being with a woman? He goes, but then there were also people who saw the opportunity to join the priesthood specifically so that they can get away with touching kids. And he goes, it's not just about the priesthood. This happens in other professions too, like in schools. A lot of people who wanted to touch kids, they will take jobs that specifically put them in authority where lots of kids are. And you'll never guess, the two most frequent places of sexual assault on children are in churches, number one, by a landslide. Number two is in schools, because people will purposely get into these positions and then take advantage of them. It's their goal before they even get into it. So there's that. Alien with the additional super chat, my friend. I appreciate that. By the way, I blame you. I blame me for a lot of shit. For that, as you introduced me to about 90% of these creators, so you have only yourself to blame for that. I did. I'm trying, guys, you know me. I want all the creators in the community to get seen and heard, because we all bring something different to the table. You guys know me. I'm the Bible geek, the history and Bible geek. But there's a lot of great creators out there that have their own unique spin on these debates that we're doing. And I certainly don't think that I'm the only one doing it right. Everyone has their own unique way of doing it, and I think everybody deserves to be recognized for their own brand of genius. Also, say hi to the kitties. Kitties are back. Good question. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, would you participate in more debates in modern day debate? Eventually I might. So I tossed around the idea of doing some modern day debates. Here's kind of where I'm at with that. It's difficult for me because I have a really busy schedule, and when you're doing like a pre-formatted debate, you actually spend a lot of time preparing for the debate. You'll spend a good 20 or 30 hours preparing for a debate that's only going to last an hour or two. So you spend a lot of time in a week or in a month preparing for that debate, and you don't get paid for it. I'm not likely to pick up new followers from it. There's no clear benefit. Most of the people watching, because I'm there, already follow me. Most of the people that are watching that aren't going to be persuaded by my arguments because they've already heard my shit before. My audience for the live debates are double, sometimes triple what they're getting on modern day debates. So if my goal is to get my message out to as many people as possible, and this is my job now, this is what I do, it just seems like the most effective means of doing that is to do debates on my channel, as well as other channels that are actually being watched. That's why I'm on The Line. That's why I'm on AXP. They have sizable audiences, and it's a good place to get your message out to a lot of people. I don't have anything against modern day debates. I like the channel. I know the guy who runs it. I think he's perfectly nice. I don't have anything against what they're doing. I love what they're doing. It's just hard for me to find a benefit with going on there. If that makes sense, like I don't see a good benefit. If I thought that I could go on modern day debate and like win over a bunch of people to my position, maybe I fucking would. You know what I mean? But I don't really think that's the case. In fact, when I went on there to debate Wi-Fi gospel, like 99% of the comments were just people who already followed me. So it's like, I don't really know if it's the most effective method of getting my message out to new people, which is my goal. I want new ears and eyeballs getting a hold of my message so that we can deconvert people. Alien with another super chat, thank you, friend, says, one last thing. Great to hear you mentioning a significant other. It's a clear sign that Doug blesses his prophets with happiness and fulfillment. Indeed, that is the case. And I really appreciate that. I do. In fact, we'll be on a double date this Sunday, which is why I won't be doing a Q&A. But also, fucking even without that, though, look at these beautiful goddamn kitties. These two kitties are fucking adorable. And, obviously I've got my son as well. So my heart and my life is full. I have nothing to want for. And Slapula, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, I've been watching for weeks. Wife asked about what I was listening to. Family ended up listening on a road trip. Thanks for the entertainment. Well, thank you, Slapula. That does seem to happen. It certainly seems to be that like one person in the family will start watching, and then eventually like the wife or brother or mother will be like, hey, what are you listening to? And before you know it, the whole damn family is fighting about the live stream, which is, that's what Jesus came for, right? To bring a sword, to bring division. And Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, thank you for the $5 super chat, says that conversation was so satisfying. He came in all calm and smug and relaxed. By the end, he was snappy, aggressive, and rude. You two broke him apart.
It's not hard.
We gave him the 1-2 punch for sure, actually. It is fun having somebody hang out with me who's familiar with the content and material that we're covering. It's a lot of fun when you run a tag team. It's really great.
Mm-hmm. And especially when you know that the text they're bringing up, they don't actually have a grasp on it. It's something they read briefly, and they haven't looked at surrounding stuff in it. And when you just start punching holes in it, they've got nowhere to run to.
Yeah. We're presenting information they've never seen before. Goat Dirt, amazing name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, would spitting in eyes just be a common way back then to clear sand from the eyes in the desert storms, not healing retina damage? Then they hyped it up. There's some debate about whether or not there was an ancient healing practice where people would spit in the eyes, because it shows up in Tacitus and Suetonius as well, where Emperor Vespasian spits in the eyes of a blind man and heals him using the power of Serapis. In fact, give me a second. I bet there might be another story. Let me ask. Let me ask for sources here with my source finder. I did I created my own live language model or large language model on my computer using my entire library that I had actual access to, that's not behind like a logo software paywall. So now I get to ask it really cool questions about all the texts that I own. I've got like 20,000 texts loaded up in my LLM to ask questions to. Let me see what it comes up with. I will see what it says. I asked it if there's any healing stories where they spit in the eyes that are not about Vespasian or from the Bible, and did not seem to. Maybe Asclepius. Hold on.
Yeah, even Pliny the Elder writes about it as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing. So I've got 4 texts that were listed that are possible answers. One says, like you said, Pliny the Elder's Natural History, Book 28, Chapter 13. Pliny writes about a remedy for cataracts that involves applying a mixture of milk, honey, and saliva to the affected eye. Interesting. Yeah. Then it says, the Greek physician Hippocrates writes in his work on sacred disease, mentions a treatment for epilepsy that involves applying a mixture of olive oil, honey, and saliva on the patient's eyes. And then in the Egyptian papyrus of Ebers, this is Bronze Age, says contains a medical text that mentions a treatment for eye infections that involves applying a mixture of milk, honey, and saliva to the affected eyes. And then last, ancient Chinese medical text, also known as the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, mentions treatment for eye disorders that involves applying a mixture of saliva and other substances to the affected eye. So it seems like this is kind of a trend. Like this is like a meme in the ancient healing world.
Well, yeah, and it seems like specifically in the Mediterranean, specifically ancient Mediterranean, blood, breath, semen, and saliva, since these were all viewed as life forces, that they were often used for healing.
Yeah. This is interesting. I'm actually going to, give me a second. I'm going to take those. I got a resource that I keep in my Google Drive. Maybe I'll publish it eventually, of historical accounts of like miracle workers and miracles that were performed in comparable likeness to the Bible. And I need to make a note in here about this saliva nonsense, because I'm going to have to follow back up on this. This is actually a really good topic to dig back into sometime.
In fact, Pliny the Elder writes about what he calls as fasting saliva, that healers, before they would eat, because that's when the saliva was believed to be more potent, that they usually would forego breakfast and they just eat lunch and they do all their saliva healing in the mornings.
That's crazy. Okay. We got to talk about this. This might be cause for some deep research and maybe like a pre-recorded video. Fred Blassie, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, is that sweet kitty behind you this Doug you always mention and worship to? No, actually, Doug is the Rock of Ages right here. This is Doug, and his consort Sharon is right behind us. Sharon Stone. Together, they are the author of Reality and the co-redemptrix, Doug and Sharon Stone, and they are the grounding of all groundings, because they are in fact made of ground. And Derek, thank you for the super chat, says, ever seen The Amazing Jesus, Rowan Atkinson? I have not. I don't even know what that is, but I can look it up. Hold on. I've seen The Amazing Jonathan. I assume that's not the same, right?
And while you're looking that up, on the saliva itself does carry antibacterial enzymes and immune proteins. So that's interesting.
Damn. Well, it is also true that in the ancient world, honey was used as an antibacterial.
Mm-hmm.
That would explain why they're doing honey as well in some of these. A lot of them include honey, right?
Yeah. Yes. I just want to know who is the first person that said, look, I have a theory. When I get an eye infection, just spit in it.
It's interesting. The Egyptian text and Pliny specifically mention milk and honey, which is interesting. The Bible repeatedly says that they're going to go into a land flowing with milk and honey.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a healing context here?
Possibly.
This is it. This super chat has turned really fucking interesting. I did not expect to have this much fun with the saliva question. I'm gonna have to spend some time reading up on this.
Yeah.
Sunajir, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says night. Well, good night to you, my friend. Thanks for being here. And we're almost good night in ourselves. I think we got 3 super chats left. Redwood Dragon says, found out way too late in my career about unpaid vacation. Oh, well, that's a real thing. A lot of companies will give you unpaid vacation. Factor it into what you need to earn. Pay yourself to be off. I agree. At my last job, we didn't get a lot of vacation time. They paid pretty well, but they were stingy with vacation because we didn't hire a ton of employees. So like it was difficult if people weren't there. I literally asked one time, can I just take unpaid time off? Like I'm willing to do it. Like, and they wouldn't let me. So there is something to be said about saying, fuck it. I spend my money wisely. I've been saving it. I haven't been wasting it. I just want to take an extra week off. That's really probably really good for your mental health. Like sometimes you just need a break for yourself, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nexus, thank you for the super chat. Says, love your cooking. Justin's fucking rock. Gay for Justin. Rock hard for Duggan. Simply wet for Sharon. Well, thank you, Nexus. I really appreciate that. And thanks for being here. We had a lot of people show up tonight, and I think we had a lot of fun. And Christopher says, I don't go to church because I have nut allergies. Oh. Huh.
That's fair, though.
Is that a joke? He's saying he's allergic to nuts? That was freaking good. Okay. That was good. You get a drum roll for that. Hold on. That was pretty good. Yeah, you know what? We got another one just as we were ending here. Best in show. Says, do you have any specific videos where you go over why God does not exist? I don't. I think Ian, allegedly Ian, probably has some on his channel. Most of stuff that's on my channel is either debate content or specific to the Bible. When I first started my channel, it was more about the Bible than it was about atheism. It just happened to be that I'm also an atheist, so I do a lot of atheist debates. But I could put together a video doing like my favorite arguments against God. One of the things, like against a generic God, one of the things that kind of led me to atheism, and Ian and I both use this argument a lot. And it's funny because I didn't realize that this was already a topic within philosophy. I was just thinking about things, and it made the most sense to me. But I'm going to make a note here to make a video about arguments in favor of atheism. Okay, I'll get a video out there. But the thing to me is, I think it's stupid to believe in something that exists outside of time and outside of space. I don't think it makes literally any sense. I don't think you could do anything outside of time. I don't think anything can exist outside of space for it to exist in. I don't believe if you describe something transcendental, like it has no space, no time, no attributes, that's describing something that doesn't exist. If your God is identical to things that don't exist, it seems like your God just doesn't fucking exist. So it seems to me that the fact that in order for God to be God, he needs to be outside of time is the first and maybe biggest problem to God. God simply could not act, could not think, could not create without time already in existence. And if that's the case, that just means there are things that exist outside of God that he didn't cause, which means God couldn't be the cause of all things. As we know it, it seems like space and time are interlinked, which means he didn't fucking create space either. So now we've got a God that didn't create time, didn't create space. I have no reason to believe that he created matter if he didn't create time or space either.
And then you'll get like people who read Thomas Aquinas, and they'll try to insert like this, well, God has just eternally been creating, but they get really vague with that. And so like they'll try to run tag with that. But then when you throw in, well, when he did any real creation, any actualizing, well, we run into the same problem. It's just, yeah, if there's God before time, time can't come in, he can't move, he can't do nothing, and no creation. So I agree. I think that's the biggest argument for why there's no God.
I think it's a good one. Maybe after that, I would talk about like the problem of evil, problem of suffering.
Natural problem of evil.
Yeah. Well, that was Bart Ehrman's biggest critique. That's what led him to atheism, was theodicy. And I think it's a really good reason. In fact, I was getting ready to do a response video to, I've got my theology textbook from when I was in seminary. I actually really liked it because the guy who wrote it was really honest. And I always loved what he said at the beginning of the passage where he addresses the problem of evil and suffering. He literally starts the chapter out by saying, hey, there's not a real good, thorough, satisfactory answer for this problem yet, but I'll get you as close as I can. And if you're being honest as a Christian, that's the best you'll ever do. You'll never find a real, true, honest, satisfactory answer for it. You'll only be able to come vaguely close to something satisfying.
Yeah.
So, but I'll show you. I'll be doing some videos responding to actual chapters in my theology textbooks that I had in fucking school. If you want to know what they're teaching seminarians in school, I'll show you what they're teaching us in these theology textbooks. Unless you go to some bullshit seminary and they're teaching you like crazy apologetics, which I was lucky enough not to go to a seminary that was worried about apologetics. They were worried about good academic rigor. But Evan says there's a product called Medi Honey for wound care. I didn't know that, but I wouldn't be shocked. I did when I was in seminary when I discovered that honey was used as like an antiseptic, but also not just that, but also different tree saps. I was like, but did it work? And it turns out that seems to be the case. Honey does have like antibacterial properties, as does some tree saps. So like the ancient people were trying shit out, and sometimes shit worked. And it's really interesting how they figured it out. I guess trial and error, right? So yeah, it's pretty cool that there seems to be some, maybe not good, but some natural remedies that the ancient world came up with. One of my favorites was, you guys know how we deal with cavities. We fill cavities in. They would take the tree resin, and because it was antibacterial, and they would push it into the cavities and let it harden. And that was their way of keeping the cavities from getting worse and from getting food in them. So like the ancient world had some solutions. They weren't good. They weren't great, but they had some solutions. They were trying. The Egyptians were doing surgery. So like, you know, it was a cool place. You know, I wouldn't want to be alive there. I'd rather be alive today, but still, it was, you know, it wasn't, maybe it was as bad as people say it is, but there was some wisdom back there that may have been forgotten along the way. But
yeah,
let's see what are you saying?
I was going to say real quick, something I haven't done for about 2 to 3 years now, but I'm an amateur beekeeper, and something that you get will be propolis. Propolis is like the glue that bees make to like secure the hive together and different things. But go look at your toothpaste, your mouthwash, your antiseptic. Just look at all these different medicines that are used for like healing, and you'll find propolis listed as an ingredient.
Damn, I didn't know that.
And yeah, and that stuff was one of the things that I made a bit of money on. It wasn't the honey, it was the propolis, because medical companies want to buy that because they use it in all this stuff, and it's difficult for the bees to make it, and there's no replacement for it.
Yeah, I'll have to check into that. Thanks. So I think we've gotten through all of the super chats. I see there are some people that are live right now, and I'm gonna
to some extent all of them
audience. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna send YouTube and TikTok to slightly different channels. Mezzo is live right now, so I want everyone on YouTube. Let's go over to Mezzo's place. If you're on TikTok, though, my friend Tiny Smalls, also known as Tiny Science, is live right now. We haven't raided Tiny ever. I don't think I've ever sent a raid over to Tiny's live stream, but he's really smart. He runs a great stream, highly recommended. I don't know how long is left in his live. It looks like he's been live now for about 1 hour and 57 minutes, but he should have time left in the live. Go all raid Tiny's live stream. The profile I'll show you is Tiny Smalls, TINYSMAWZ. His name is Tiny_Science, but really cool dude, great friend of mine. I think you'll appreciate his channel. he does dabble more into the philosophy than I do, so he's really good on the philosophy. And then if you're on YouTube, friends, let's go over to Mezzo's place. Mezzo's live right now. He's hooking up a storm, it looks like. Go tell him that Justin and Cyber Deconstruction sent you. And I really appreciate everyone being here tonight. We had a lot of fun with this new topic. We surprisingly not a real crash out, but you never know. Next time we run it, we'll probably get a good crash out. And Cyber, thanks so much for joining me, buddy.
Thank you for having me. I greatly appreciate it.
My pleasure. Friends, make sure you're following Cyber on YouTube and on TikTok. And I'll see you again on Monday.